We're live. Nice. Nice.
Yes. Live and direct, from Atlanta, Georgia. Where are you in Sweden, Marcus?
I'm in Gothenburg. So on the west coast
Gothenburg.
of Sweden. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, how
The
far is it
sec
from Stockholm?
yeah, right. It's like it's like a 3.5 hour with train, so it's pretty good. But yeah, like 3 hours from Copenhagen, Denmark's capital city, 3 hours from Oslo, Norway's
Mm-hmm.
capital. So it's a good spot to be in.
Cool, man. So, how cold is it? And then, like, do you have a city there that doesn't see like nighttime? It's always daylight. Is that in Sweden that is happening?
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, all Scandinavia is pretty much like that in the north. I mean, it gets really north, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Stockholm is,
that's
I
pretty
mean,
cool.
if you look at the country, it's rather long. Stockholm is still kind of south, even though we think, me being from Skåne, which is the most southern part,
Mm-hmm.
we think that Stockholm is still rather, I mean, it's not north, but it's still up the country, right? But there's so much left, right? So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah,
So Lars is saying hi. He's in Copenhagen, and
nice, yeah.
Varun
Hi,
was
Lars.
just saying like was just saying like when is this going down? It's going down now, Varun. No problem. Angular Tiny Conf is live, and then we are live right now from Atlanta to Gothenburg. So there you go. So like Lars is saying that you are closer to Copenhagen than him actually.
Yeah, that's funny. That's
Oh,
funny. Yeah,
nice, man. So,
yeah,
Varun wants to know who else is here. So, Serkan is here, man. So, before all of that,
welcome,
guys,
Serkan.
thank you so much, for joining. So, today we're gonna have the first Angular TinyConf in English. We have done this before in French, and we're gonna try to have it at least twice a year. So, throughout the day, we have a long day coming up. I think 12 or 13 hours straight of pure Angular content. So get ready, have your watch party, have your popcorns, whatever you want to do that. So, but I'm very happy to have Marcus started this because we were both at ngConf, and I was like, "Hey, Marcus, I'm gonna do TinyConf this winter," and he was like, "Yeah, do it." And then here we are, man. So you get to be the first speaker
Yep.
today, and you're gonna be talking about today some RxJS or like how to put out the fires. So without further ado, we have a long day before us. I'll let you
Yeah.
just do your thing, man. And I'm gonna be in the background managing like all of these fans that are like already in the comments. So Marcus, the
Yeah.
stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's see. So sometimes things don't go according to plan in RxJS land. We might attempt to fetch data from a remote location, read a file locally from disk, or listening for some unknown event to occur. In all these asynchronous tasks, we might not have control over the endless amount of responses that these requests can result in. And this is where error handling becomes a necessity to deliver a smooth user experience for our users and ensure that the application lives on as expected. So in this talk, we will talk about how to put out fires in RxJS to deliver a burn-free experience for our users. RxJS is a reactive extensions library for JavaScript. It's extremely powerful and can be used for really any event-based code in your application. In Angular, it is most commonly used for asynchronous and callback-based code. The library divides the Angular community, which was brought up by Jeremy Elborn and Alex Rickabout during this year's ngConf. However, putting out fires in RxJS will most likely be a necessity for any Angular developer, especially since the more RxJS, the merrier. The bread and butter of RxJS are observables. In this talk, I will assume that you're somewhat familiar with observables and how they work. But a quick reminder, observables can be seen as a representation of any set of values over any amount of time. That's a quite broad term, but to put it in relation with promises, you can think of them as promises for more than one value. Observables originates from the observer design pattern, where the idea is to have an object, referred to as a subject, which maintains a list of observers which it notifies automatically during state changes. So how do we handle errors in RxJS and ensure a good user experience? After this talk, we will know what operators we have at hand to throw, replace, recover, and handle errors and exceptions in RxJS. We will know why we use these operators and what the outcome is of not using them. And of course, some examples of when RxJS error handling really shines and delivers a great user experience. So there are 3 notification types in RxJS. These notification types are what an observer can expect. The first type is next, which will emit the next value of the observable. The 2 other notification types are error and complete. And what they have in common is that when an observable has sent an error or complete notification, it won't emit any new values. And a handler for the subscriber for each notification type can be provided. And a handler will listen for a notification and perform any required action. In this example, we create an observable with the off function, which will return the 3 numbers 1 to 3 sequentially immediately after one another. So in this case, the variable foo will first be updated to 1, then 2, then 3. And after this, the observable will send a complete notification. We will log the string complete in the console, and the observable will complete and won't emit any more values. Arguments that the subscribe method takes come in many shapes. These are a couple of common variants, but the handlers are completely optional. In the last example here, we can use the tap operator to set the foo variable as a side effect of the observable rather than through the handlers. And in Angular, it's not uncommon to just simply use the built-in async pipe, which will automatically subscribe, trigger change detection on new values, and unsubscribe when the component is destroyed. In this example, our observable just contains the string hello world. But as soon as it's subscribed to, the tap operator will immediately trigger a side effect, and we will throw an error. We will enter the error handler, print the error to the console that was thrown earlier, set an error variable with a given error, and then update our title to the string unknown, which is later reflected in the UI. The next operator will not be called, and the observable will terminate instantly. So there are a few limitations to only using the error handler in RxJS. First of all, we can't recover an observable from the error handler. Once an error notification is sent, the observable has completely evaporated. We can only pick up what's left, really. And an observable that has terminated early may be insufficient for some use cases. It also introduces the possibility of inconsistent error handling, as each class that subscribes to the observable might implement their own error handler. So if we can delegate this work to the observable itself, we can provide a more consistent experience. So let's check out an example. Here we have a profile page. In this profile page, there is a button which a user can click to load their profile, which will, in this case, retrieve their profile image. We can see that initially, the backend is unavailable, however. So let's check out the code. I just want to mention that I do know that reading your own RxJS code can be difficult at times, and reading someone else's RxJS code can be completely dreadful. So I will try to go through it somewhat carefully. So in the template, we can see a button. And this button has a click event handler attached to it. And on click, we will trigger a next notification on our subject called button click. Just a quick reminder on subject. This is straight from the RxJS documentation. A subject is a special type of observable that allows values to be multicasted to many observers. And every subject is an observable as well as an observer. So anyone that wants to subscribe to the stream of button clicks can do so by subscribing to the button click stream here. So we will listen to the button click and then add the pipe method and add a switch map operator to flatten the observable that is returned from the getImage method. The stream will now return the profile image rather than the button click event, and the subscription handler will receive the profile image in the next handler, an error in the error handler, or a complete notification in the complete handler. So again, the backend is unavailable initially. We wait a little bit, click the load button when we see that the backend is back on, wait a couple of seconds, and we see our profile image. But assume that we're not aware of the fact that the backend is unavailable. We click immediately, and then what? The backend comes back on afterwards, but we have already made a request to get our profile image. So let's see what happens. We click, and our profile image could not be found. So we end up in the error handler of the subscriber. That's where the red toaster comes from. But what happens with observable if we reach the error handler? It evaporates, right? It's gone. The button click subscription that we had open is now closed. So it won't react when we click on it. So let's just take a look at the get image method. Timer 1000 will wait 1000 milliseconds or 1 second and then emit an observable, the number 0 to be exact, but it doesn't matter. We then use a switch map to flatten the observable that Angular's HTTP client get method will return. And whenever the HTTP client has emitted the new value, we will map it to a safe URL. But what happens if the HTTP client returns an error? That's right, our first fire. And currently there's nothing that will put out that fire. So what happens next? Exactly. The observable will burn up. The error notification is sent to the subscriber, which shows up as a toast, letting us know that the observable has errored out. So from now on, we will not get any more profile images from this button click observable. So what we need to do now is to learn how to put out fires before they take down the entire observable. So we can catch errors in RxJS with the catch error operator. It has a lot of similarities with the regular catch operator used in JavaScript. So the catch error operator will not interfere until an error is actually thrown. It will receive the error as an input parameter, as well as its source observable that is erroring out, and it returns an observable. And it is common to return a fallback value, but there are alternatives depending on what error handling strategy we want to apply. Side effects may often be performed as well in the catch error function. So some benefits then of catching errors are we can attach any error handling to the observable and make it responsible to deliver a consistent user experience. And we can also prevent an observable from erroring out and allow recovery of the observable. So here we have two subscribers of an observable. An error is thrown, and we perform some error handling in the error handler function. As we can see, they differ slightly. But if we instead let the observable return the fallback value, we will always get an identical fallback value for all subscribers. So if we look at the code, we can now see our new catch error operator. It will return a fallback value that will be passed to the next handler. And we will also call our toaster service to get a toaster appearing on the screen. When the callback function of the catch error operator has been executed, it's important to remember it will replace the old observable with this new observable. And this new observable only emits one value in this case, the fallback value. So after it is emitted, the observable will complete. And it took me forever to realize this, that what we returned from the catch error operator, the callback function, was not just a lonely value that we for some reason had to wrap in an off function. Oh, that's silly. No, it's actually a complete replacement of the entire observable. That's really important to remember. So let's finally check out how we can use the catch error operator to prevent an observable from erroring out. I was rather satisfied with this animation. Just want to let you see it again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, let's keep going. In this example, we'll try to load our profile image again. So let's check out some code. The getImage method initially wraps a base URL as an observable with the use of the auth function. Directly on subscription, we'll add a toaster to the view by executing the callback function of the first tap operator. Afterward, we add a switch map to flatten the observable that will come from the getImageFromURL method that is called after a 3-second timer. There are quite a few RxJS timers in my example. These are really only to mock the effect of making a backend request. So if we remove them, it would look something like this, which is quite a lot easier to read. So we can see that it's not too much funny business going on here. So if we just quickly check the getImageFromURL method, we can see that it's basically just a GET request using Angular's HTTP client with a provided URL. And on next, it will remap the blob to a safe URL. If it succeeds, it will simply ignore the catch error operator. So let's check out the live example. As we see, the backend does not appear to be able to deliver an image, so we replace the API URL with another one and attempt to fetch an image as a fallback image from another endpoint. It appears to work, and we end up with this default profile picture image instead. So let's revisit the code again to see what happens in greater detail. The getImageFromURL threw an error which triggered the first catch error block. We set a new URL variable, we add a toaster, update our API URL, and after a 3-second timer, send away a request for the backup image coming from the new URL. And this time, the GET request from the HTTP client succeeded, and the stream emits the default profile picture image instead. Now, what's throw error? It was never called, but what is it? So throw error is a very useful observable when we want to create an observable that throws an error immediately on subscribe. It will take a factory function as an argument, which is a function that returns an error value. Throw error is an excellent choice together with the catch error operator, since catch error requires the users to return an observable. We use throw error for rethrowing strategies. If we end up at the situation where the fallback image were not found, we might consider rethrowing the error, as there is not much left to do. It will have to be caught somewhere, though, if we want to avoid destroying the button click observable again. And you might also be wondering, what's finalize? Finalize, not very different from finally, is the last word to be said in a completed or errored out observable. Finalize won't have any knowledge of whether or not the stream completed or terminated by throwing an error, so we will only use it if we don't care about that information. It is a great operator to use when handling housekeeping, which in this case is to reset the API URL to the original API URL and add a toaster to the screen, of course. Finalize is quite simple in some sense, but throw error is not, in my opinion. Not at least when I started and looking at error handling and saw it for the first time. So my concern was that why would we ever want to error out an observable intentionally? What is it good for? What's the point? And there are many, just to highlight that. But assume that we want to check the user to make sure that it is allowed to access the profile image. Here, we only check whether or not the username is Markus. If it is, well, then we return true, and otherwise we return false and add a toaster to the screen. So in this case, a user whose username is not Markus attempts to fetch the profile, and they will be faced with an username not valid toaster. So the idea is the following. If we know that the parameters are invalid, why bother connecting the backend if we know that it won't work anyway, right? So let's just return an error immediately. I know that I've been guilty while using ngRx, a state management library in Angular based on Redux, with throwing actions in my component and wrapping the dispatch function in an if statement to only dispatch whether or not the input parameters are valid to prevent from having errors in my stream. This is one way, but consider to use throw errors sometimes and handle your errors in the observables instead. There is a way to recover from observables that has errored out, and that is through the retry operator. The operator can be configured to decide how many number of times it should retry and when it should retry. Retry when used to be the go-to option when we wanted to retry conditionally, but now it's possible to do so with a regular retry operator as well. We can combine retry together with catch error to create some dynamic recoveries, which we will see right now. So we are back at our profile. Now this time, we'll give our backend the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps it was just a hiccup that resulted in an error. So let's consider a retry to see if it returns our profile image on a second attempt. If we check out the code, we can see that it is basically identical with the previous example we demonstrated, with the only difference being that now we have added the retry operator in the pipe of the observable that is returned from the getImageFromURL method. The count option that we provide to the retry operator is the number of times we will retry, and delay either takes a number or a factory function that returns an observable. In this case, we use a factory function that will first add a toaster to the screen, displaying that there is a retry attempting happening, and afterwards, 2 seconds to be exact, we will perform the retry of the errored out HTTP request. So we attempt to fetch the profile image, we fail, but we retry to see if it was a hiccup, and it appears as it was, and we see our profile image again. Let's just quickly revisit that button click subject that we had issues with previously. Mustn't there be a better way to kind of guarantee that my button becomes intact regardless of anyone else's error handling? I believe there is. So let's check out the code. After a button click was triggered and we switched over to the getImage stream, we will guard our button click observable with this new catch error. So we check if the error that is returned is of an HTTP error response type. And if it is, well, then we know that the backend struggled. So let's notify the user what's happened for a toaster. And then let's simply return the original source observable that errored out. This can be reasonable since it has little to do with the fault of the button itself. Sure, if we click on the button again and the backend is down, the same thing will occur. And we might want to address that in some other way, but there's no real need to stop listening to the button click because of this. However, if the error was not of that response type, well, then there might be something completely unrelated to the GET request that went wrong. And if that's the case, we would rather do us a favor by catching the error and replacing it, since we really would miss the benefit of errors. If there was a null pointer exception, for example, there would be no point in trying to restore the button click, since it would error out probably 10 out of 10 times. And there's a chance that this error would have gone unnoticed if we caught it and replaced it without taking it in concern of what actually went wrong. So errors are really a blessing in disguise, and you should treat them as such. It's never fun when they occur in the middle of the night in production, but they really have a point, and they can really help you debug your application. So I will actually replace these fire emojis with some fire truck light emojis, because we are really being responsible here by throwing an error. Then we can reach the error handler and replace the image with an empty safe URL, but also notify the rest of our system, and perhaps a support team by logging the error with our logger service. In this case, we are being proactive and responding to errors in a quite deliberate manner, with the idea of keeping a good user experience, as well as helping ourselves as developers to get notified of unexpected exceptions. So, to summarize this talk, now we know how we can use throw error, catch error, finalize and retry to terminate or recover streams when exceptions and errors occurs. How the absence of error handling can cause a frustrating user experience with applications that don't respond as expected, and how we can use error handling to further leverage our observables in our application and create observables that can support complex program flows. For further reading, you should definitely check out the RxJS documentation. Mike Ryan and Brian Love from Live Love App creates killer workshops on RxJS, including error handling, which I highly recommend anyone to attend. The Angular documentation has some great input as well. And Deborah Kurata's course on RxJS in Angular reactive development on Pluralsight is really fantastic. I watched 10 minutes of content and had to update 7 slides after that. It's quite hard to beat. As a developer, there's nothing better than revisiting old RxJS code and be able to think, this is awful, but I know why. So if you know you got some of that code at home, I encourage you to try to decorate it with some nice error handling, and please reach out if you want to talk more about it. I would love to connect. Special thanks to Jason Warner, Brooke Avery, Rahul Pandey, Alexander Chu, and Lee McKeeman for some excellent feedback while preparing this talk. Special thanks to Addy for creating such an awesome event. And of course, to everyone at home listening. I'm so honored and grateful to be a part of this event. Thank you all so much.
No, thank you, man. I mean, you killed it. You were the first speaker, and I know we're going to have a great event because that energy is going to just like carry through the whole day. So, like I said, this is the international conference. He is like, what's your, I mean, I'm never going to remember your city. Guffun what?
Sorry, yeah, Gothenburg. I'm situated in
Gothenburg. Yeah. Okay, I got it now. Gothenburg. Berg means city in Dutch or German. And then Goffen. Okay, so cool. Gothenburg.
Perfect. Yeah.
Got it, man. So that's awesome. One fire. Yeah. That's one fire we took care of. You know, me and my my pronunciation and everything else, man. This is very cool, man. And you talked about Jason Warner. Jason is gonna join us a little later. He's gonna help me, like, you know, MC this. I mean, I cannot talk for 12 hours or 13. I like to hear myself talking, but not for 12 hours straight. So people are saying, like, you know, some good comments here. You know, Bruni is saying that was great, Marcus. Thanks. Agreed completely about Deborah's course too, and Brooke and Jason. Yeah, awesome people. The Angular community is strong because of its people and like how much givers they are. They just give out of their time. You know, there's we are at different time right now. People are like joining from everywhere. Jordan Powell, who's like giving you props. You know, my man, Super Ship, Zach, who's giving you like, well done, Marcus. So yeah, you killed it. And you know that these guys are talking. They will be talking straight to you. If they did not mean it, they will not say it. So very, very good job, Marcus. I am very glad of what you did here, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Marcus, I'm gonna have you help. Where do we find you, Marcus? So you have like, let me get Zach out of here. Hold on. There you go.
So if you want to, I kind of added. Yeah, you can reach me on Twitter at Markus Ingvarsson without the O, so just SSN. On LinkedIn and the just /Markus Ingvarsson. You will find me. Please connect. Cool. And, I would love to talk about RxJS and Angular and anything related.
And you see, you know, Zach is killing me. He says, like, well done, Marcus. Yes, if it sucked, I would have said so. But you did it, bro. And he means it. Yeah, so, man. I love this guy, man. So, but Marcus, you're going to help me welcome our next speaker, Arun Kumar. Arun, you're hailing from India. Where exactly in India, man?
From Hyderabad.
Hyderabad, India. How far is it from New Delhi, if we want to get situated?
It's around 24 hours by train and 2 hours
24
by flight.
24 hours, you said? You did not say minutes, you said hours.
No, it's by train, actually. By flight,
by train.
Yeah.
Wow. I love trains, man. I took the train from Pittsburgh to New York for and that was a 12-hour ride. That was fun. But 24 hours, man.
Yeah, it's in India. It's pretty common actually.
I got to experience that someday, man.
Yeah.
So cool. We're gonna take Marcus off. Thank you, Marcus. Hang around if you want, as long as you need to.
For sure.
Oh, one thing, since you're a speaker, if you're gonna leave, click on the Leave Studio button for me. All right, don't close your tab. All right, cool. Now we're gonna have Arun Kumar. And Arun, what are you gonna be talking about today?
So I'll be talking about loading images in Angular application including best practices.
All right, cool. Yeah. So let's just if you have your slide, let's get it ready. Yeah. And then take the time to tell people a little more about yourself. And do you are in some meetups there? Like, which meetup do you participate in India? If you don't mind.
No, actually, this is my first tech talk.
That's okay. But there was an event where you talked.
Yeah, actually, I have talked about this same presentation at Angular Nation.
Angular Nation. That's the one I was looking for. That's the one I was looking for. Perfect, man. So I'm just gonna give you the stage. So if you share your slide, I will add them to the stage here. So give me a second here. Are you sharing?
We'll ping you on the screen. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. This is one I'm very excited about, because I think in 14.2 they introduced the ng optimize image and you're gonna that's pretty cool. All right, so you need to share your screen so I can add it to the stage or your presentation. Because I don't see it yet in the studio. There you go. So I'm gonna add this to stream and I'm gonna get out of here. So have a good one and take us home, please.
Hello. I hope you are all doing good. Actually, a little bit about me. I'm Arun Gudelli. I have around 10 years of experience in developing web applications. I previously worked with companies like Tesco, VMware, and Camp System Private Limited. And I regularly write Angular articles at my personal blog called Angular Wiki. You can go through angularjswiki.com. And it has been visited by more than 3 lakhs Angular developers around the world. So let's go back to our presentation. So the agenda is actually how to load images in web application using best practices. Actually, first we'll speak about what are the best practices and little bit of responsive images and CDN and LCP web core web vitals, and how to include those best practices in our Angular applications using ng optimize image directive, which is introduced in 14.2 versions recently. So what are actually image loading best practices? Actually, there are lazy loading of images, priorities of images, and that are critical, and using image CDN, and enforcing some rules and regulations and about how to load our images. So what exactly this lazy loading of images? If you see any web page, actually there might be hundreds of images in a single web page, but on the load we will hardly see 1 or 2 images. Actually, the remaining 98 or 90 images that are non-critical actually. So those are not required to load on the browser load in the initial load, because if you load all those images on initial load, the browser will take up the resources for loading those images actually. So we should lazy load the images that are non-critical. That means below the fold contain images, and also there is non-carousel images. If you see, we will be having carousel of gallery of images. The only first images should be loaded first, and the remaining image will be loaded when we click on something like buttons, actually right button or left button. So those are all called as non-critical images, and those should be lazy loaded actually. Why? Because if you load all those images on the browser load, it will take so many browser resources. And according to some research, actually only 7.8% of web pages use this lazy loading concept in 2021. So this is a simple native lazy loading. We will give directly the image source with the given URL. And how to load images lazily? All we have to do is we have to add attribute loading lazy to the image source tag. So let's see one example. So this is the normal image loading. So if you see it here, I'll let
Arun, real quick, on the lower side of your screen, can you click on the hide button for the sharing?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right,
So
cool.
if you
Thank
see
you.
here, the web page contains so many images actually. On image on the initial load, it is trying to load all these images at a time, but we are seeing only 2 images at a time. So these are all the images. It's not required. The user might be scrolling the website, or he simply leave the website without scrolling the images. But the browser has loaded entire images, and that eat up some browser resources actually. So how to lazy load these images? Now let's get back to this lazy loading. See, all we have to do is we have to add the image tag with loading lazy symbol. So let's see how this will work now. So I'm refreshing the page again. You see here only 4 or 5 images are loaded. Now I'm scrolling it. See, while scrolling it, the image has been lazy loaded. That means, so whenever the image is visible on the web page, then only it will load. So in this way we can save so many browser resources. Browser resources are very critical, right? So that can be useful while executing other JavaScript functions or anything like that. So this is how we will lazy load the images in normal web applications. So come back to prioritization of critical images. So if you see any blog post, we'll be having featured images. So that will immediately show up on the image. And also if you go to any e-commerce websites, the product image will contain. So that is critical image actually, that we should not lazy load that images. So to fastly load that images, we need to add some preload and pre-connect hints to that images. That means this is a critical image, we should load it immediately on the browser load. So, but according to a survey, actually only 12.7% of mobile pages and also 22.1% of mobile pages are using these preload hints. So what exactly that? Examples like featured images and critical above the fold images and LCP content images. These are the example of critical images. So for critical images, what we have to do is we need to add a tag called fetch priority high. That means we are telling the browser that this is a critical image, we have to load it immediately on the browser load. Let's go through the example how it will work. So I have marked with first images as fetch priority high and also fifth images. If you remember, this is a 405 and 4400. So let's go back to stream, see how it will work. I'm loading it. So that means if you see here the 400, I mean 444, 400 and 405 images are loaded quickly. Why? Because we have marked with fetch priority high, and the images are only loaded when we scroll the web page. So that means to load images on priority, we have to add a fetch priority tag in the image tag. So we have seen how to load non-critical images using lazy loading, and also how to load critical images using fetch priority high. So whether it is really useful? Yes, because recently eBay has been using this fetch priority high tag, and they see an improvement of LCP of 150 milliseconds. For e-commerce website, 150 milliseconds is very high actually. It might be increasing their revenues actually. This has been taken from Twitter, that the team posted this thread about how they implemented, and you can quickly go through the eBay website to check that actually how they are loading. See, if you see it here, fetch priority high, and also there is another tag, loading eager. We have to mention 2 tags, but fetch priority high should be fine. Loading eager and fetch priority high. This is critical images actually. So they have added this tag for critical images, that means above the fold images and also product images, and they have seen around 150 milliseconds improvement in this LCP values. So what is LCP? The LCP is nothing but largest contentful point. Actually, I don't want to go deep into this because there are so many articles available in online. So whenever we open a web page, whatever we'll see on the on page load above the folder, that is LCP. That might be an image, that might be a text actually. And there is a guidelines actually. The LCP value should be 2.5 seconds or less. And also responsive images. So according to device size, I mean browser size or device size, we need to load the images accordingly. So basically we can use the source set attribute, so we can give different width images in the source set attribute of the image tag. So based upon the device size, the corresponding width images will be loaded actually. This is the responsive images, and to load these responsive images, it's better to use CDN actually. And nowadays there are so many CDN providers, and they will transform images for us instead of, for example, if you see here, what we have to do is we have to load one high quality images to the CDN, and based upon the different parameters, we can load the corresponding images. For example, if you want to load a less than size, we can pass a parameter to the image URL, or also we can for some CDN URL accept width as parameters. We will see later on actually while giving demo. So we have seen some best practices in normal web pages, right? So this ng optimize image is enforces those best practices in our Angular applications by follow. So this is introduced in 14.2 versions, and this is part of Angular common module. So we have to import it in, and also we can import it in standalone components as it's marked with standalone. So let's go through the instead of source, now we have to give ng source as URL, and we have to provide specific width and height of the images. And we have to configure CDN, and ng optimize supports following CDN providers: Cloudflare, Cloudinary, ImageKit, and IMGIX actually. So there are 4 image CDNs are supported by default. If you have any custom CDN, we have to provide corresponding provider to the ng optimize images. So we'll go through the demo directly. We have to add some pre-connected things. So we'll see. To load images as fetch priority high, that is critical images, we have to mark it with priority tag. This is specific to if you add priority tag to the image tag, the ng optimize image sets fetch priority high and loading eager. And one more thing, when you use this ng source, that means ng optimize directive, the images are loaded lazily by default. All images are loaded by default, lazy loaded, that means. So we will go through the code once. So the first thing we need to do is we need to load ng optimize image from Angular common, and also we need to provide corresponding image CDN. I'm using ImageKit CDN, so I'm loading provide ImageKit loader function from Angular common. And the provider function, we have to give our image CDN URL. So this is my image CDN URL, imagekit.io Arun Delhi. Let's see. This is the initial setup. I'm adding in app.module.cs. Now let's go through our component.cs file. I have around 7 images in my ImageKit URL. I'm giving 1, 2, 3 numbers so that it will be loaded automatically. So see this, what we have to give is ng source URL. That means image. So we have to provide specific width and height. What is the width and height of the images? And also ng source set. This we can provide different sizes. I mean width images. For example, 200 width, 400 width, 600 width, 800 width, 1000 width, and so there are so many. If you based upon device size, we have to provide corresponding device width. And the first images, I'm marking it as priority. That means it's a critical image. We have to load it eagerly. And for the remaining image, I'm just adding ng source and also ng source set. Not more than that, because all images are not visible on the above the fold content, right? So those images will be lazy loaded by default. So let's see it in action actually. So how this will work. I deployed this. So when you quickly inspect this element, So we have the ng source set we have added 200 width, and the our ng image directive loaded corresponding image sizes from the image CDN. See, for example, if you see source set for 200 width, the corresponding URL will be loaded. For 400 width, the corresponding URL will be loaded. So this is the use of CDN. So what I have done is I have uploaded a high quality image to my CDN. So based upon different parameters, I can load different width sizes. For example, this is width is 200 I give actually. For example, if you want to load a width of 600, the corresponding 600 width image will load. So in this way, no need to maintain different size of images in our applications. That responsibility we can give it to CDN, that will take care of it. Based upon the image URL parameters, the corresponding image will load. So we have provided ng source URL and source set and priority high to the first images. The loading eager, if it's priority high, these tags will be added automatically, and also corresponding source set with different size URL will be added automatically. That will be taken care of your ng optimize directive. And for remaining images, there is no fetch priority auto, loading is lazy. That will be added by ng image directive. Now let's go through our demo again. So only 3 images are loaded by default. If I am scrolling it, 5 images, 6 images, 7 images. So whether these really improving our LCP values, let's check actually. I deployed a Vercel app which will load our native image application. So I will quickly check the LCP tests with the Lighthouse. There's the same code actually. I'm not without using ng optimize directive. So the LCP value is 9.4 seconds. That's too much actually. So let's see our application, which is using ng optimize directive. See 68% and the content pull point 3.7 seconds. That means 6 seconds has been reduced by using this ng optimize image directive. So these are the demo links I have provided. And references, there is a good reference about this Angular image directive in the developer Chrome blog. And also I have written a detailed article in my personal blog. I have provided the link here actually. And thanks for this opportunity, and thanks to AD for this scheduling the talk. If you have any questions or ping me. I will be on you can search me on social links using Arun Goodelli. I will be on the same URL will be in Twitter, LinkedIn, and also GitHub. And this is a personal blog which is Angular on Angular framework, AngularJSWiki.com. Yeah, that's
Perfect.
it. If you have any questions, just let me know. Yeah, I will
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect, man. Very good. I mean, that's one of the things that I'm the most excited about in V15. Anybody knows me knows that I just talk and walk performance. That's kind of like the one thing that I'm very, very into in Angular among everything. So very nice presentation there. And if you have a content, an image heavy website, I cannot recommend enough, like, ng optimize and what the Angular team has done. I think the Aurora team too I think it's Aurora, the team that kind of worked on it. Yeah.
Yes,
So
exactly.
very, 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 very good stuff. Karen Newsom, Minko, all the guys there, and girls, of course, and very good presentation by Arun. So we had an interesting question that came, and to understand like the difference between an SPA, a single page application, and a server-side render application. But I'm going to bring up the question. Let's go into the comments, and before that, of course, people are giving you props, and that is very, very well deserved. Markus is like amazed, of course. Awesome talk. Biram is saying like, very great. Super ship. Now our friend Zach, who's the captain today, he says, well done, Aaron Kumar, but not well down. He meant well done. There you go. So just a few props in there. And then there was a question by Nesvat. And Nesvat was asking, NestJS does the same thing without requiring width and height. How? So do you think that you have? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, initially when they introduced MG optimized directive, they have Angular team is such that we have to provide width and height necessarily. But there is so many feedback from the Angular community. Then they have introduced something called fill in the Angular V15. Without requiring that width and height, we can use this ng optimized directive. There is something called that is newly introduced in V15. It is not necessary to give width and height to the image always in the V15 actually. There is something called fill attribute. I'm not sure because I haven't tried it yet. Because these kind of feedback they have received already and they have to taken. And I think something like fill attribute actually. I have to go through it.
Yeah, that's gonna be like interesting to like dig in more to the documentation and find out. And one guess that I'm taking too is that since Next.js is like a server-side rendered thing, they might have the mechanism to calculate, the width and height, and then prevent the CLS, the content layout shift, and that's why the width and height is important. So I'm pretty sure that if we look at the source code, I mean, like the compiled code, we might see that like, they are actually adding the width and height because that's what the browser is going to need to get a good CLS.
Yeah, but if you want to load different size images, we have to provide different size images in the SRC set. Yeah,
in the SRC set. So if we're going to do responsive images. So yeah, cool. So very great, man. You guys have the reference and the resources. All of those slides will be available. And then, like, of course, we're gonna have the recording played in the dedicated YouTube channel. Sometime soon, like before the end of the year. I promise you, all the videos will be there. Thank you so much, Arun. I'm gonna have you help me like welcome our next speaker, Kevin Kreuzer. How do I say it, Kevin? I mean, I thought that I was gonna do it, but I did not. Sorry, man. I even prepared for it. I was like, man,
Yeah, no worries. It's Kreuzer.
Kreuzer. I was close, man.
It's so hard to pronounce. Like, just Kevin is fine. Just Kevin.
Oh, really? All right, man. No problem. So, Arun, thank you, and stay around as long as you can. And then when you leave, just as a speaker, you just click on Leave Studio, okay?
Okay.
All right, Dave. So, Kevin, you are in Zurich too?
No, I'm in the capital of Switzerland, which actually is Bern.
It's Bern?
Yeah. So Switzerland is pretty small, 1 hour away from Zurich.
Okay. Yeah, so Thomas is in Zurich and you are in Bern. Nice.
Yeah, exactly.
What time is it there right now?
1 p.m.
Nice.
So
man, you woke up.
Yeah,
that's a perfect time. And you have the nice setup and everything like that. And you worked on that echo, man. You're the man. I knew that you were going to do it.
Yeah, I hope it's better now. I hope it's better.
Yeah. Is it true that like what you're going to talk about was one of the most requested like feature in the new Angular?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. So that's actually one of my slides. It's
cool.
True. Let's see if you can get more excited about this feature than the one that we just saw. Maybe.
It's gonna be, for me, it's gonna be a hard one because I'm already in love with ng optimized image. But I'm a believer, so I'll let you take it and you're gonna reveal what you're gonna talk about then. There you go. So are you ready for your slides?
Yeah, they should be coming.
That's this one?
Yeah, exactly.
That's you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So then I can start.
All right. And I'm gonna get out of here. You take it away, man.
Okay, cool. So, welcome everybody to my talk about directive composition in Angular. So first of all, a big thank you for Adi for organizing this awesome conf and giving me the opportunity to speak here. And before I dive into the topic, I quickly want to introduce myself. My name is Kevin, as Adi said, Kevin Kreutzer. So he did a pretty good job there because usually English speaker call me Cruiser, but let's just stick with Kevin. That's totally fine. As I said, I'm a freelance front-end engineer from Switzerland. I am also a Google developer expert in Angular and web technologies. And whenever I don't work on the client code base, I love to share my knowledge. So therefore, I maintain a blog post on Medium. I'm also the author, or I maintain a YouTube channel where I talk about Angular and front-end stuff. And I'm also the author of various open source projects, which you can download and find on NPM. I'm also very excited about the latest project that I'm working on, which is AngularExperts.io. So you will see Thomas Troyan, which is a good colleague of mine, who also gives a talk here. And together we kind of built this platform, AngularExperts.io, where we publish workshops, services, or new blog posts. So if you are curious and want to learn new cool Angular stuff, then visit AngularExperts.io. Also, in case if you have any question regarding this talk or just want to chat about front-end stuff, feel free to reach out to me. You can find all my personal info and contact data on imkevin.ch. Also the links to my Medium blog, YouTube channel, and to some of my open source projects. So, but enough of me. Let's go to the more interesting stuff, which is Angular 15. So by now you should already know that we recently got a fresh release of Angular, which is Angular 15. So we got it by the end of November. And whenever we get those new Angular those new Angular releases, we get a bunch of great features. And it's the same for V15. So V15 contains tons of bug fixes and new features. And I made a list of my favorite features. So one of the favorite features is stable standalone APIs. So in V14, we already got standalone APIs, but they were development preview. Now in V15, they are finally stable and we can start using them for production. So that's pretty cool. Also, in previous version, we already got some of Angular's core as standalone. So ng4 or ngIf, we could already use them as standalone, which should optimize the bundle slightly. And now we also can use the HTTP client standalone by using the provide HTTP client method. Another highlight, of course, was the talk that we've just seen previously, which are image directives. But for me, I'm often writing UI component libraries. So whenever I work for my clients, I'm mainly writing UI component libraries, so something similar to Angular Material. And therefore, for me, my personal highlight is Directive Composition API. And that's also why I chose this talk. And as Adi already spoiled us a bit, Directive Composition API, I'm not the only one that is so excited about this feature. It's actually the whole community that is really, really excited about Directive Composition API. Because Directive Composition API originates from one of the most popular Angular issues of all time. So that's pretty cool. It's also I also want to take this as a chance to say thank you to the Angular team, because it's pretty cool that the Angular team listens to the community and then also provides features that the community really wants. I know that this is not always possible because they also have like their roadmap and need to prioritize things, and there are a lot of things that the community wants. But it's pretty cool that we as a community have a say in the direction of Angular. So the issue that I was talking about is this issue. And if you check the title of the issue, it's actually a very nice summary of the Directive Composition API and of its capabilities. So it's basically a proposal to have the ability to add directives to host elements in component declarations. So that's actually the summary of the whole Directive Composition API. Of course, I will not finish now and say like, that's it. So I thought of a small example that will show you in detail how Directive Composition API works and how we can use it. So I created a small application, which I call a digital pinboard. So it's just a small pinboard where you can hang on a bunch of pins. Of course, we have a board and a bunch of pins. Now, a demo code for such an application could look something like this. So we would have an HTML and we have a pinboard component. And into this pinboard component, we project a bunch of pins. We just simply use ngFor to loop over those pins and then also use an image input to display the image of the pin. In our TypeScript code, this would just be, we would just declare an array of pins, which is just a string array. And this is basically the image name. So pretty straightforward and nothing special so far. So probably at this point, you are pretty excited about the World Cup. It's Friday, you want to finish, you want to go and watch the next game. And then your manager approaches and says, yeah, okay, hold on, because your pinboard looks great, but we need some additional features. So the pinboard looks nice, but each pin should have the possibility to be initially rotated. Furthermore, each pin should be draggable, and we also want to display a nice tooltip on hover. So our PO requests us has a request for 3 more features. So the first feature would be an initial rotation of the pin, then a draggable pin so that we can drag and drop the pins on the pinboard, and also a tooltip. So how do we implement those features? Let's think about it. So the first thing that comes to mind is that we just go ahead and implement all of those features right into the pin component. So we can implement the draggable, tooltip, and the rotate directive inside our pin component. That would work, but it has a couple of downsides. Imagine if we now do like another feature another component that also wants to display a tooltip. I think in that case, it would be better to extract this logic into something reusable. So what we could do is we could go ahead and add fresh directives. So we could add a tooltip directive, a rotate directive, and a draggable directive. And all of those directives take care of the functionality and can be reused in our application. So we extract basically the logic and offer some sort of composition. And there's a third option, which is maybe in our repository, this functionality already exists. So maybe we already have some directives, some tooltip directives, or some draggable directives, or a rotate directive. And as you can imagine, for this talk, because I don't want to watch you how I implement all those directives. So therefore, we already have a rotate directive, we already have a draggable directive, and we already have a tooltip directive. So cool. So this should be pretty easy to achieve. We have all the directives in place. So what we can do is we can basically extend the definition in our TypeScript code. So we have our pins array, which previously was just a string array, but now we refactor it into an array of objects. And each object has a rotate attribute. So that's basically the input that we need for the rotate directive, a tooltip attribute. So that's the input we need for the tooltip directive, and then still an image name. So that was previously the string value. Once we refactor this, we also have to adjust our HTML. So now our HTML looks a bit more complex, but it's still pretty straightforward. So again, we have the pinboard, and we project a bunch of pins. Now on the pins, we still loop with ngFor, but we now apply our directive. So we first apply a draggable directive. And whenever we apply the draggable directive, we also pass a drag zone as input property, because we only want our pins to be draggable within the pinboard and not outside. We get a hold of the drag zone by using a template ref. Then we also have 2 output bindings, drag start and drag end. And we use those output bindings to then display a text. So basically, if you drag a pin, we show dragging, and otherwise we just say drag a pin to update its position. And we also apply the rotate and the tooltip directive. Those are a bit special because they directly require an input. So we apply them and pass the rotate input or the tooltip input to them. So that's cool. So now we have all the features that are required by our product owner. So basically, we are done. But there is some room for improvement. And with the current situation, it's kind of cool because we have maximum flexibility. So whenever you use the pin component, you can use it with draggable pins. You can use it with pins that have tooltip, or you can use it pins that are only rotated and cannot be dragged and don't have a tooltip. So it's basically up to you as a developer to compose those features. So that is on one side, it's pretty cool. On the other side, it would be cool if we could provide this all out of the box. Because now the consumer of the pin component, so you as a developer, you are responsible for applying the correct directives. And that means that you basically need to apply those directives every time you want to use the pin component with this set of features. So if you forget to apply those directives, the pin component will not behave in the same way. So this can be cool. It depends on use case. For some use cases, this can be very nice. For some, yeah, maybe you want to have a different behavior because you want to deliver all those features right out of the box. So wouldn't it be cool if we could add the directive features directly to our pin component? Well, actually, yeah, that would be kind of cool because that's what we want here. So let's think about how we can achieve this. And the first thing that probably comes to mind is inheritance. So what we can do is we can take our pin component and extend the draggable directive. Okay, that looks nice, and it has the benefit that we inherit all the Angular features. So we would get host bindings, host listeners, inputs, outputs, all this stuff we get. It also works great with template type checking, so seems to be pretty cool. But here we have like some downsides. And one of the downsides is that the public API can leak into derived classes. So whenever we extend the draggable directive, everything that is public API on the draggable directive automatically becomes public API on the pin component. And maybe we don't want that. Maybe we want to have only a couple of inputs available for the pin component because we have a special use case or something. So the draggable directive is very generic, but maybe we would need to kind of limit it for the pin component. And there's currently no way of doing this. And with that, we could probably still live, but there is like a real, a bigger issue here. And the bigger issue is that we can only extend one class. So what about the rotate and the tooltip features? Like, how do we get them? This is not really possible with inheritance. And that's exactly where host directives come in. So with host directives, or with directive composition API, we can basically we can extend the behavior of multiple directives. So extend is maybe not the right keyword, but we can basically get the same behavior, the behavior of multiple directives. And to use host directives or directive composition API, we first have to understand how the API looks. So directive composition API introduces a host directives property on the decorators of a component and the decorators of a directive. And the API looks in the following way. So we can use the host directives property and we can pass in a directive directly, or we can pass in a configuration object which accepts a directive, inputs and outputs. So you're probably curious what this means and what the difference is. And to show you that, we now want to try out how we can basically move from the code that we've just seen. So from the pin, we have the pin board with the pins and all the directives applied. So how can we move to host directives? And what kind of hurdles do we encounter on the way? So let me quickly share my IDE. And you can see the code that we've already seen on the slides. We also have a running application where we see the pins that are rotated. Also, when we hover pins, we see that the tooltip appears and we can drag the pins. Whenever we drag a pin, we see here on the bottom a dragging, and when we drop it, we see another text, drag a pin to update its position. So we have a nice running application. Now, let's try to use Directive Composition API. To do so, we have to open up the pin component. And then we go to the component decorator, and now we can use host directives, which is a property now available since Angular 15. And what we can do here is basically we can use the rotate directive, the tooltip directive, and also the draggable directive. Good. So that's it, basically. So we successfully applied some host directives. Let's see it in action. So we get a bunch of compilation error. And this is the first thing that is important to notice whenever you want to use Directive Composition API, is that you can only use Directive Composition API or host directives when you have standalone directives. So the Angular error we get here is pretty nice because it tells us host directive, rotate directive must be standalone. So, okay, that's the first limitation when you want to use this API. So let's quickly go ahead and convert all of them into standalone. So again, we go to the component decorator and we add standalone true. Then we do the same for the tooltip directive. So we add standalone true. And we do the same for the draggable directive, of course. And standalone true. Once we converted them into standalone components, we also have to update our add module. Because, of course, we cannot no longer declare them, but we can import them since they are now standalone. Now, this should fix our app, and it successfully compiles again. Cool. But if you paid close attention, you maybe noticed that something is broken now. So our pins are no longer rotated. The pins appear straight. So probably the tooltip is also broken, right? Yeah, kinda. So we hover, we get a tooltip, but we don't get a tooltip text. And as you might guess, the drag and drop behavior is also gone. Also, the text is no longer updating. So why is that? And that's the second thing that you need to be aware when you work with host directives. So it seems like a bug initially, but it's actually a pretty nice feature of host directives. Because by default, all the inputs and outputs are hidden. So this gives us the control to control our public API. And that's very nice. So let's go ahead to our pin component. And now we want to take advantage of the object configuration. So instead of just passing in the rotate directive, we will now use an object with directive, which is the rotate directive. And if you remember, there was an inputs property. And this inputs property allows us to say which inputs of the rotate directive we want to make publicly available. So we can control the public API here. So now we can say, okay, for the rotate directive, we want to make the rotate attribute publicly available. So let's quickly leave the tooltip and the draggable for the moment, and let's see if that works. Now we see that the pins are again rotated. So let's quickly go ahead. And of course, we will do the same for the tooltip. So we add a public tooltip, and we do the same also for the draggable directive. And there we had an input named dragZone. So let's get maybe only here, something like this. So we now have a nice API. So we have a rotate directive on our pin component, and we want to make the rotate property publicly available, a tooltip directive, and the tooltip property is available, and the same for draggable directive. So now, again, we get a tooltip. We can drag and drop the pins. So there is one last thing missing, and that's basically the output. So we don't get, the outputs are not updated. And as you might guess, it's the same consistent behavior as well for outputs. So outputs are also hidden by default, And now we expose drag start and drag end as public API. Also, nice GitHub Copilot auto-completion. That's very helpful. So now when we drag, we see that our text is nicely updated again. So that's pretty awesome, I would say. So this is a very, very nice feature. Now there is one last thing that I want to show you for host directives. And that's basically, I am a big fan of clean code. So writing like maybe sometimes too much, but let's quickly check out our app component. Now in the app component, we read through, we have a pinboard, pin, rotate, tooltip, kind of makes sense. And then we have drag zone, drag start, drag end. So maybe for me, it would be cooler to speak here instead of drag zone, to speak of pinboard maybe. Then I know what to pass in, because otherwise I'm not sure what I actually have to pass. Like, it's not bad, but it would be cool. Also, those output events would be cool to have a different name. So Directive Composition API allows us to alias those things. So let's check the draggable directive. Now we have drag zone, and we can say we want to alias it to pinboard. And this alias syntax is basically the same that we already know when we destructure arrays. So we can also do the same for drag start. So we can say pin grabbed, and drag end, we just say pin dropped. Now in our app component, of course, we have to adjust. So instead of drag zone, we now use pinboard. And then here we say pin grabbed and pin dropped. I think dropped it was, yeah. And you notice that the ID, at least I'm using WebStorm, and currently it says that he underlines it red, but this is actually valid code. So also it compiles, and we can see that now everything works. So we can drag them, we can drop them, the texts are updated, the events are correctly fired. So this aliasing is a pretty cool approach to make it like more specific to your context. So currently we used it for our own directives, but of course you are not limited. You can also use Directive Composition API to apply third-party directives. So let's look at this example where we implement a myButton directive, which is an attribute selector on buttons. And we want to use a tooltip as well. So we can import mud tooltip, and we can then also alias the mud inputs, because of course when they come from material, they are prefixed with mud, but probably you don't want to prefix everything in your application with mud. Or maybe you even have like some convention that you prefix your stuff with your company prefix or something. So you can do that with aliasing. And also you can then apply multiple of those directives. So let's quickly summarize what we've learned here. Directive composition has a bunch of advantages and I think it's a pretty cool feature. I hope that you now see like the advantages of it. So one of the cool things is we can apply as many directives as we want. So there are no limitations. It can be either our own directives or it can be third-party directives. Then the next cool thing, and this is something that I really, really like, is that we get full control over the public API. So we can basically say what we want to make available for our component and what we want to hide. So by default, all inputs and outputs are hidden. That is something that you just have to keep in mind when you start to work with this API. It also works great with template type checking, and all the Angular features work, so such as host binding, injection tokens, and so on. Another cool thing that I haven't used yet, but you can basically chain those directives. So you can have a directive or multiple directives, and then use host directives on one of those directives, and then use this directive again in another host directive. So you can chain those things together. And another cool thing is the thing that we just saw when we renamed the drag zone to pinboard, is that inputs and outputs can be aliased to better fit to the applied context. There are also a bunch of limitations or just things to be aware when you start working with this API, is that you can only use it when you use standalone directives. So that's one thing to be aware. But I think like the Angular error is so precise that even if you forget this, you will be reminded very quickly. This is another thing that we haven't seen now in the example, but whenever you start to use host directives, you can only use one directive once. So this is probably not, it's very easy to avoid, but it could be a bit more tricky once you start to chain directives. So if you have those chains, a directive also has to be unique within a chain. And last but not least, a component cannot be used as host directives. That's another last limitation. So if you like this blog, this talk, then I would also recommend you again to check out our AngularExperts.io website, because there I basically have written a blog that is almost the same that I just showed you, just in a written version of it. So maybe you want to go again and just check out and go at your own pace and read it through, or maybe you just prefer a written version, then feel free to check out this blog there on AngularExperts.io. So that's everything from my side. Yeah, again, big thank you to Adi for organizing this whole conference. Also, let's stay in touch. I'm best reachable on Twitter. So if you want to follow me and reach out to me, feel free. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you, man. You knocked it out of the park. I'm still gonna stay with NG Optimizer, but I'm gonna make this one my second best feature.
Sad.
Don't be sad though, man. You did an awesome job. I'm just hard to convince. I mean, but man, when I first heard the thing, I was like, why everybody's excited about this? You know, what is it about? But I see now why we should be very, very excited about it. And I like, you know, the cleanliness of the underlying template. But before we go, Kevin, show everybody your keyboard, man. That thing is from like outer space, man.
Yeah, I was initially afraid to do the live coding with this keyboard, because I don't have it so long, and I use Vim with this keyboard.
Yeah.
So the keyboard is basically the moon lander, and it has like two parts. So you feel really like you are sitting in a spaceship, and it's very weird. It also has like the linear layout, so the keys are lined directly underneath. So yeah, it's very, very hard to get started with it, but once you have it, it's super cool. But then you kind of unlearn to work on a normal keyboard. That's yeah. But it's
no, it's super cool, man. It is super cool. I mean, that split right there, man. Yeah. Once you are on, and then like I saw you posting about your workspace and everything, looking very, very neat, man. And for people who don't know it, he's very humble. Kevin is mentoring me into the GDE program, so go to AngularExpert.io. Him and Thomas are doing an awesome job being very detailed about everything. They just not like kind of explain it, but they just go in detail. And I like that they have some use cases, because it's just not because it's shiny, but they tie it to a use case, you know. So I cannot recommend enough AngularExpert.io, and that's very objective. That's one of the best content of Angular you're gonna find out there. So Kevin, like, thank you so much. I don't know if we have a quick 5-minute break here, because the next talk is with Dmytro Mezhensky from Decoded Frontend. And for time zone difference, we had to pre-record his call, his talk. So I'll play it in a second here. But if I look at our schedule, how are we doing right now? So his one is scheduled for 7:35. That means we have 10 minutes to like with Kevin, or at least 5 minutes with him, and we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. So anything right now, I mean, how easy is it for you? Are your projects updated to V15 right now? Mostly right now, or not yet?
So basically, private projects, I try to kind of keep up to date, but in my company, for example, we also have to respect a bit. So because I don't write spas most of the time, I write libraries that are used by 80, 90 projects. So I kind of have to be careful when I cannot just always update, because sometimes stuff breaks, and we don't really have this kind of, we don't really have the possibility to do breaking changes. So we try to keep we have this company set up that we try to keep everybody on the latest version. So kind of like a monorepo approach, but it's not really a monorepo. So yeah, I have to be careful there a bit and first evaluate if something breaks or not. But yeah, for personal stuff, I try to upgrade as soon as I can.
Okay. And for client stuff, like how has been like your experience in general when you update it? Because it seems like the Angular team is doing a very good job at at making non-breaking changes, but sometimes some of them are tougher than others. What is your take in this rhythm of like having to update every 6 months? Do you like it? Are you okay with it? What's your take on it?
I think it's pretty cool. I like it, but it only. So what I've seen in bigger enterprises is the problem that not everybody is like on the latest range always. So basically, not everybody's on Angular 14. So once you start to have bigger organizations, then you maybe have like projects that are still on 12, are on 13, and then some are on 15, and then you have to support the range of like multiple versions, and then it's basically complicated. Then stuff can break because Angular is always backwards compatible, like one version. And I think it would work great if everybody's always on the latest, but of course, like there are features to deliver, bugs to fix, and not everybody can be always on the latest.
Good, man. All right, so I'm not going to keep you any longer. I'm just going to give people a 5-minute break. We're going to be back here at 7:35 a.m. Eastern time, which is like, New York time. So wherever you are, just take a quick coffee, a quick run to the bathroom, but you don't want to miss the next talk by Dmytro Mezhensky, who's going to talk to us about Angular forms and what's happening under the hood of the Angular forms. Kevin, I love you, man. So no need to say more there. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything you're doing for the community, with your blog, with and then mentoring people and like helping everybody. So thank you once again on behalf of me and the entire Angular community. All right, man. Talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
So let's see here. All right. So we're going to just go for a break, and you're going to see the Angular banner, the TinyConf banner for about, 5 minutes. We're going to be back at 7:35 Eastern. Thank you, everybody. See you in about 5 minutes. And we are back. Hello. I am so happy and so psyched to be here in presence of one of my favorite YouTubers of all time. Yes, I said it. He's doing some amazing work with Angular on YouTube, the Decoded Front-End channel, the one and only Dimitro. And since I got your first name, I'm not going to butcher your last name. How do you say your last name?
Mezhensky.
Mezhensky, Dimitro Mezhensky.
Exactly.
Nice. So Dimitro is originally from a small village in Ukraine, but he currently lives in Vienna, Austria, like a very historic place that I want to visit sometime soon. And he has been in web development since 2012. And as you might have guessed, he specialized in the front end. He has this YouTube channel, Decoded Frontend, and creates like a lot of video courses about Angular. But in his spare time, he does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That's a very cool discipline, martial art. And then he says that he's a modest blue belt. That just means like, don't mess with him, okay? So he might be looking nice and all, but that just means don't mess with me. I mean, I used to do a capoeira a lot, and we would train with like the Jiu-Jitsu, and it was always fun. So welcome, Dimitro. I'm so excited to have you here.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting. Thanks for having me.
Oh, of course. And then today we're going to be talking about going under the hood with Angular forms. I'm going to have to be honest, though. Forms are not my forte or something that I really enjoy doing. But as a developer, whenever we say we don't like something, it means that we don't understand it. But having you here, I'm sure like that sentiment is going to change at the end of this talk. So let us know maybe a little more about yourself first, and then let's talk about Angular forms.
Yeah, sure. First of all, thank you one more time for invite. Yeah, as Eddie said, my name is Dmitro. I'm the author of Decoded Frontend channel. I also do some trainings regarding Angular. I do my video courses. If you want to, you can check it out later. Indeed, I live in Vienna and do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Yeah, I enjoy Angular. I have been working with this framework since actually Angular 2 alpha or beta versions. I don't remember exactly. And and I would be happy to bring some knowledges regarding how the Angular forms work under the hood. So once you understand this magic behind it, I think you Eddie will like Angular forms more.
All right, so I'm looking forward to it. And without further ado, guys, I'm going to let you with Dimitri. You are in good hands. So Dimitri, take it away.
All right, so let's get started immediately and try to figure out what is going on under the hood of Angular forms, right? And there are some questions we trying to find answers to in the following 30 minutes or so. And the first question is like, what happens when we import the form module. And today I will be talking about template-driven forms, but once you get the idea, you will be able to understand what is going on also under the hood of reactive forms, because they have a lot of in common actually. This is the first question what we will cover, what is going on when we import the forms module. And the second question is how control statuses are being resolved. By the control statuses, I mean, this valid, invalid status, or if the form control is touched or untouched, dirty, and etc., etc. And the third question is how the data is being synchronized between the model, means the instance of the form control class, and their corresponding native controls like text input, select, radio button, etc. Let's have a look at this short video. Currently, you can see that there is a simple HTML5 form that has no Angular form features applied. It's just a pure HTML5 form. And when I click the submit button, the page is reloaded, which is actually the default behavior of the HTML5 form. But what will happen when we import the forms module into the corresponding feature module or component? Well, in this case, if you try to submit the button, the form, you can see that the behavior has changed and the page is not being related anymore. So what kind of magic happened once we imported this forms module? And this is the very first question we will try to figure out. And for that, let's try to investigate a little bit the form tag element, and we will do it by using special utility functions that belong to the global ng object that is available if you run the Angular application in development mode. And we can see that there are already 3 directives resides. So you can see the ng no validate, ng control status group, and ng form directives. But how they were applied, right? Because if we have a look at the form template, you can see that we didn't do that explicitly in our component template. So yeah, well, what's going on at all? And this is the thing that especially beginners in Angular forget about, or some of the beginners even don't know that fact that the selector for the directive is not necessarily should be an attribute of some element. Yeah, it might be, actually, it might be some CSS class, or it can be some tag name. And this is exactly the case in our scenario, because if we have a look at the source code of those 3 directives we saw 1 minute ago, you will see that those are just regular Angular directives. They have just an appropriate selector that makes a form tag element as a valid selector for them. So let's currently have a look at all those 3 directives and learn their responsibilities. So the first one is the ng form directive. This directive creates a form group instance that represents the entire form, and it adds or removes form controls and child form groups from this root form group. Additionally, it also handles events like submit and form reset. And this is, by the way, the the reason why on submit event, when we submit the form, the page stopped to be reloaded, because inside the onSubmit handler, Angular prevents the default behavior, and it does it by returning just false from this handler function, and it prevents the page reloading. But I will not be stopping on the implementation details, all right? Because we don't have so much time for that. That's why let's move forward, and let's have a look at the next directive called ngNoValidate. And this directive is a very simple one. It is just adds a noValidate attribute to the element where this directive is attached. And in such a way, it disables the native validation of the browser, because once we use Angular Forms, we suppose that Angular Forms will care about validation and other stuff, right? And this is, you can see currently, this is the whole source code of this directive. It is extremely straightforward. And the third one, it is ngControl status group directive. And this directive is responsible for tracking statuses of the form, like if the form was touched, if the form is valid, invalid, and etc., etc. And as you can see, all those three directives, they have a common selector that makes the form element a valid selector. Also, you can notice that not pseudo selectors being used, which actually excludes the form element that has this attribute, which means that if for whatever reason you want to make some form indivisible for Angular, you want that Angular ignores some certain form, you just add this ngNoForm attribute to the form element, and these form directives will not be applied to the form with this attribute. So I hope it is clear. So now we know. Yeah, so quick recap. Now we know that the form element is not alone, and it actually has some friends, yeah, namely three directives that were magically applied once we imported the forms module. So since we know how it is done, yeah, the magic isn't a magic anymore. So yeah, but what about the ng model directive? What happens when we apply ng model to some native control like input and implement those all two-way data binding stuff, like you can see on the screenshot? So for that, let's investigate one more time the input that has ng model applied. Likewise, we did with the form element. So I'm going to use again this get directives utility function. And yeah, you can see that there are three directives, again, reside on this element: the default value accessor, ngControl, what's going on? Yeah, ngControl status, and ngModel itself. So kind of similar story like with form element, right? But slightly different directives. And yeah, now let's have a look at all those three directives and learn what their responsibilities is. And yeah, so the first one, it's ngModel itself. It is very familiar to you all, I think, and it is very familiar to you all directive. And basically, this directive is responsible for the following thing. It creates a form control instance as you can see on the line, on the very last line on the screenshot, and it adds or remove this form control instance to the parent form group. And also, in addition, it implements obviously two-way data binding. So basically happens those main two things. Actually does probably a bit more stuff, but yeah, we focus only on the things that matters at this time. So then we have the next directive called ngControl status directive, and it is responsible for applying corresponding CSS classes like ngValid, ngDirty, and etc. It is very similar to what you have seen on the previous slide with the previous directive, but before it was the ngControl group status that was tracking the group of controls. Yeah, and this directive tracks the statuses for for some certain control. And the last one is the default value accessor directive, and this directive it is a directive which implements the control value accessor interface and knows how to update the value of the control, or how to enable or disable the native control, for instance, some text input. And again, all of them, they have ng model attribute selector, as well as the last directive. It has just two long, selectors, so it was cut. But trust me, this ng model attribute selector is there. So yeah, this is the reason why all those three directives were applied to the node where the ng model directive resides. And yeah, about default value accessor, we will talk a little bit later. But for now, let's learn how those directives are, let's say, working with each other. Yeah, what their relationships and so on. So when we initialize a component that contains the form that is managed by Angular, we have the following flow. The ngForm directive instance is being created, right? And then immediately at constructor time, this directive creates an instance of form group class that you most probably know from reactive forms. When you work with reactive forms, you do it in your class component by hands, but when you use template-driven forms, this form group is created by the dedicated directive, like ngForm. Then, basically, at that time, the ngModel directive is being instantiated, and immediately via dependency injection, the ngModel directive injects the parent group, and in our case, it will be the instance of ngForm. And again, at that time, it is still the constructor time. It creates also the instance of the form control class. And after that, lifecycle hooks are executed, right? And the first lifecycle hook that goes after the constructor, it is ng on changes, right? And exactly there, ngModel calls the parent form, the method from parent form, which is called add control, and it provides itself means the instance of the ngModel directive. It provides itself as an argument for that method. And already inside this method happens a bit more interesting stuff, because there happens the registration of form control in the container, where the container is basically our form group created by the ngForm, right? And the registration happens by using the ngModel directive name as a key value, and the control instance that is created by ngModel, it becomes the value for this key. Yeah, so that's why it is necessary to provide the name property for the ngModel if you use the ngModel within the form tag, because the name is being used as a key inside the form group. And then after successful registration of the form control, we have to set up the registered control by calling the setup control function right here, which does, from my point of view, one of the most interesting things. This is basically the place where the model, its form control class instance, meets the value accessor. And this is the place where they are kind of linking together, and in such a way happens the state synchronization between the model and the native form control, and we will see it in a minute. So how does it happen? Now let's get back to this simple schema. And the thing is that besides injecting the parent form, ngModel also injects value accessor, also via dependency injection. And in our case, it is represented as an instance of the default value accessor directive, because my ngModel is attached to the text input, and how to work with text input knows exactly this built-in default value accessor directive. Yeah, there are a lot of different variations of value accessors. I would say it is actually infinite number, because besides the native controls like input, select, and radio buttons that have actually separate value accessors implemented specifically for those native elements. But the thing is that the form control can be basically any component. So for some specific component, you have to implement some specific value accessor. So that's why you can have myriad of variations of control value accessor. But what is the role of value accessor? Well, it knows how to work with some concrete native element. It works by using a set of methods that must be implemented in order to make it work, and in order to make it properly work and synchronize states. Yeah, there are 3 required methods and 1 optional, like set disable state. So for instance, if the model value changes, when value changes on the model side, then the write value method of the control value accessor is called, and inside the write value method should happen the logic that knows how to update the DOM element in order to reflect that new value from the form model instance should be reflected on the view side. Yeah, so if there are changes, it has to be synchronized with the view. And this is what does this write value method. But besides that, value accessor knows how to synchronize other states like disabled or enabled state, or value synchronization that happens other way around from the view to the model, because the user can type a new value into the input, changing the actual value on the view side. So this new value has to be also synchronized with the corresponding form model. Yeah, so this should be synchronized in both directions. So this is like, if to explain the value accessor in short. Actually, it's a very big topic and needs a bit more time to explain all those stuff. But yeah, the main thing what I wanted to highlight here on this slide is that ngModel injects via dependency injection the value accessor and stores it in some corresponding class property like value accessor. So when we call this setup control function, basically we provide the form control instance and the value accessor. That is part of the directive instance. Yeah, so they both are available inside this function. Then inside the setup control function happens actually linking of those two together. So first of all, there happens synchronization of the model value with the view, and you can see that the right value method of value accessor is called, and they're provided the value from the form control model. And as you already know, the right value knows how to update the value, how to update the view with this new value. So you can see it happens just by updating the property value to the new value for this native element. A similar story happens also for disabled state synchronization. So immediately Angular checks if the control model is disabled. Then the setDisabled state method is called for the value accessor, and here again the value accessor knows how to update this thing by updating a corresponding property of the HTML element. And then we have a set of functions that are kind of listeners, but they're not like native JavaScript listeners, like click listener or mouse enter listener. Those functions, they kind of register some callbacks that are being executed when the state of the form control changes at some point of time, because the value might change in the future. The form control might be touched by user, or the native control might be touched in the future, and this state should be reflected on the corresponding model. So those things should be synchronized at some point in time. And to get understanding of how it is happening, let's have a look at only one of these listeners. And namely, I would like to demonstrate the setup view change pipeline function, which is responsible for the value synchronization from the view to the model, so other way around. And because a user, this is because a user can type new value, it has to be reflected on the model. So the setup view change pipeline function does a pretty simple thing, actually. It calls the value accessor's method called registerOnChange. And as an argument, it provides a callback function that actually uses such a thing in JavaScript called closure, and it captures a corresponding control model instance in the body of this callback. And what does this callback function? It just updates the value of the control with the new value that comes as an argument for that function. And it also marks the control as a dirty, obviously, because we changed the value, and mark it also as changed. At this point in time, it is kind of pending. You can see it has prefix pending, all those three properties. But once you call the update control function, the pending values become the real values. So pretty simple, I think, I hope. And by the way, and then exactly this callback is provided inside the value accessor for the registerOnChange function. And then you usually capture it into some class property and call this function when the value is supposed to be changed. For instance, when the input event is fired or change event is fired, stuff like that. And if you have already tried to create a custom form control, you should definitely remember this code, because it is very common. But now you know what exactly which exactly magic function it is and how it actually works. Because yeah, I remember that like a couple of years ago, I didn't wonder what this function was and what it does. I was like, just okay, I should call this function when I have to update the model. Okay, then let's just do stuff. Then what I wanted to say. Yeah, this is definitely needs to be.
No worries, man. Just like the Angular form, you are never alone. Take your time. Say what you need to say. There you go.
So,
if you want, you can start like 2 years ago. You can start it back from there. You know.
Probably because I already forgot the whole my what I exactly wanted to say about that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
5 seconds and I will start.
No problem.
Because I remember like a couple of years ago, I didn't even wonder what this function does and what this function was. I was like, okay, I should just call this function when I have to update my model. And yeah, okay, let's just do the stuff. Let's call it. And I didn't care what is hidden inside. But now we know a little bit more, and I think it is cool. And you know, the rest of the listeners, they work very similar way. They also register some callback functions that that needs to be called at some point in time when some certain state needs to be synchronized. Okay, but yeah, I hope it was pretty much clear. And now let's move forward to the last question. And yeah, here we will talk about how Angular resolves form control CSS classes for form control statuses, which you all know if you have ever worked with Angular forms. Those CSS classes like ngValid, ngDirty, etc., etc. So for that, responsible one directive called ngControlStatus. And it is a pretty simple directive. It injects the ngControl, and ngControl can be here resolved in one of these 3 directives. So it can be either a form control name instance, ng model directive instance, or it can be the instance of the form control directive. So those 3 directives, they extend ngControl class, and depending on where resides this ngControl status directive, there will be resolved a corresponding ngControl. In my example, I use template form. So inside the ngControl, there will be resolved the instance of the ng model directive, and the instance of the ng model directive, it owns the instance of the form control model instance. Yeah, this is important to remember. So what happens then? As you can see, ngControl status directive extends the abstract control status class that has some set of getters like you know, this is valid, is invalid, etc. And what it does there, it just reads the corresponding status from the ngControl, or better to say, from the instance of the form control that is captured inside the control property of the ng model, right? And it just returns a value, some true or false, yeah. And then based on the value that is returned from those getters, this directive already adds or removes the corresponding CSS classes from the host element where this directive resides. And yeah, it happens like that. And this is the same, not like the result of this notation will be the same as if you used the host binding decorator. Yeah, it's just an alternative notation that is being used in the source code of this directive, but in fact it just adds or removes the corresponding class, depends on the value from the getter. And that's it. Yeah, I hope I could somehow explain what is going on under the hood. Now you have better understanding what the processes are happening there, and I hope I didn't make you even more confused than before regarding those stuff, because it's a really complex thing. And
I mean, no, you did
into some small time frame.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's and I want like the audience to understand what we love about Dimitro is like he goes and gets you this information that is not so obvious, and then he packs it into this time. I mean, he could probably go for a little longer, but we have to appreciate the effort there. And then understanding that there's no magic at the end of the day, the Angular framework has some very cool code and a nice abstraction layer that allows us to play nice with this thing. And respect to the Angular team, but respect to Dimitro for even making that shine even better by showing us all the little details in there, because a form is so complicated. Whenever you have user interaction, is it valid? Is it invalid? Is it too long? Is it there's so many things, for each field, and then for the form state. So yeah, thank you so much. I mean, I think I'm gonna like it a little more now than you have at least put this explanation. But yeah, it's a labor of love when you're going with forms, and some people enjoy it a lot. I have some friends that just are doing forms all day and they can talk about it, and some people whenever they have to. But thank you so much, Dimitro. I mean, I was saying it at the top of our conversation, you have one of the most exciting Angular YouTube channel in there, and creating content in Angular is very, very, very hard. And I really thank you for taking the time and then being consistent with this. Where can people find you online, and how often do you publish on your channel too?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot, Eddie, for inviting and having me, and thank you all guys for your attention. And I wish you all the best.
All right. So he's so humble. He doesn't even tell you where to find him. So you can find him at Decoded Frontend. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Where they can find you.
Yeah, actually, I have on the slides, on each slide. I thought that people.
Okay, I mean, people don't read nowadays, so just tell them.
I thought that you should not repeat myself, but okay, yeah, you can follow me on the YouTube and Twitter. Just enter Decoded Frontend, and there you will find my channel, my Twitter account, and you can also visit my learning platform, courses.decodedfrontend.io. There I have 4 courses about Angular, and so you can check them out. And yeah.
There you go. That was not so hard. It's so more magical when you say it, So there you go. Thank you so much, Dimitro. And we're gonna go now to the next speaker. And thank you again, and have fun in you are currently in Vienna, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, cool, man. I mean, that's a nice place to be, man. Thank you, and till next time.
Ciao.
Hello and back again. So yeah, that was my cool conversation with Dimitro, and I hope that you guys now have an in-depth view of like what's happening under the hood with Angular Forms. But without further ado, I have to. I mean, I'm saying that everybody is my favorite speaker, but you know that I have to mean it. I really mean it. You know, this lady packs a lot. I mean, okay, Dimitro, we love you, but I'm gonna remove your background real quick. Let's see. I have the brand, and then that's the thing, though. You see, I'm like, okay, there you go. Doing it right. There we go. But this lady right here, man, she was a speaker at the Conf. And I can assure you, if you're gonna see the Conf like videos, that's gonna be the best 5 minutes that you can spend. I mean, in 5 minutes, she packed a lot of information. So I cannot even imagine what she has in store for us in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Ankita, welcome and so glad to see you.
So glad to be here, Adi. Thank you so much.
Of course. Like we are very delighted to have you. And then what are you going to be talking about today?
Okay, yeah, I guess let's jump right into it. I can share my screen.
Yeah, we'll get to the part where you tell us about yourself. How do you like, what do you do? Bike riding and all that kind of stuff. But let's go straight to the business. What do you like? What are we going to do? So we're going to talk about auxiliary routes.
Yes, we are going to talk about auxiliary routes, which are not that well documented. But I find them really useful, especially in the app that I work on. So just trying to help people understand it better. And this was very last minute.
No worries, man. I have faith in you. So
it's all good.
It's gonna be good. So do me a favor, put it on this. Put your screen that you're gonna share right now. Okay, cool. So now I'm gonna add it to the stream.
Sweet.
And yeah, are you able to see it?
Yes. Are you?
Okay. Yes.
That's more important.
All right. And then you can please click the hide button on that little snack bar there. I know that's called a snack bar for a reason. All right. So is that your application on the right? Do you want to show it now, or do you want to go back to the first?
How did I do that? Okay, there you go.
There you go. All right. You good?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll leave you with the stage right now, and don't forget to tell people about who you are and, of course, your love about Angular. And, of course, we're going to look at auxiliary route. But I talk too much. I'm out of here. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Adi. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening. I know this is a very international, tiny conference, tiny just for the name of it. But today we would be demystifying auxiliary routes. And I am Ankita. I'm currently working as a senior principal engineer at Dell SecureWorks, where I work on all things Angular, NX, Storybook, and design systems. And if any of that sounds exciting to you, my team is currently hiring. So if you're looking for opportunities to join an amazing all Angular team, which is fully remote, hit me up. I probably should have mentioned my Twitter handle somewhere, but you'll find me. I know that. So, like I said, I'm here to talk about auxiliary routes. There are several names by which they are referred to: named routes, named outlets, auxiliary routes. They all mean the same thing. Probably also the only routes that you don't hear Brendan Roberts talk about as much, which is also what I was thinking of naming this talk, but it seemed too long. I'm kidding, Brendan. But this pattern is not uncommon. I believe Next.js has also created this behavior with folders and parentheses. It's very peculiar, though, and definitely not an extremely common use case, but for the use cases that it is helpful, it works wonders. So And I feel like we probably talk more about Bruno than we talk about auxiliary routes, so I'm here to fix that. Generally speaking, spas have a common page layout with a header, a footer, and whose content is fixed no matter which page you're on. And you can have a navigation or a sidebar or some other fixed content for the app. And based on the route or the page you're on, only the main content is dynamic based on the route. Only that section of the page gets updated based on the route. So in other words, the feature component related to the route loads in that section. And that is achieved using router outlet. We know router outlets. We love router outlets. So typically, we will have an app.component HTML file or whatever you name your base component template file, which contains the base layout template of the app, and that is where the router outlet tag will be placed. And within the tag, within the section of the page, the route will load. Oh yeah, I forgot about the animations. So, like, Shakespeare would have probably not made a great developer since he didn't believe in the significance of names. However, naming anything in software holds extreme gravitas. Now let's look at route configuration in Angular in general. By looking at the code example for adding routes in the template, it's evident that auxiliary route configuration, which is these two, they look very similar to the default route configuration. The only difference is that each outlet can have a unique name determined by the optional name attribute. The name cannot be set or changed dynamically. If you don't assign any value to the name attribute, the default value that gets assigned to it is primary. So if you think about it, all routes are named routes, or are they? Probably best not to get so philosophical. So the configuration for auxiliary routes is very similar. The value for outlet should match the name assigned to the router outlet. And this is how the mapping between the name outlet and the component that is supposed to load there, or the module that's supposed to load there, happens. So the component that is tagged with that name gets loaded in the named outlet area of the app instead of the main route. So step one would be that you create a router outlet and assign it a name. And then step two would be that just like how you define a route, you define a route wherever you're defining in your routing module or your main.ts file if you are a fully standalone app. And then you would mention the outlet name, which would be similar to the name that you have mentioned in the router. So, and then you set up the navigation however you want to, whether it's in the template or in the component, then the outlets are the additional part of it. Let's look at an example app. And if I can pull it up right. Okay, so I piggybacked on the getting started with Angular tutorial that we have, and I converted it into a fully standalone because obviously ng update. So this is the getting started with Angular commercial, fully professional, very mature app that I have for you today. And I hope the font and everything is okay, but I'm gonna zoom into the max. So this is the main router or the primary router outlet. And right here, I have the auxiliary router outlet. And because this is a standalone app, I have my route. I don't have a routing module or any module, for example, the routing I've defined it in main.ts. So just to zoom out a bit so that you can see all the routes. So this is my routes, and for all of the products, and I can add them to the cart. I can go to my cart. I can look at the shipping prices and all of that. All of the routes are defined here. And so along with the regular routes are the secondary routes or named routes. They are also defined here. And just like this configuration is similar, except for this one additional thing that you need to mention, which specifies where you want it to go. Otherwise, it'll just go in the main router outlet. If that component would load in the main router outlet if you don't mention the name of the named outlet. So so this is just a simple example. Suppose you want to display the docs as the user is navigating within your app. So you want them to have this on the side always as a standalone section of the app that doesn't change even if the route changes. And if you notice, you'll see the help show docs, the very interesting parameter that gets added to the URL. And you can do all the things that you were doing earlier, go to the card, click on all the different routes, and the help docs just stays put. You can also, if you want, based on this very professional app, you don't want them to, if someone would rather have an emotional support image show up instead of the docs, you can have that show up. And you can also, so in the home button that I will, let's actually look at the home button. The home button clears the route by passing null and also updates the primary route. So that's how you will, if you want to clear all the routes and go back to the home page, you will have to specify, or you basically, when you want to clear the auxiliary route, you pass in the value null to it. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, you can have it open and you can do all the things and you can look at the prices and go to your cart and successfully purchase all the phones that you ever need in your entire life. And you can have the docs component and the image component both are loading in the help section or the help outlet part of the app. So you can have either of them open in the same route, or you can have another named outlet and have both of them open as the user is navigating. So it's very flexible like that. And yeah, so this is what the configuration would look like how I had mentioned in the slides earlier, that you have the help in it. You just pass in the route that is mapped over here, the path over here. It's not the prettiest thing, but that's how you make it work. So let's go back to the slides. Okay. So we just did all of this. We saw how to do all of this. That was a very simple, straightforward use case for auxiliary routes. To think of some more common or more helpful or more enterprisey use cases for auxiliary routes could be having a dialog or sidebars created with a reusable component that loads more details about the feature being presented in the primary route, so that when you click on a link, it just shows a dialog or a sidebar. And that dialog component or the sidebar component is the reusable component that shows up in the auxiliary route area of the app. Or you could create a comparison mode loaded with details for all of the items that you, before adding them to the cart, you can add a comparison mode loaded with details, and those just stay there as the user is navigating to view more products or clicking around in the app. Or you could have something like a draft mode that is open, like in draft email or a notes within the app, and that's open as the user is navigating through the app and is able to even toggle between the draft mode and the main view by closing or opening it back up. So creating the other example could be that you have an independent chat route within your app that allows the user to have that chat view as they're navigating between different primary routes are being loaded, and the auxiliary route, in the auxiliary route, they have the chat view open all the time. So yeah, there are lots of other examples out there. Using auxiliary routes, you can set up and navigate multiple independent routes within a single page application. And I think that's exciting. The auxiliary routes empower the user to access or toggle portions of the page, basically. And if they want the ability to deep link to where in the dialogue or on the details panel they're able to view it by the URL, and they're able to share it just like that. So maybe a simpler mental model for auxiliary routes would be to think of them as siblings to the primary route in the app, because we already have parent and child routes, and these are just siblings. So when a child route is separated, while a child route is separated using forward slashes, an auxiliary route, it's represented in the URL within the parentheses. And their setup, definitely, like we saw, is more complex and verbose. And it's, once you get the hang of it, it just, you can just configure as many auxiliary routes you need, just like that. And one thing is that people don't like the parentheses that show up in the URL, and sometimes there is no real need for it. Sometimes you don't need the deep linking, and you can easily turn it off using skip location, assigning the true value to skip location change. And the beauty of auxiliary routes is that they are independent routes with all the features of the primary routes that you know and love. Everything that you can do with a primary route, you can also do with an auxiliary route. You can pass in route params, you can create child routes, everything. So clearly this is a very powerful feature. And I hope I was able to demystify this not so well documented feature of Angular. Thank you.
Thank you, and let's all blame like Brandon Roberts for not like talking about enough about auxiliary routes. You know, I don't know what this guy is doing. He's the laziest community builder ever. Now,
yeah. For a person who talks about routes, I didn't find anything from him. I was like, oh.
He doesn't like them. What do you have against auxiliary? They look cool, man. They look so fun to play with. But thank you so much, like Akita. This was great. I mean, I really enjoyed, like, you know, every minute of it. And I did not myself really was not that big on it, but I see a couple or even 3 use case like in something that I'm building that, yeah, I'll definitely like take inspiration to do it with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Also, like, I was just pulling your leg, Brandon. I still love you.
Yeah, no, we do love Brandon, man. Everybody knows that. So, you know, I can say whatever. You see, he's like, I thought we were friends. We are, man. We are more than friends, man. We family. You know how much we do love you. But man, talk about auxiliary route, man. Don't leave them out. You know.
I mean,
So
or keep talking about file-based routing. I'm fine with that, Brendan. Because it gives me the opportunity to talk about this, so I'm fine.
yeah, man, I'm telling you. I mean, he showed up just right when you started, just right when you were talking about routing. I'm like, Brandon Roberts shows up right when we talk about routing.
Yeah,
Cool. That's pretty cool. Cool.
if you say routing 3 times, he might just be behind you. So
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. So thank you so much, Ankita. And you can like hang out as long as you need to. I know that you have some plans, but when you leave,
yeah,
like Lars told me, make sure that like they click on Leave Studio. Don't click on Close tab, okay? Leave
Oh,
Studio.
yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Very, very, very important. There you go. So Brandon says now, whenever we're gonna talk about auxiliary route, he's just gonna point to your content. So there it is. Perfect. Thank you so much. We let you go now, and we're gonna transition to Mr. Lars Brink. Let's do that.
Hey, Adi, and
How are
thank
you,
for
man?
that talk, Ankita. It's a very much overlooked topic, the auxiliary route.
Indeed, indeed. And you are in Copenhagen?
No, I work in Copenhagen, but I have to take the train 5 hours first.
How long do you commute that every day? No, come on, you cannot commute 5 hours every day, man.
No, 2 days per month, so 92% remote.
All right,
It's a killer commute.
It is
sure.
a killer commute.
Yeah.
I had one similar like that when I was commuting from Santa Cruz to San Francisco, and I had to take 3. Yeah, so but it was enjoyable. I slept the whole way. I don't know if that was enjoyable for the other passengers because I was just like sleeping and then snoring. And then Alex is saying, Lars. So, yeah, man, I'm so excited to have Lars as a speaker, man. Lars is huge in the community. He giving like a lot of his time, a lot of his energy into just making sure that like not only we understand this Angular topic and other stuff, but that we understand it deeply. He goes in depth, but in a vocabulary that is very easy to like, follow. I really appreciate that. And then give you your flowers for like being such a big community like contributor. But today you're gonna talk about something that a lot of people don't find very sexy, but I think they're gonna kind of change their stance after hearing you. And we do have like a few talks today about testing. So I'm just gonna get out of your way because people are telling me you're talking too much. So I'm gonna get out of your way. I'll leave you on stage. So if you want to share your screen, real quick.
Yep.
And don't forget to tell people about who you are, where you come, I mean, we know that like you are not far from Copenhagen, and then please take your time so they make sure that like they can find you. I mean, if you're not following Lars, man, you are really missing out. Yeah, so I'm going to add this to the stream.
Yeah. Thank you for your kind words, Adi, and thank you, Alex, for your hello. I miss you too. And I know that our talks today are very much in sync. In fact, we had the same talks for a different conference earlier this year. And I noticed that Jordan Powell is here talking about Cypress component test as well. So that's going to be great. It ties very much into the topic of testing that I'm going to discuss. And I think that Adi is wrong. Lots of people are interested in testing. I don't know if they think it's sexy, but I noticed that the interest has been just increasing for automated testing for the past 4 years, at least. Before that, it was not common for all companies to worry about testing, but today it's more the exception than the rule that people are not writing automated tests. So let me get started with this presentation because the red color in this TinyConf logo is hurting my eyes. I tried using it for the background for the slides, but you will thank me for not doing that. It burns in the retina. So I hope you're ready because now I'll go through 70 slides in less than 30 minutes. I'm going to introduce a new category of Angular tests. They're called Angular feature tests. And at the end of the presentation, you will know who I am. But for now, I'm Lars Brink from This is Angular. So I'm going to talk about feature test. But before that, we have to look at what does Angular offer for testing and a few approaches for testing. So Angular has dependency injection, the Angular testbed for component tests, the CDK component harnesses, and protractor. What's that, Addy? What's that you say? Protractor is dead? For real this time? Okay, well, let me fix that. So as I was saying, Angular is built with testability in mind, so it comes with Karma. The other APIs for testing in Angular is these two modules and one provider function. Let's get rid of all those modules, please. But for now, this is the best we can do. So the router testing module has been around forever, but it's not much appreciated, probably because it's not documented very much, if at all. So, but that's what unlocks interesting types of tests. Because what it allows us to do is test routed components. So that's the components that are the target of a route. And routing components that navigate to other routes in your application. And of course, route guards, every type of route guard. So you can test that using the router testing module, but it's not clear how. But I do have a 3-part article series on this topic if you're interested. So let's sum up 2 different testing approaches. I know this is something that's close to Alex's heart as well. It's called clear box testing and mystery box testing. So first, clear box testing. This is like you can see everything's inside of the box if your system is a box. So you're aware of the implementation details, and it can help you drive the code design. It can kind of document and exercise your local low-level behavior inside your system. So this is often used for isolated unit tests. But as we can see here in the different boxes in this image, it has awareness of all the implementation details, that is, all the Angular specific classes like components and directives and routed components and injection tokens and providers, all of that, which the user doesn't really care about, and they shouldn't care about it. So the other big approach is mystery box testing. So the box is closed. You don't know what's inside the box. You know what's outside on the box, like on the surface of the box. So you, as a tester or developer writing automated tests, you should care about what the user cares about, what's visible to them, which interactions can they make, so they can see the figures and charts and the tables and the menus in your application. So that's what you should be exercising as part of your tests. So your test should represent and take care of a user concept, I/O, such as web Bluetooth, web USB, NFC, camera, or any other device. You should also be aware of messaging, because that's important for side effects. So it's not that the user cares about this, but it's what's important for your application to do outside of its own part of the system. So messaging is things like WebRTC and WebSocket and the push API, server send events. And persistence is all kinds of storage, like the web storage APIs, the index DB, web SQL, HTTP requests, WebSocket, GraphQL, even Firebase, Meteor. So mystery box tests, they are unaware of the implementation details, the individual small parts of the application. They only see the bigger picture, everything the user sees, all the other external systems or backend systems and so on that or even the user's device that your application communicates with. So because of this, it's often used for end-to-end tests, and there are little to no test doubles required. You can test the actual system running as a full complete entity. So this is good for verifying system behavior as a whole, but not for picking up these small implementation details and exercising all the edge cases of your system. So so with this covered, let's talk about the trade-offs between what's called component tests for Angular and end-to-end tests. as we might know them as front-end developers. So the so-called Angular component test use the Angular test bed to render one component and potentially a few nested components and collaborator components such as dialogues. But ideally, these kinds of component tests should only interact with the component through the DOM that it is attached to. So it used to be the case that Angular component tests are slow, but luckily with Ivy, finally they are fast. So the Angular testbed has become a lot faster, and the speed has been improved through the last several 5-6 iterations of Angular. But unfortunately, they still focus on implementation details. So they might be fast, but they are still very much aware of all the Angular-specific software artifacts. Those are the ones that your end user doesn't really care about at all. So, for example, these implementation details start leaking out in our component test, like should we use the Angular test bed or should we new up a component class? How do we replace our dependencies with test doubles? And when and how do we trigger change detection correctly, the Angular way? This is something that's usually a part of our application and handled by Angular. It can also lead to trouble, but in particular in tests, we now have to run the change detection instead of it automatically working. There are ways to get around that, but not really out of the box. So other things in component tests, like how do we control the time in these component tests? And how do we refactor our application without breaking our component tests? So as part of component tests, we need to configure this Angular testing module, like register our test double providers, our fake routes, our fake declarable dependencies, set up the compilation and injector scopes, all part of these implementation detail. Well, even worse, there's specific ways to do it in tests that are different from the actual implementation. So Angular component tests, sure, they're fast, but they are complicated to write. For example, we have all these choices. Should we do shallow or integrated component test? And how do we link up the components' declarable dependencies? And how do we trigger the DOM and component events? Should we trigger events or should we call the component methods? How do we query the component tree? And do we use the debug elements or the actual native HTML elements? There's more, like how do we create a testing host component? How do we set up the routes in our tests? And how do we navigate across routes and components as part of our component tests? So these two final questions are best solved using the router testing module. So let's talk about end-to-end test. They test a real application, most often using a real browser, but not always. They might use a real or realistic backend, or they might stub out their backend using test doubles. They should mostly cover happy path scenarios, for example, register a user, log in, log out, switch language, add to cart, and check out. So all the critical flows, or the flows that are not just part of one feature, but relates to your entire application. So they have been hard to write, but luckily, that's not the case anymore. 5 years of innovation has made it much easier and faster to get up and running and write your test. So yeah, now they are easy. But well, they're easy because we can think like a user, observe what's in the UI. We can even visually see it with things like Cypress and Playwright, and it allows us to interact on behalf of the user. And another good thing about end-to-end test is that they reuse their test setup, and it's usually not that complicated. End-to-end tests have little to no use for test doubles, so that's another thing we don't have to worry too much about. So they're easy to write. However, the feedback loop is, let's say, less than ideal. End-to-end tests are so slow you can't even imagine it. At least when comparing it to isolated unit test and even component test. They are, slow to install on CI runners, slow to start up, slow to execute your test. They might not be able to control the time. They might not have they might have to wait for animations. They might not support parallel execution of tests. End-to-end tests are like extremely flaky. Like they get you into race conditions, and there's things like integrating with real systems, and they can cause premature change detection when it comes to Angular. But they are powerful, no doubt about that, because we can exercise complete user flows from one point in the application to another. And when we have end-to-end tests, they allow us to refactor our application without breaking the tests. So super powerful, but very rigid. They might not be able to replace native APIs like HTTP calls, the WebSocket server send events, camera location, sensor access. They might not support all native browser features such as iframes, shadow DOM, file upload, file download, native events, cross-domain navigation, or multiple windows or tabs. They might not support your existing testing tool chains, such as different test runners, different schedulers to control time, assertion libraries, test double libraries, or even Wallaby.js. And lastly, they cannot replace individual parts of your application with test doubles. For example, replace an Angular data service with a more simple test double instead of a complicated backend that you have to rely on. Give me a minute, please. Adi, how are we doing on time?
We're doing great, man. You have about 10, 15 minutes, I believe.
Nice. So I'm halfway through the slides. So yes, I'll continue. Thank you, Adi.
All right.
So let's imagine that Goldilocks is our test coach. She wants the best of both worlds. So we have defined all the characteristics of clear box testing and mystery box testing, the pros and cons of component test versus end-to-end tests. So Goldilocks says we want the best of both worlds. We want repeatable tests. We want simple and reusable test setups that we can share. We want tests to run pretty fast because we don't have to wait for an entire application to spin up. We want to test our application features as a mystery box, little to no need for test doubles, and we don't want to reference implementation details such as components, services, and God forbid, ng modules. We want to interact with and observe application outcomes as a user, and we want to be able to exercise complete user flows that span across routes and components and so on. So how can we get Goldilocks' choice for testing? It's time to say hello. Adi, say hello.
Hello.
Say hello, Spectacular.
Hello to Spectacular.
Say hello, Spectacular and Angular Testing Library.
Say hello to Spectacular and Angular Testing Library.
So Spectacular is created by ngWorkers, an open source team I'm part of. Angular Testing Library is created by Tim DeSchryver and is part of the Testing Library family. Hello, Tim DeSchryver. So hello, Adi, Tim say, okay. Yeah, okay. And also say hello, Spectacular and Angular Testing Library and Cypress.
Say hello to Spectacular and Testing Library and Cypress.
Great. Because the Cypress component test runner is finally stable, as Jordan will tell you about later. And it has first-class support for Angular and even NX. So make sure to watch his talk about the Cypress component test runner and how to write component test using that. Hello, Jordan.
I'll say
so,
hello,
Adi,
Jordan.
you can leave now. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
See you. So Spectacular is an integration testing library for Angular applications and libraries. It specializes in test harnesses that makes it more convenient to test parts of Angular projects that are usually hard to test. It has 3 main APIs, and we will be discussing what's called the feature testing API, of course. So Spectacular's feature testing API allows us to test routed Angular feature modules or standalone Angular modules with providers and so on, or Angular shell modules. We can cover all their encapsulated routes, route guards, route resolvers, routing components, services, directives, and pipes. Spectacular's feature testing API also provides feature-aware navigation services for convenience. We'll see examples of that very soon. It has a test route component that has an Angular router outlet, and it reuses this across all feature tests to emulate a host application. It also comes with, it's built with integration in mind. I don't want to solve with Spectacular all the problems of component testing or anything like that. So instead I want to rely on things like Angular testing library, CDK component harnesses, or even the Cypress component test runner. So it integrates decently with them. The documentation covers Angular testing library and eventually some of these other ones as well. But the main thing is the providers and convenience API that it allows us to use to make these tests possible and a lot simpler. So this is the new category called Angular feature tests. They are what solves Goldilocks choice. So these boxes on the screen represent the features, the screen, the dialogue contained in a routed Angular feature, the Tour of Heroes routing tutorial. We can interact with as many of them as we want in a single test case, and notice that no box represents software artifacts that are not observable by the user. There's no components mentioned, no directives, no pipes, no routes, no route guards, no route resolvers, reuse strategies, preloading strategies, services, bootstrap listeners, environment initializers, or application initializers. So with the exception of standalone feature routes, neither of these are mentioned in Angular feature tests. And this is what it looks like running with Cypress component tests. Did you catch it? I'll slow it down to 30% and rerun it 3 times so you can see it, because it's that fast. So what you're seeing here is a novel breakthrough. We are actually running a test, a component test, but it's not a component test, it's a feature test. So it runs with real routes, real components, real services. Everything is as in your feature. So it spans multiple routes and components and screens, a whole user flow, but not an end-to-end test, no, a feature test. Feature test removes the need for a host application. It allows our features to be developed and tested in isolation. It's useful for teams working independently, even for micro front ends. So it allows us to replace the dependencies where it makes sense. We don't have to. In fact, it's good to avoid it, but sometimes it's just convenient, and you don't have that flexibility always with end-to-end tests. Feature tests are orders of magnitude faster than end-to-end tests. The Angular testbed optimization, such as cache compilation output and reusing the Angular testing platform, helps us out. And most importantly, we don't have to spin up an entire application. We can even disable animations and replace slow dependencies, much of which isn't possible in end-to-end tests. So let's see an Angular feature test using Spectacular and the Angular testing library. This is what it looks like. And this is using ciphers that Alex will talk about in his talk soon. So first we set up the initial route in the setup function, which is ciphers. And we navigate to that route. Then we act on the first route. So as a user, we clear the name control. Then we type in the name control, the global temperature is rising. Now we click the save button, which navigates to the second route. And we verify that now it's visible in the list. The global temperature is rising, the name we just saw it, and that we're in the proper path with these weird matrix parameters that Angular router tutorial has to show off because they're in Angular, even if no one uses them. So this is a similar test for editing a crisis from the home page. So we arrange the first route, and then we click a link to edit this crisis, and then the rest of the test is very similar to the previous one. So what makes this possible? Well, we have these named queries. And so we use the Angular testing library, screen, find by text, find by role, which is great for accessibility, by the way. So these are our named queries, functions that I just created to share between these tests and make the test more readable. And the other part is this ciphers, the setup function. So we can see that we import some things from Spectacular and the user event plugin from the testing libraries. And then from our own feature, the only thing we mention is the top level route path and the routes themselves. So this is the scope of our test. This is where we close the box. All these routes, all the components that are represented, all the services they use, the other dependencies, components and routes and all of that, we can navigate between all of that in the UI using our feature test. We're not limited to just one component. We don't have to fake any routes, components, services, anything like that. So after setting that up, and now we can return the feature location service from Spectacular, the feature router service from Spectacular, and the user plugin. So that's what it looks like for Angular testing library. Now let's look at Cypress. So Cypress has a different API, right? So we arranged the first route, I guess, by navigating. I don't know why I did that. I could just have used maybe I had an issue with Cypress navigation. I'm not sure. This was a while ago before Cypress component tests were stable. So hopefully that's better now. But in the next test step, we see that I have created name controls, name queries, similar to the ones from Angular testing library tests. So we clear the name control and type in it and click the save button. Then we make our assertions on the second route. And this other test is pretty similar, right? So we find the crisis link on the homepage, and then we clear and type in the name control, click the save button, and we're back on the homepage. It's visible, the greeting on the homepage, and we can find the crisis it's even selected now. So named queries, of course, has different implementations, but we're using the Cypress APIs for that instead of Angular testing library. But the tests look pretty similar. The ciphers looks like this. So we're combining Cypress with Spectacular here. And that's what enables the feature test to run. And once again, we see that the only implementation specific thing we're mentioning is the routes and the path for the routes. So let's conclude here before we end. We can use this feature test as part of our testing strategy. They are actually inspired by Ken C. Dodd's testing strategies, what's called the trophy testing strategy, where you have a lot of what he calls integration tests. Well, this is feature tests when it comes to Angular, because it's not something that's available out of the box. It's easier with React, but now we can finally do it in Angular as well. So feature tests, they can replace most end-to-end tests, but not all of them. They should complement unit tests and component tests, not replace all of them. So it's another tool in our toolbox. And they do not aid in system designs because it's mystery box testing, but they do support refactoring without breaking our tests. So it's the Goldilocks choice. If Goldilocks was our test coach, the tests are resilience refactoring. They're granular enough for what we need, and they're orders of magnitude faster than end-to-end tests. It gives us a high confidence in the desired behaviors. They're sufficiently isolated, and we can interact and verify as a user in our tests. So we can share a simple test setup. We don't have to be aware of all these nasty implementation details, component services, routes, and modules, and all that Angular thing. And they are flexible when we need them. So for edge cases or skipping slow APIs, we can use test doubles. So I will leave you with this. Write feature test, because testing a single component is boring. That's it from me, and back to you, Adi.
Man, okay. Not only, before we talk about the test, you talked about like the logo, the red, like, hex. I'm going to assign you to find like a better red than this, man. I don't know if you're going to find one. So that's the one thing. Then Brandon got you a new name, man. He says like you are Lars. I killed ng module break, and then he follows up with ng modules. What are those? You know. So, but I mean, in the meantime, to Mansour Fal, who was saying like, "Yep, long live Cyprus." So, I mean, it's I think like I was saying to Dimitro earlier on in his talk. Usually whenever a developer says I don't like something or I don't do it, it's just because either they are like a little scared by it or it's not something that they understand. So these tools, and I think Cypress has changed the game. And then now looking at the concept of like, you know, doing feature tests. So I think like that's going to get a lot of people excited. I'm excited about it. Where can we read and find more about it? So everything that you have here, the slides, I guess, will be available soon. And where can we find out more? When can we like go and dig a little more? Because I'm very interested about this feature testing concept.
So the documentation is on the link in the middle here, ngworker.github.io/ngworker. The NPM package is next one and also has links to the documentation. The ngWorkers Discord is now open for the public. So use this invite link and come talk to us, the team behind Spectacular and other Angular libraries. And you can follow me on Mastodon, and I will toot about the slides.
All right.
They will be on my speaker deck profile.
All right. Thank you so much, man. I mean, like, once again, with everything else that you do is to come. I don't know if where you find the time and the energy, but we really do appreciate you. We do really appreciate, like, you know, your community contribution. So if you're not following Lars, you are really missing out. Lazy DK you're just lazy now on Mastodon. Okay, lazy. He's not a lazy guy. He's just lazy on Mastodon.nu. I really, really appreciate you, Lars, and I will just like wish you a good rest of your day and keep on watching, like, you know, TinyConf, and you made this happen. Thank you so much.
Okay, see you all.
See you. And you know by better than anybody, leave studio, okay?
Yeah.
Have a good one, man.
Bye.
Bye. All right, folks. So Alex, who is appreciative here and who's going to talk to us about another way and then how we're going to like fall in love with test again. So make sure that you don't miss that one. So the next speaker is Thomas Trahan. I hope that I'm saying his name right. Earlier, we kind of mentioned him when Kevin was doing like the Angular directive composition talk. I had him as a pre-recorded one because he was unfortunately not available today. But with all the time zones that we have to deal with, I did give the option for people to have the pre-recording. So it's a very, very good talk. It's a very in-depth into the Angular mental model. So I really, really highly recommend you taking your time and let me see, what was the schedule time? So I don't get off. So technically we have about 7 minutes, you know, and that's going to be probably the last talk of the hour before we get into the next one. So what do we do? So do we just go to this talk or do we just take a quick break? I don't know in the comments. What do you guys want to do? So let's just we're going to have a very long day, so I'm just going to go ahead and have Thomas talk. It's going to take us probably about another 45 minutes into this one before... oh, yes, like Lars, you did definitely help. We gained a little time, so we're going to just keep going with Thomas talk right now. So without further ado, let me add it to the stage here. So video file, and yep, dun, 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 dun. This is live, man. There's no... Okay, so pre-recorded. Where's Thomas edited? There you go, sir. Hello, folks. I have the pleasure right now to welcome one of my favorite Angular developer expert. I know, Kevin, you are my favorite, and I think Thomas might be my second favorite. But there's a lot of GDs that I like. Thomas is based in Zurich. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And he's at the head. I think you and Kevin are running Angular Expert IO.
That's
yeah?
correct. Yeah. We
Great.
and created AngularExperts.io. Yeah.
Man, and what a force, man. That is just like Thomas. If you don't know him, man, you are missing out on a lot. I really like the way that you articulate your different articles. You do have a few workshops too that you do throughout the year. Perfect. And then, if you don't know much about him, you definitely want to go to angularexpert.io, and then you share too on YouTube and then different other channels, correct?
Yeah.
So I'm very excited about the topic today. We're going to be talking about the Angular mental model, but I don't want to hold you guys back. I just want to let Thomas go for it. So I'm going to get off stage. Take it away, man.
Thank you, Adi. So hey folks, today we are going to learn about the Angular template context mental model. And the alternative title for this talk is actually the most important thing you need to understand about the Angular, which maybe sounds a bit too strong, but you will see later during the talk why this makes perfect sense. But first, let me introduce myself. So thanks, Adi, for a very warm welcome. My name is Thomas Trajan. I am a Google developer expert for Angular and web technologies. I'm working as a consultant / contractor for Angular, doing workshops, blogging about it, speaking at the conferences, all things Angular. So yeah, international conference speaker, at least before COVID. Hopefully this can restart now, and doing workshops with focus on Angular, RxJS, ngRx, and hopefully in the future also NX monorepos. Many of you might know me from my blogging at thomastrajan.medium.com. Many articles, almost 4 million views. People seem to enjoy the content. And if you are by any chance writing on the Medium by yourself, you might be interested in the Medium Enhanced Stats Chrome extension, which gives you this nice little total overview, also created by me. Besides that, we have this new blog, which was teased by the Adi at angularexperts.io/blog, together with Kevin Kreutzer, another fellow GDE, where we are going to push new Angular and related content. So do not hesitate, visit it, subscribe, so you get notified whenever the new free blog post was released. Besides that, I have been active in open source for quite some long time. One of the most popular projects is Angular ngRx Material Starter, which is now a little bit dated, but still contains a lot of cool examples how to implement stuff like theming, how to use material components, how to manage your state with ngRx, and all this kind of cool stuff. So you can definitely have a look and learn something from that. And besides that, if you are using Angular together with web components or other Angular elements, you might be interested in Angular extensions elements, which is a library which allows you to lazy load Angular elements and other web components in your Angular applications. It's more than 31,000 downloads per month, so feel free to check that out too. But now it's time to hop into the topic. So as you are probably aware, there are these new exciting times for Angular, because with the last couple of releases, namely Angular 14 and Angular 15, there have been quite some big changes. So first of all, the Vue engine was removed, and now we are in the pure Ivy world, which means that the Angular is now only shipping with the Ivy rendering engine, and the Vue engine was removed, right? So it's Ivy only. And this is now unlocking a development of a lot of new features. So maybe you heard about stuff like strictly typed reactive forms, or directive host directive composition and stuff like that. So this kind of pure Ivy world allows us to experience new big steps in the Angular framework evolution. And one of the biggest initiatives in that new direction is to make the ng modules optional and introduce a new way of doing things, which is called Angular standalone components, or for shorting, we'll call it SACs, which is kind of funny shortening or abbreviation, right? Like maybe you are also aware of the scam pattern in Angular, which we'll also discuss then later. So this is another one called like subs. So, and because of introducing of this new approach of doing things with the optional ng modules and the standalone components, there have been worries that like, is Angular going to break again? Why are we introducing another way to doing the same? Like what's going to happen? Because people, of course, remember like what happened in the past with like AngularJS and Angular. But the good thing is that this will not be the case at all, and we are going to learn today why. So what about the ng modules, right? So we could write our Angular applications very successfully of any kind of scale, like enterprise scale or like smaller, more focused things. They serve us very well. They support all the use cases. So why are we making them optional, right? So the ng modules, Angular still will support the ng modules. They are not going away anytime soon. And ng modules and standalone components can mix and match with ease. So that means if we have an application which is already using ng modules and we want to start using standalone components next to it, is not a problem. We can start writing some new components using this approach and mix and match it, right? So the both ng modules and stacks share the common underlying reality, right? If we can use them together, it means that they must have something in common so that they can interoperate with ease. And this is this common underlying reality. And this is something which we are going to explore in this talk. So this is going to be quite a journey, so please strap in and let's get to it. So first stop on our journey is to like have a closer look on the Angular templates. So what are they? Like in Angular, when we want to render some stuff on the screen, we basically have to write some template, and it's a way to have a declarative UI. So we have to decide what should be displayed. So for example, we display like a heading or something like that with the HTML, or what should change when the data changes. And for that, we have a binding, right? So in the Angular, when we want to print some string, we can use the double curly braces where we can basically do a string interpolation to print some string. And this is going to be updated whenever the value of that property changes, right? And then we can also handle user interaction where we can bind to the native and custom Angular events using the round bracket syntax, right? So this is very familiar to anyone who already used Angular to implement some component. So this is also much better than what we have been doing long time in the past, where we had to do something like this, where we were basically doing like the imperative template updates, where we're taking like a reference to some HTML element in our template, and then we would reassign it with some other HTML, which was very error prone and always done in a different way. So that's like one of the biggest benefits of Angular and other front-end frameworks, which allow us to write declarative UIs. So one thing about the Angular is that Angular components can use all the standard HTML elements in their template out of the box. So what does that mean? As here in this example, if we want to use something like a heading, paragraph, button, we can just use them and it will just work. Those are the native HTML elements, standard HTML element, and it's going to just work. But what about if we have something more complicated like this? So in this template, here we see we are using some kind of strange HTML tags which are not native to the browser, like material card header, material icon, right? So what are those? Those are additional Angular components, especially those are coming from a very popular Angular material, or currently called Angular components library, which is basically a set of high quality components maintained by the Angular team, which makes implementation of your application even faster because you don't have to write common stuff like cards and other widgets like input types and date pickers and stuff like that, right? Or icons. So this is a example of a more realistic Angular template where we are displaying some information about the user, and we can then maybe edit it or remove it. Now, what is going on here? So yeah, we have these other Angular components like material card or material icon. More so, we have also some Angular directives like ngIf or mat button. I think ngIf is not here, but here we can see on the button there is this mod button, which basically changes the look and behavior of the native HTML button, and it's Angular directive. And then we have also Angular pipes, especially here it's a little bit cutted because it doesn't fit, is the date pipe, which will format the date value stored in that property to be nice and human readable. So to recapitulate, we have three different things. We have the Angular components, Angular directives, and Angular pipes. And if we had a template like this without any previous setup and try to compile this application, we would get error which would look something like this. So basically would complain that the user item component tries to use an element which is not known, like a material card, and that we should make sure that the material card, if it's an Angular component, should be part of this module, which is the key part of that error statement, which gives us a hint how to solve it. So this is very important. Let's keep that in mind. Now, of course, if we use the standalone components instead of ng modules, we would get exactly the same error, which is slightly adjusted message where we would discover that material card component, if it's an Angular component, should be included into the components.imports, right? So, and this gives us like this first hint about this underlying reality and what the template context is going to be. And it is also very important to realize that we would get exactly the same errors if we for the directives and pipes, right? So whenever we try to use something in the template, we would get this kind of error if we didn't prepare a proper setup before using those. So using other Angular components, pipes, and directives doesn't work without setup. This brings us to the concept of the Angular declarables. So Angular components, directives, and pipes have many things in common. They are used in the templates of each other, and they need setup to work. Without the setup, we are going to get an error. And with ng modules, they need to be declared in the declarations array of exactly one module, belong to one module. They can only ever belong to one module. And with the standalone components, they have to be declared as a standalone true. And this is why we are going to call those three, the components, directives, and pipes, declarables. So this is like a first definition, which we are then going to use throughout the presentation. So in Angular, everything which has something to do with the template, components, directives, and pipes can be called declarable or declarables. Now, with all this in place, we can start talking about this Angular template context mental model. So first stop, what is a mental model? Well, mental model is basically a model of how something works in a real world. That could be like a real stuff, like if we see a door and the door has a door handle, we know if we push the door handle, the door will probably open. But then this can get even more complicated, maybe because there is a door with the door handle, but there is also a key. And then our mental model can be extended in such a way that if there is a key, the door might be locked or unlocked before it can be opened or not open, right? So and something like this also works like in the programming, right? So we have basically all of us have and use many mental models, and we are using them all the time. So a very cool example from the programming world or software engineering world can be something like a variable. So with the variable, we know it's a kind of like, let's say like a box where we can store some kind of value, and this value might or might not change based on the type of variable. So it's already getting like more complex. And then that variable can be probably accessed from some other parts of program, like to reference it, to read that value, right? So everybody who is doing software engineering has a mental model of a variable. Then another example of like building on top of that original mental model would be something like an array, which probably we need to understand what the variable is before we can understand what is an array. And then we would understand that array is basically a list of values. So kind of like multiple variables which are somehow connected together, right? And then we would learn that with this comes some new powers. So the new ways how we can adjust those values in the array. So then we would learn about stuff like for each, filter, sum, or reduce. So I think those are like very cool examples of mental models which most of us can relate to and experience them firsthand in the day-to-day working with their code bases. Now, another important thing to realize is that sometimes we might have just a limited mental model, and a very cool example of that, which I really like, is when we work with TypeScript, it would be possible to create a fully functional application with the, let's say, Angular application with the TypeScript if we used just any type, right? So we are using TypeScript, we type everything as any, it's going to work, we're gonna get a working application, but it's going to be suboptimal because that application, when we would like to change it, refactor it, or extend it, or we would want to onboard some more colleagues to work on it with us, we would encounter some problems because we would be basically missing that type safety and all the guarantees which the TypeScript compiler gives us out of the box, right? So that's a very good example of what a limited mental model be. So we kind of can use it, but we are missing some key parts, and because of that, we are getting suboptimal results. And therefore, we can say that the limited template context mental model often leads to applications that are harder to extend and maintain. And I would say, like in my personal experience working with like enterprises, especially here in Switzerland, many developers working on Angular application possess only a limited mental model of the template context. That means they still deliver working application which is providing value for their users, which is great, and that's actually all that matters in the end, but it's suboptimal, and because of that, usually over time it becomes much harder to maintain and extend these applications, and this is basically what we are trying to improve with this talk. So let's get started with something very basic, and it will be a first ng modules approach, because this is anyway like de facto standard that have been used now for many years. So most applications use ng modules. And like the very simple example could be an application component which uses another component, my organization hello, in its template. Now, if we just generated this kind of application with the Angular schematics, we would see that we would get an application module which has an application component in the declarations and then also in the bootstrap, so it starts. So if we try to start this application with ngServe, or we would try to build it for production with ngBuild, we are going to get an error which looks very similar to those which we encountered previously, and especially that the application component tries to use an unknown element in its template, and we should verify that it's part of this module. And as we can see, it is not. So the my organization hello component is not the part of the same Angular template context, and in this specific case, this context is defined with the help of the ng module. Now, how can we fix it? So one of the options would be to add this hello component implementation into the declarations array of the application module, and then that would lead to a situation where we have one module, which now we already learned that the module defines a template context, and it will have two declarables, the application component, which then tries to use this other component in its template, and it can do it because now it is a part of the same context, so it can reference it, and this component will then render, and our application will compile. So the app component belongs to the application module's template context because it's part of its declarations. The hello component belongs to the application, sorry, so this is wrong. Oh no, it's correct actually. The hello component belongs to also to the application module template context because it's a part of the same declarations array. So the both application and hello components are part of the same template context. So the application component can use the hello component in its template. So this is great. Now, what would happen? So that was like a very, very basic example. And if we just approach the implementation of our application that way, we could make basically every local component part of the single application module, include all the components like that, and it would actually work, right? So, but this would be very suboptimal because of then more like advanced concepts like lazy loading, where the whole application would bundle in a single huge JavaScript file, which would make it slow for the end users to load from the network, but especially to parse the JavaScript and execute it in a browser. Right. So now, what about a bit more realistic and complex example with multiple ng modules? So first, let's extract the hello component to its own module. It would look something like this. So we have a hello module, and now we put the hello component to the declarations array of that hello module. And one thing about the Angular is that the component can only be part of the declarations of a single module. So that's just how it works. So we have something like this. Now, if we try to compile the application again, we would see like the situation now has changed. So our application now has two modules. That means it has two template contexts. And the application component belongs to the app module, and it still tries to use this hello component in its template, but it can because now it's not the part of the same template context. As we can see, here the hello component is in the declarables array of the hello module, so it's part of the hello template context, and those two are not referenced between each other, so it is not possible, and we are going to get exactly the same error again. Now, let's try to fix that. So first thing which comes to mind is we are going to import the hello module inside of the app module in these imports here. And we, of course, we already have removed the hello component from the declarations in the step previously, and we are going to add the hello module into the imports array of the app module, which should link those two template contexts and make this stuff available, right? But this is still not going to work because even though we are now referencing those two template contexts, we are connecting them so they can kind of share stuff. As it turns out, if something is just declared in the declaration arrays, in the declaration array, it becomes private to that template context, so it cannot be accessed from outside of it, right? So again, let's recapitulate. We have a two template context, application module and hello module. And application module does in fact have access to the other template context, to that hello module template context, because it was imported and therefore referenced. But as it turns out, it doesn't have access to the whole template context which was imported, because what was only in the declarables but not in the exports becomes private to that template context. So this introduces a new concept of the template context privacy. So how can we fix that? So as we have said, to make it not private but public, we have to add the component also to the exports array of that other hello module. Now, with that in place, the situation has changed again. And as we can see, now it's going to work. And the way it's going to work is that from that app module, app component tries to use the hello component in its template. And because the app module imports the hello module, it has access to that template context. So here we have this line which goes through that reference. And more so, the hello module template context not only defines what the hello component is, but it also exports it. So that way we can see that's basically the path we go through to be able to access that component implementation, to use it in the template of another component. So this is exactly what is going on behind the scenes. So the application now compiles without error, and we have solved our problem. Perfect. So let's recapitulate quickly. Application component belongs to app module, to its template context because of the declarations. Hello component belongs to hello module template context because of the declarations. Application components wants to use hello component in its template, which means it has to be part of the same template context defined by the application module, right? And the hello module is therefore added to the imports array of the application module. So the application module has now access to the template context of the hello module. And the last part is that the hello component has to be part of the exports of the hello module to make it accessible in the application module template context, which is now included in hello module. So the components which belong to a single template context are private to that context unless they are added to the exports array. So that's like a very important property. Now, a little side note about the SCAM pattern, which basically stands for the single component application, single component Angular module. It's a well-known pattern in Angular, and it behaves basically the same as the standalone component. And the standalone components are a way to reduce boilerplate when writing kind of like the SCAM pattern, or they're like equivalent. And there is like additional safety because standalone components prevent exporting of multiple declarables or other stuff because it doesn't allow us to specify export. So let's see that in action. We are speaking about this because basically the way we define that previous hello module with a single component and the single component export is basically the essence of the SCAM pattern, because we have single component application module, right? Not application as like the core, but like just as like a or single component Angular module, sorry. So it's like an Angular module which declares and exports the single component and nothing else. So now let's see the comparison. If we have a SCAM, we have a component, we have the module which declares and exports that component. It can have some additional imports too. And then we can compare it to the standalone components where, as we can see, we have a component, but this component here would be declared as a standalone true, and it can also import some other modules, but it cannot have exports. So basically they behave exactly the same. Now, we have seen, like in the previous example, that we have the privacy, which was kind of pointless because we are basically separating two components from a single app module to two different modules. We had the app module and the hello module, and in that hello module, first we only had the declaration of the hello component, but we haven't exported, so we had to fix it, right? Because that kind of privacy is pointless if you have a module with a single component which nobody can use. But there can be also something like a useful privacy. So let's explore that too. So let's imagine a situation where we have a hello module which has a hello component, but also a hello animations component, which, for example, shows like some animation of a waving hand next to the name of the person which we try to say hello to, right? But this hello animation component should not be exported and not be used by other part of the application. And that could be a very cool example of a useful privacy. So as you can see, this hello animation component is part of the declarations, but is not part of the exports, and therefore it will not be part of that consumer template context, and it will stay private to that hello module template context. That means the hello component will be able to use that hello animations component, but nobody else will. So how does that look like with the diagram? Again, we have the same situation. We have two template contexts, one for the application module, one for the hello module. And again, application component tries to use the hello component, and this still works because we are importing the hello module. The hello module is exporting the hello component, which we can reference. But if we try to use hello animations component in our template, it will not work because this one stays private to that hello module template context. So that's a cool example of the privacy at work. Now, what about built-in Angular modules, which is also very related? In Angular, we have modules like common module or router module and others. They work exactly the same as our own custom modules, which we are writing when we are implementing our applications. They export Angular's own declarables like directives, ngIf, ng4, components like router outlet, or date pipe, JSON pipe, key value pipe, and stuff like that. So we can use them in our own component templates. So therefore, they have to be part of our own template contexts. So let's have a look at how this kind of Angular out-of-the-box module can be implemented. So if we know that the ngIf directive is basically delivered by the common module, it means that implementation of the directive has to be in the declarations of the common module of the Angular, and not only in the declarations, because then it would be private, it also has to be in exports array of that Angular common module. And if we actually looked at the sources of that common module over on the GitHub in the Angular repository, we would see that it's hidden in an array. But if we looked in what is the part of that common directives array, we would see that there is a reference to that ngIf directive implementation. So it works exactly like this in the every single Angular application which is currently running worldwide. Now, let's see okay, so this is how it works. Now, you might be thinking that when I generate my Angular application, and what I get out of the box is like the Angular module with the Angular it's the application module with the application component, and I can just start using the ngIf, ngFor things in my template immediately, even though I am not importing the common module. So how is that possible if we said that the Angular's modules are not special and work exactly the same, following that template context mental model as our own custom module? So how is that possible? Well, this will lead us to the concept of the transitive template context. So what do we mean by that? So let's start with that common module example from the previous slide. And then we will introduce another one, which is called browser module, which is actually the module which will be part of the imports array of a app module in a freshly generated Angular application with the help of the Angular CLI. And if we explore its implementation on the GitHub, again in the Angular repo, we would see that this browser module is actually exporting the common module, right? So that means that then in our freshly generated application, which comes with something like this, it will have a app component declaration and import and the browser module in the imports. This will make it transitively part of the same template context, and that would be the reason why we can use stuff like ngIf, ngFor, or JSON pipe in the template of the application component without the need to import the common module directly in the application module. So this is a very typical example of a transitive template context in action, which is happening like probably also in like every single ng module based Angular application, because all of those actually need to import the browser module in their main application module to work, because it registers some other stuff besides those basic directives and pipes. Now, another typical example when we are encountering transitive template context is a shared module. So this is a approach which is often used in applications with lazy loaded features, where those lazy loaded features will have a set of commonly used components, directives, and pipes, which can be grouped in that shared module. So how would that look like? So first we start with the shared module itself, and we are starting to build its template context by bringing some stuff in, by importing some modules. So for example, we can import a common module, which will bring stuff like ngIf and ngFor into the local template context. And then something like a material card module, because we want to use it to implement some other widgets, right? So that's like the first step. So we are building the template context of that shared module. And then we are going to implement some local shared widgets. So for example, animated start component and my organization rating component. And those are local implementation to that shared module template context. But because we already have these imports here, that means when we are trying to implement the templates of those components, they can already use stuff like ngIf, because the common module is already part of this template context. Then the rating can use the animated star, because it's a part of the same template context, but more so they can also use material card so that we can wrap that rating in a card, again, because the material card was imported and it exports that card component. So it's again part of the same local template context. But for example, we would not be able to use material toolbar because it was not imported here. So and once we have it prepared like this, it would mean that everything is private, so it would not be really useful. So we have to add exports, and here we are going to add multiple things. So first of all, common module, we will re-export it because basically every single Angular feature, lazy feature component most likely needs the set of those basic directives to implement that template. Then we'll also export the card because it's also something which is useful almost in every feature which you can imagine, so it kind of makes sense. We can also export the toolbar because it's in this kind of application we use it like for many features. But as this comes to that first thing where we notice the distinction when we export it, we will be able to use it in the consumer template context, but we cannot use it in the local one. So that's a very important distinction. And then we are also exporting this locally defined rating component so that the features can use it, but we are not exporting that partial component for the animated star. This one stays private. So this one was a pretty packed example, but it illustrates all the features of the template context, including the local one, bringing stuff in, privacy, and providing stuff for the consumers. So the template context can be transitive. Target template context can receive declarables from multiple ng modules or their template contexts because of the imports, right? And the first level of that is when we have like modules which are directly in our imports. So if the target module is the application module, if I import the hello module or shared module, then I'm getting basically directly stuff from them. But as we have seen, we can add multiple levels to the whole story with the transitive template context, where we can receive the stuff from the second all the way to the end, so we can have as many levels as necessary as the modules keep re-exporting those other modules which have been imported. In practice, we usually do not go too deep, 2-3 levels max, but that's how this works. Now, that kind of describes how the template context works for the ng modules, but what about the Angular standalone components, right? Because if we remember, the whole talk started with the premise that the standalone components and the ng modules share this underlying base reality, which is the template context, and therefore we are not going to experience breaking of our applications anytime soon. So let's explore that. So again, we have exactly the same example, just the only difference being that this is now a standalone component. So we have an application component which tries to use the My Organization Hello component in its template. Because this is a standalone component, we are not using application module, but the application will be bootstrapped directly with the help of the standalone component itself. Now, again, if we try to compile or build this kind of application, we would get the same or very similar error, which would say, okay, my organization hello is unknown. And if it's an Angular component, then please make sure that it's included in component imports. So not in the same module, but in the components imports, because this is now a standalone component. So this means that my organization hello component is again not a part of the same template context of that Angular standalone component. So we cannot use it, right? And it would work exactly the same for the directive or the pipe. That's the whole point why we call them declarables. So let's fix it. Let's just say we would implement our hello component also as a Angular standalone component. So that would mean we would have to add it to the imports array of our destination or target standalone component, in this case application component, and this should make it part of the same template context. So let's have a look. This is also basically represents like the main difference between like the ng modules and the standalone components. So as we can see, we have actually already from start 2 template contexts. So that means application component, because it's a standalone component, has its own template context, and it tries to use the hello component in its template, and it also has a hello standalone component in its imports. So it's kind of like using the imports which would previously be used for the modules, but now is used for the standalone components. That means there is this reference to that other template context, because it's another standalone component, and every standalone component defines its own template context. So we again go to that reference, but then all the way to that component itself. So that means we have it only in declarables, and we don't have any exports, but basically the standalone components behave as if that declared component was automatically the only item in the exports array of that template context, and this is why it works. So we don't have it here, but we would have it here. It's kind of like hidden behind the scenes, right? We don't have to write it. So that means the ng modules and standalone components are 2 ways of achieving exactly the same, which is defining and managing the template context for the local template. And the template context mental model is a great tool to understand the common underlying reality of Angular, because again, there are 2 ways of achieving the same, right? So once we start, we don't have to think about like, okay, we have ng modules and we have standalone components. We can forget about the distinction, and we can only think about the template context. And once we have this mental model, we would not care which one we are using, and we can mix and match them with ease while preserving the full understanding of how those things work, and why they work like that. So the template context is the most important thing you need to understand about Angular, because it describes how Angular works at its utmost core, and it isn't going to change in the foreseeable future, at least I hope. But as you can see, like even that new thing, which is the standalone components, basically embrace it fully and follows exactly the same rules. It just represents some kind of like a syntactic sugar to write less code to define and manage those underlying template contexts. So let's have a look at the interop between the ng modules and standalone components, because we said that we can mix and match them with ease. So let's just say we have standalone component, again, application component, which imports and uses in its template another standalone component, my organization hello, but the example has a new thing, ngIf, right? And again, if we try to compile this would fail, because the ngIf, which we now know is a part of the common module, and it's declared there and exported by it, it's not part of this current template context, right? So we are going to get this kind of error, but there will be a twist, because it will set that the neither ngIf directive itself nor the common module were imported. So this gives us basically a hint that 2 things should be possible. So let's have a look. First option would be to import the whole common module in the current template context, which would then make, because it re-exports the ngIf directive, it would make the application compile successfully. Or we can import the directive ngIf directly, because it was now provided by Angular also as a standalone component, or let's say directive in that case, right? So it's using the standalone true flag on that directive. So this means that because of this underlying reality of template context, those things are like interchangeable and can be mixed and matched with ease. And of course, then there are like some nuanced trade-offs, because when we import the common module, we are getting more directives and pipes that our application might need. So in that case, there is a trade-off between having better developer experience in the case of common module, where we just need to manage list like of less imports, because we import only one thing and we get everything. Or if we wanted to have the smallest possible bundle size of our application to achieve the smallest possible application, we would have to manage the list of all the directives which are used per template context, which can be a lot of effort if you have many components, right? So one key difference is that standalone components don't support multi-level transitive approach to template context because it is not possible to define exports array. So as you can see here, like it is not possible. So as we said that whenever we have a standalone component, it's like as if it's a declaration and the export hidden behind the scenes, and it's like predefined, but we actually cannot adjust it. So that means that we cannot have this nice transitive approach, but because we said that the standalone components and ng modules can be mixed and matched with ease, that means we could group them with the ng module and re-export them, or another approach would be to group them just in like some array and then spread it into all the consumers directly. So then it doesn't need to be transitive, but it's still grouped for the better developer experience. So that also means that every standalone component must fully define its own template content. Means it has to specify all the other modules and other standalone components which it wants to use in its template. So that's kind of like the main difference between the ng modules, where we can have multiple components in the same context and also import even more components, pipe and directives through imports. And then all that stuff is available in a single context, and we can just use the selectors and attributes in templates without needing to manage it. With the standalone components, we have to manage the template context for each individual standalone component individually for its own template. And again, this makes it easier to have the smallest application possible, but it also means that it will be more effort on the developer side. So this is a trade-off which everybody has to evaluate based on their specific needs and their specific application and their specific use case. So I hope I could show you that Angular was, is, and stays a stable piece of technology, because the new standalone component approach basically works behind the scenes exactly the same as old ng module approach. That means that there is this underlying reality, which is the template context, which is a very useful mental model when working with Angular applications. Cool. So that was a wild ride. If you are interested more in this about this topic, please check out that blog, because there is an article which is exactly about that, even with much more examples and more in depth, which we do not have time to explore in this talk. So do not hesitate and check it out. And do not also forget to subscribe to get updated whenever the new free blog posts were released by me and Kevin, and hopefully in the future also some other cool folks. Besides that, if you are working with Angular in large enterprise environments, then check out our offer of the Angular for Enterprises consulting and development services, project architecture setup, reviews, NX monorepos, performance and bundle size optimization, many things, workshops and trainings for Angular, ngRx, and RxJS. Do not hesitate and check the offer at the angularexperts.io. And last but not least, if you are working in enterprise environment and you are interested in how to set up your Angular project to be successful and long-term maintainable, then you might be interested in the Angular Enterprise Architecture ebook, which guides you through the whole process, how to scaffold the whole application architecture, separate business features into isolated parts, share code between features in maintainable way, and how to handle it in the future with the standalone components. People seem to like it, and if you are a viewer of the TinyConf, you can apply the IX TinyConf 50 coupon to get 50% off that book. Great. So thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed the content and learned about the underlying reality of Angular template context.
Awesome, man. Wow.
Yeah,
well,
it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know why I'm like in black and white right now, so that's fine. But I was feeling like wobbly, but now I feel stable, man. I mean, just looking at watching the talk, I'm stable now. I mean, this was this was an in-depth on some, I mean, because whenever you hear scam, sacks, a standalone component, you have the tendency to just have like that surface-like approach, surface knowledge, but having the understanding when you're going in depth and knowing the use case, when to use it or not, I think it is a treasure trove of information. Thank you so much for sharing that. And on top of it, he's spoiling you with like a discount code of 50%, for this like amazing book. So I cannot just say thank you. We are the one who have to say thank you to you for your time and for all you're doing for the community. You are precious, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And folks, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to drop comments underneath the article about the topic. And I will also share there the slides if you are interested. And don't hesitate to ping me at Thomas Trial on Twitter. My DMs are open if you have any kind of questions. I'm happy to share.
Perfect. Oh my. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you for having me. See you next time.
All right. All right, Angular folks. I mean, people are commenting left and right. I mean, this is what I promise you. This is going to be all about Angular today, and we're going to have some in-depth, views about like all of the things that are exciting about Angular. I cannot I cannot thank enough Thomas for taking once again the time to go and get that information and present it in this way. So AngularExpert.io, I'm not going to be tired of saying it. Go look at the content, follow Thomas, follow Kevin, and then follow every speaker that you have here, because they are taking the time to make this community more knowledgeable. Angular is a beast. It's not very easy to master, and but they are doing their part. So it's up to us now to do the same. And I'm very excited about the next speaker, who is part of Angular TinyConf, short history, because he was one of the first speaker on the Angular TinyConf in French. The one, the only Shihab Otmani, who's hailing from Morocco. And Shihab is at the head of Angular in Darija, I believe. And he's a GD in Angular. Salam alaikum, my brother. How are you?
Walaikum salam, man. Thanks a lot for having me.
And both Senegal and Morocco made it.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you a big hug right now, man. We're gonna get this, man. We're gonna get this.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, man. So good to see you, man. So good to see you. And like I was saying, Shihab was on the first Angular TinyConf in French, and then he had a very good talk regarding performance, which inspired most of my stuff when I went to ngConf and I was talking about performance. So today he's going to spoil us with another talk about one of my, if not after performance, that should be my second favorite, Angular custom elements, because I really enjoy the potential that they offer. But I'll let the master himself, present it. So Shihab, without further ado, I'm going to put your slide on. Don't forget to present yourself and take it away. All right? I'm out of here, guys. Shihab is all yours.
Thanks a lot, Eddie. Thank you for everything, for the organization, the preparation, the good vibes, everything. You're doing so great. So yeah, hello everyone. I'm super excited to be here today. I'm Shihab. I'm a consultant in a GDE for Angular. And as Eddie said, I'm here today to talk to you about custom elements in Angular. So there will be some talking. I will do most of it will be live coding. And I'm here also to show you a project that I've been working on recently, and to make my personal Angular journey easy with custom elements. And I hope to publish it soon, so you could also benefit from it. So yeah, I'm here also to hear your feedbacks and maybe enhance it if it needs to, which is surely the case. So it surely needs some enhancement. So I'm here to also hear from you. Yep. So my talk will be about custom elements. So what are custom elements, and what is the difference between custom elements and web components? So custom elements are basically an API that will allow web developers to define new types of HTML elements. And the custom element API is one of the several new API that come under the web components umbrella. So we have a bunch of APIs that like compose this web component umbrella. So we use both terms interchangeably. We say custom elements for web components and vice versa. There is, like, technically speaking, a web component is a custom element with other standard APIs, which are not the topic of today. And so we can consider like a custom element or these standard APIs as an implementation details for web components. So we can use like the term web component or custom element. There's no problem for that. We'll just use like custom tags at the end, and we'll try to integrate them in our Angular applications. So you might ask yourself as like an Angular developer, why would I need to use custom elements or web components when Angular already provides a way to write sort of custom elements, also known as Angular components? So maybe we don't need those custom elements at the end. And you're partly right, but there are some use cases where like custom elements are really practical. And the most common use case is when you want to build a component library that is technology agnostic. So if you're in a context of a big organization that has like many applications, think of like micro frontend applications, and these applications are built using different technology. So you'd want to have like a consistent user experience across those different applications. So for example, you'll want to have the date picker components in your Angular application that will look and behave exactly the same as your React app or review app. So you want this exact same experience for all the application that might be actually pages in your big application. And the only way to do that, or maybe the only standard way to do it, is to use web components, because they are like components that will be integrated in any web application, whatever library or framework it is built with. So now let's say that we already have a component library in that context, that it's built using web components, and we want to use it in an Angular application. That's our context of this talk. And I'm going to do it directly from the code because it's simpler. So let's see some code. Okay, so I have to share my VS Code.
Yeah, man. Just do you want to add it to?
Yeah.
Or you can just share your screen. Yeah.
There you go. To share the whole screen.
Yeah, you can do a window or something. Yeah.
Yep.
And as soon as I see it, I can get it on.
Thanks. We'll do that.
All right. Okay, there you go. So I think I got you. And I'm out of here again. Well, almost.
Okay, so I can see if it's shared. It's shared now. Okay, so I assume it's shared.
Yeah. Yes, you're good. We can see it.
Thanks, Eddie. Okay, so I'll just give you an idea about how custom element is built. So here I'm using lit, but that's like an implementation detail. The only important things that we have to like know for the rest of my experiments are the API, or is the API of this web component. So we have like these two properties. We have a property which is name unit, which is of type string, another one which is name range, which is of type number. And then these web components will dispatch a custom event which is called range. So these are like the three things that we use in our application. And the custom element is this one, so I can play with it. This is a range slider, if we can call it like that. And we have this thing that is displayed here. So it has like some HTML thing. So let is just one of the choices that we have for building like custom elements. So my idea here is really to use this custom elements in my Angular application. So let me just share the app and the actual HTML of my component. So this is like app component. It's a standalone component. And I have like here my templates. And the objective now is really to use these web components. So the first thing that I'm going to try to do is simply like use the custom element directly without doing nothing. And here, of course, the Angular compiler will tell me that UI range is not a known element. So either it has to be like an Angular component, and in that case, I'll have to import it, or it has to be like a custom element, and in that case, I have to add this custom element schema thing. So because this is a web component, I'm just going to like listen to the compiler, and I will add this custom element schema. So now it's working. I can see that my range, yeah, I have to import it, of course. I have to import the components, and then it will be working here. So now I have my custom element that I can use. So it's that easy with Angular because you just have to import the components, add it to the template, and then put this custom element schema to be able to use the components. And I can see here in the console, if I like, I have to first put my selection on the web component. So here I have this variable that references the custom elements. We have the shadow rule thing about web component. That's not our topic today. Then if I go back to the console, we can see that if I put Dora0, I have my web component. I can like access the property of the web component. So the range property here is 75, and I can also update it, for example, put in some number. So I can interact directly with the web component. And that's one of the cool things about it, is that I don't have to like think about how it's built. It's all standard APIs, it's light, and it's like performance. Now let's try some things. So now I'm going to, so I'll let this one here, and I'm going to use a wrong selector. So what I did here is that I used like this UI unknown selector, which is a component does not exist. I haven't imported it. I've never like used this selector anywhere but here. And while doing this, like the Angular compiler just let me do whatever I want. So I don't have any errors here. It considers that this is an HTML element and everything is cool. So, which is weird because the Angular compiler usually doesn't let you do like weird things like that. It cannot like tolerate that you put whatever you want in the template. This is not how we use to develop. And if I go and see like the elements that I have here, sorry, I have like this UI range component, and I have this UI unknown, but it's empty, so it does nothing, but it's here. And imagine that I wanted to put like some Angular component here, but I made some typo about it, and I thought that, okay, this is my Angular component while it's not. So the compiler will just let me whatever I want, which is not like really appropriate. So there are some enhancements here to do. Now let's try another thing. Here I will try to use the custom element this way. So I will like declare the components, add it, and then I will try to access the property range here. And the Angular compiler tell me that this range property doesn't exist on HTML elements because it considers that this thing is actually an HTML element. It's not like my actual components. And if I want to like to see the component here, I can see like if I reference it in my elements, and then I go to the console and try to like do something like console.dir. I can see here the UI range, and you know, it's a class, it has a type, and it has some properties, but the range property is not recognized by the Angular compiler. And the reason is simple, is because the TypeScript is not aware of that being a component, an element, a custom element. So I have to indicate that to the TypeScript compiler, which is used by the Angular compiler. So I have to add this syntax. Now, usually the syntax or this like declaration has to be done at the library level. I just show it here for like just clarity, but normally you will do that in the library for every component that you build. You have to put that so that the consumer of your web component knows about like what is the mapping between the selector name and the actual element that is implementing like the custom elements. So here now the Angular compiler recognized that this is a UI range custom element, and it passed this information to the language service. And here the property is now like recognized, and I can see that it's a number. So that's cool. It means that like we can now be sure about the typing of our custom elements. At least this is what we can conclude from that. Now let's do more experiments. So I will now do type checking properties in expressions. So I will check that really like the Angular compiler checks if the typing is correct. So now the range here is a number, and the uppercase, of course, is a pipe that takes a string as a parameter. So the Angular compiler tells me that you cannot use an argument of type number because it's not assignable to parameter of type string. So far so good. Everything is okay. Now let's go further. Now I'm going to use an unknown property. So a property that does not exist on my custom elements. So here we can see that it knows that it's UI range element. It's a class with some properties. And the unknown property, which does not exist, is not like type checked. I can choose whatever property here, and the Angular compiler just let me do whatever I want. So the UI range component is displayed, everything works fine, but in compile time, it's not strict, and I want it to be strict. So yeah, that's annoying. Another thing is that here the range, which is a property like we know of the elements, is of type number. But here I'm passing an object which is not matching the type of the property. So not only it allows me to pass any information, but even the properties that are known from the custom element are not checked when they're put inside HTML. So when they're in an expression, they are checked. And I can check, for example, that this range is a number because it has to be passing to uppercase, which accepts only strings. But when I do it in HTML, it's not checked. And this is annoying. So yeah, this is something to enhance. Now let's go further and do another check. So actually the custom elements thing is not, or the missing of type checking on custom element is not proper to custom element, but it's the general way about how like the Angular compiler checks also native elements. So for example, if I use this input element, which is of type checkbox, and I use this property checked, which is supposed to be a Boolean, and I pass some object here, the Angular compiler won't tell me anything. But if I use it in an expression, then the checked is really checked as if it is a Boolean or if it is a string or not. So it has to be checked before passing it to like the pipe that is applied to. So there's partial validation here. We don't check in HTML, we check only in the expressions. And lastly, if I want to apply ngModel to do that data binding, I can try that. So if I put like the ngModel alone, so of course it will work at compile time because I'm importing forms module, so everything is cool. But at runtime, I have this value accessor that does not exist. And in order to fix that, I will have to add this like ngDefault controller to kind of attach a directive that will do the value accessor thing behind the scenes. But the issue with that is that this ngDefault control, as you can see, the two-way data binding is not done. So my property which is bound here is not updated. I only update like the value inside the slider. And this is because this ngDefault value control, default control, even if it fixes like the compilation and the runtime, at least we don't have the error. Like in the implementation of the ngDefault value, it will only check the input event and it will go and see the property value of the element. And in my use case, I don't have a value property. I don't have an input event. I have a range property and a range event. So I cannot use this directive to do my value accessor thing and like to be able to do two-way data binding easily with my custom element. So I have to build a new directive and do all the logic that is done here, but specifically for my custom elements. So in a nutshell, if we want to like summarize what's happening here, sorry, not that. So in a nutshell, we have some issues. So we have templates that are under custom element schema become error prone. So if I put this custom element schema, I can put whatever I want in my template. Like not everything, but you saw that a lot of things are not type checked. Custom elements in Angular are not type checked in the template, so meaning that the properties are not checked and the values of those properties are not checked against the real type of the property in the class of the custom element. We have a long-standing RFC to add like support for custom schemas, meaning that we want to say to the Angular compiler that, okay, I'm using this custom element schema to be able to use some custom elements in my template, but I want to specify what are the elements that I want to add. So for example, in my use case, I will add UI range, and then if I add something that does not exist, the custom schema will not contain that value, and the Angular compiler will report an error. So even if that's implemented, there will also be the issue of the properties that are not type checked. So because the way that the type checking is done by Angular is just checking in a dictionary if like the tag exists and the properties exist for that tag. It doesn't check like the typing of that tag, at least when you're using HTML, as you saw. And also implementing control value accessor on top of custom element is a little bit complex because I have to implement a directive for every single custom element, which is like not very straightforward. It's not easy for the developers who are consuming my Angular application, my custom elements in their Angular application. So in a nutshell, we'll lose the developer experience that we used to have and that we have with Angular components. So what is the solution to that? The solution is to use component wrappers. And so component wrappers are basically components that will add the web components in their templates, and then they will be responsible for passing the data that is coming from the parent component to the web component. So they act like a proxy between like the value that comes from the parent component, and they pass them in to the web component. And on the other hand, they will listen to the events that come from the web component, and they will dispatch them or emit them as observables to the parent components. And that's a nice implementation. And if we do that, we can remove this custom element schema thing, and we can have type checking. And on top of that, we can like add some nice to have things like enhance performance and expose the events as observables. So we can like play with these wrapper components. And this is the solution that has been adopted by Stencil. Stencil being a toolchain to create web components, which is used by Ionic, as you might know. And their implementation is quite cool. What you have to do is when you create a Stencil component, you will go and use the compiler to compile the component, but also you can add some plugins to create these component wrappers directly, and you don't have to create them yourself. So let me show you that. So I'm going to go to my, so this is an example of a Stencil project. It has this my component thing. I only added the two properties. I didn't do any implementation. That's just to show you how it works. And what I'm going to do here is to launch the build and then see what happens when I do that. So I have this configuration, which tells the Stencil compiler that, okay, you have to build the custom element as a bundle. You have to create this application demo and so on. But I also have this Angular output target, which tells the Stencil compiler that I want to generate these component wrappers here. So here I have the destination, which is my actual Angular application. So I will do it. I think I have to change the branch before. Stencil broken. Okay, let me just discard everything here and move to my Stencil broken branch, and then simply generate the components wrappers. So I am building this, and that will go and generate the component here. So these are the generated components from Stencil. So I have these files, I have these components, which is like the components wrapper. So the components wrapper is a simple component. It has the inputs that are defined in my custom element, which has been built using Stencil. And then it has some logic to be the glue between the input and the properties of the custom element. And then it does some change detection stuff to be detached from the detection cycle. So this is cool. It works well, and the implementation of this proxy is available here. So we have all the logic that does the proxy between the inputs and the properties of the custom elements, and also for the events and the outputs. So that's cool. The only thing, so if I want to use it in my components, I will have to import the component that has been built using Stencil. But since I haven't built the component using Stencil, the initial components, I will just go here, and rather than importing the component from Stencil, I will import it from the project that I've been using for building the actual component, because the logic can apply to any component. It's not specific to the Stencil component, which are not including anything from Stencil. And that's why they call that a toolchain, because what they produce is not specific to some Stencil runtime, but it can be generic. So let's do that. And another thing is that this component that are generated here are not standalone components. So I have to use them as module, which is not what I want here, because I only want to use standalone components. So I've just fixed all the imports and so on, and I put that in this branch. So in this branch, I'm not using this module anymore. I made that as a standalone component, and I imported the type of my component here, which is the lit element type. Okay, and yeah, I'm declaring, I'm using exactly the same logic that is generated by the Stencil component. So let's see how it goes with the runtime. So in the runtime, everything seems to be running. I have my component here that is working, and my range that is 90 here, I will put 70. So it's working. Like the property binding is working. The unit is this void unit here, and it's working. Now let's see if like stencil handles the issues that I showed before with this new logic. So the UI range is not a custom element anymore, but now it's an Angular component. If I try to go there, then I will like land in this component here. Okay, so that's the beginning of of fixing those issues. Now let's try these things. So I've added an unknown property here. Now it's type checked, so I cannot like add some property anymore, some unknown property. It has to be like in this components, which is like normal because I'm using a component which is compiled by the Angular compiler and so on. And if I want to see if the type checking works now, if I do UI range and I put like an object in the range property, it's not type checked. I can do whatever I want here. So the implementation of stencil is still not very strict. They're easy on our templates or our usage of the custom elements. So it can be enhanced. And also the navigation and hits in VS Code are not that good. So for example, if I click here in UI range, I will have like two propositions. One is from this interface, which extends my elements, and the other one from the actual component, which is like decorated by this logic for proxying inputs and outputs. So it's not that good. When you want to navigate, you have to, to choose between those two.
It's live, it's direct, so he'll be right back, I'm sure. I think Shihab, we have... Is that just me or Shihab just froze? Anybody in the chat? Okay, he froze. All right, so let's give him maybe a minute or two. And all right. So yeah, we are live, guys, and we are all over the world right now. So we have lost Shihab, and when he's back, we'll see. Like, I really wanted to see the end of that. I'm fascinated like by Angular elements in general, and really, I really appreciate how all the speakers here are taking the time to basically to basically like go in depth. And man, my Twitter, my YouTube guys, man, everybody's nice. Yes, he froze. Okay. What is Alex talking about? Pizza? Okay. And let's see how well Adi can dance. You're not gonna see that, man. Or sing. Oh, okay. Jason is like saying that I'm gonna like do some freestyle Angular rap. How about he does it himself? There you go, man.
No way.
And by the way, guys, we have like Stephen Tuckness and Alex that just joined us too. So everybody's here, and then we're gonna listen to Jason Warner do a freestyle Angular rap for us.
I gotta be careful in the chat, man.
Hey, Eddie, you don't know what the pizza joke is about?
What is the pizza joke about?
Jason, you know, right?
I do. It was from ngConf, wasn't it? Where
Yes.
one of the years they crashed the chat by asking everybody to tweet pizza or not tweet, but comment pizza.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
I'm in on the joke then.
It was.
It was the year where every conference had to go all of a sudden virtual, right? And
yeah, okay.
ngConf was pretty much the first one. And the pizza, like, hey, if chat is frozen, just try pizza, whatever, try it out. And the whole thing just crashed.
They crashed the chat.
So much
Oh
fun.
man, yeah, Jonathan is on it. I was like, yeah, that's ngConf 2020. Cool, man. That's nice. So we're gonna, this is live. We're gonna be sometime over, a little under. No worries. We'll make it happen today. So happy to welcome Jason who's gonna help me, like, DJ this or MC this or NG this, whatever we want to call it.
NG, I like that.
Yeah, let's NG this together, man. So like,
awesome.
Jason, if you guys don't know him, he's on Twitch. He's on, like, you're doing the Angular. Which one are you doing with Brooke?
The Angular community meetup.
The Angular community meetup, and then he has a very cool, like, a Twitch channel too. So we're gonna be talking about that as we go. But first and foremost, right now, I think, like, Steven has been just, like, very, very, like, patient and waiting for his talk. So we're just gonna get off the stage, give Steven the chance to present himself, and then present, like, his talk. And then next, you guys know Alex is here, so he's probably gonna be talking soon. So Steven, we're gonna get out of your way, and, like, you have the stage. All right?
All right. Thank you. All right, so thanks for having me. My name is Steven Tugnes. I'm a principal UI engineer at SecureWorks. Today I'm going to talk about 5 things about Angular version 15 in 5 minutes. All right, I will go ahead and get started. Oh. One second, went too far. All right, the first thing I want to talk about is that standalone APIs are stable. So these were introduced in the version 14 under developer preview. Components, directives, and pipes can all be configured as standalone. This is great because the standalone components can manage their own dependencies and there are less files to manage. ng modules are optional now. Everything is also backwards compatible though, so we can have a mix of components using ng modules and standalone. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the directive composition API. So this was one of the top requested features on GitHub and allows for much easier code reuse. This allows directives to be added to the host element of a component from the component. This also allows adding a host directive to another directive, which is great because then we can apply a bunch of different behaviors. The directive API, the directive composition API, only works with standalone directives. And the next thing I'd like to talk about is that the image directive is stable. So this enhances performance for images and was also first introduced in version 14 under developer preview. A couple of ways that this enhances performance is that it lazy loads non-critical images by default and only preloads images specially marked as priority. Another thing that it does is it automatically generates the source set attribute to get the correct size images from the CDN to reduce loading time. And another great feature of this is that it prevents layout shift by requiring a height and width. This directive is included with the common module. We can apply this directive by importing the ng-optimized directive from the common module and changing the image source to ng source. And then the fourth thing I'd like to talk about is better debugging with Chrome. So there are now linked stack traces for async tasks, which show a much friendlier stack trace with the relevant information together. Previously, an async task stack trace would show mostly framework code and make it not easy to determine what went wrong. Another great feature of this is the Just My Code, which allows filtering out framework code, making it easier to focus on the code that is actively being developed. These are both available in the Chrome Build 106 dev tools. And then the last thing I'd like to talk about are the functional router guards. So there is much less boilerplate and the entire guard can be written within the guard declaration. An inject function can be called to get a dependency directly into the body of the function. Functional route guards are also composable and more configurable than their class counterparts. Guards can execute an order with the new run serial function that takes in a list of guards and returns a new guard. Oh. Yeah, oops. That is all I have. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, man, you got this, man. That was a lot of information packed into, like, 5 minutes. I just gave you 5 minutes this time around. But man, this was good. And I'm going to ask everybody that is in the chat to start like getting a vote on your favorite feature or like the thing that you are most excited about in V15. Thank you so much, Stephen, man, for putting this together. And we're going to use this as a reference to like guide us through. I think like Kevin talked about directive composition a little earlier. Arun Kumar did talk about ng-optimized image. Thomas did talk about, I'm not going to say like I'm going to say standalone components, because there was a whole debate about the proper acronym, and I'm not going to be the first one to say it out loud. So let's just say standalone components until everybody agrees like how we're going to like, call it otherwise. So without further ado, you are in good hands. I'm going to leave Jason. And please, Jason, give Alex a warm welcome, and then we're going to switch to him. Thank you, Stephen, so much.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Alex, welcome. You're we met each other at a workshop in Conf, and I got to tell you guys, if you ever get a chance to see Alex do a workshop, you should join. He does amazing.
Yeah. Thank you, Jason.
And today you're going to be talking about testing.
Yes, I will.
And love for testing, and I love testing, so I'm going to get out of your way and let you go.
Awesome. All right. So let me see. There you go. So my talk going to be how to start loving writing tests again, and it kind of assumes that you already used to love writing tests at some point, and in fact, many of us who started developing, initially very excited about development, doing things very right, start writing tests very early in the career, and then like we run into projects that have tight deadlines. You don't have time for this. Customers not paying for tests, all this stuff. And then we they become almost like a burden on the way. So my talk is to convince you and show you the way how to actually write the tests and enjoying doing this. All right. So that's what it's going to be about, how to basically fall back in love with them. All right. So let's see. There you go. So quick introduction. My name is Alex Okrushko. I'm a principal UI architect at Cisco with the Cisco CX group. I'm part of the NgRx team, who I'm very proud of this team, such an amazing team. And we have a few actually in the chat right now. I organize Angular Toronto meetup, and I'm also part of the Angular GDE groups. So that's about me. Now, imagine a world where multiple very popular applications go down all at the same time. Users start to panic, switch to different apps. Those are quite not prepared for all this traffic, and they also degrade, and a lot of things go really, really bad. And you actually don't have to imagine it that far back. In fact, that's exactly what happened about a year ago. About a year ago, we had a huge outage on the Facebook side. WhatsApp went down, Instagram went down, a lot of other things went down. If this outage cost the company about $164,000 a minute in revenue, while the stock declined and wiped away almost $40 billion in the market cap. It cost the CEO personally over $6 billion. I mean, this was a year ago, and you might argue, oh, there's bigger events that cause that stock to go down now. Yes, that's true. Some ideas are interesting, and they are. But this is really the situation where it was affected by one single thing. And you guessed it right. It was a tiny little bug in one of the configurations that took it down for like half of the day. So should we do testing? Well, you might argue we should, right? Because it could be costly. All right, so let's take a look at the agenda that we're going to go over today. First, we will go over why should we even do testing, right? So I'll go over in some of those details. Then we cover ciphers. Lars mentioned them earlier today. I'm going to go a little bit in depth into what ciphers are. And then we'll actually see how to write those tests for services and for the components. Right. Okay, so we'll start with why do we need to write tests? And in fact, just as recently as yesterday, I saw this great tweet by my teammate and friend, Jorge. He says, I went from not writing tests for most of my career to joining a company where tests are required, so it become a chore, to now enjoying writing them because they've saved my multiple times. I really love this. And this is what I want you to do as well. I really want you to enjoy doing them. And let's see how we can do this. All right.
Now I really gonna have to be singing now or something. I don't start. A wimboe, a wimboe, a wimboe, a wimboe, a wimboe, a wimboe, a wimboe.
I can't go that high.
Oh man,
I can't sing.
I don't know, man. So I think we have a pizza moment. So let's wait for who's the next speaker?
The next one, let me look.
Let's see.
The next
Here
one after
I have
Alex
my schedule
is
in this
Chow.
fancy little app.
We could probably skip Chow. Nobody wants to see Chow. Right?
I mean, Chow is here, so
yeah.
And you know, I mean, he's not on camera. He's hiding because he's eating.
He's eating a pizza. Chow, you just got a whole bunch more time, man.
I'm telling you, man. So we'll give time for Alex to come back and finish off.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, Chow, no pressure, man. If you're ready, let's go for it. If not, we can just like keep on singing. But I don't think my wife is gonna like my singing. So
yeah, let's give Alex a couple more minutes.
Yeah, let's give him a little more minutes. So we started talking about like, you know, the most favorited features in V15. And some people said, let me see, I think I got it here. Addiction Addict said debugging. I think like when I saw what Minko kind of alluded to, it looks pretty cool. Directive composition API. That's Mr. Chow himself. He said that, you know. And then we have another vote for debugging by Ted Weatherly right there. And before all of that, before we go a little more in depth, I wanted to take a time to say to share this comment from Alisa Duncan. Hey, Alisa, we're saying hi, man. Awesome talk at ngConf, and who's giving her props to Stephen, who did a very great summary for us. So thank you again, Stephen. But now let's go back for the directive composition API. Why is it everybody loving it? So Chow, can you give us maybe a quick summary why you picked that one? And I'm sure you were like, you know, part of like the people who requested it. Did you build it too?
What? No, I did not.
It was one of his clones.
Oh man.
So I like the directive composition API is that it gives me a step closer to what composition means in other ecosystem. And I can do some crazy things that I might share in my next talk.
Yeah. Chow, man, if you have not followed Chow yet, or have seen like his threads, man, I don't know where he finds the time and the energy, man, but he's a treasure trove of like, knowing how to do things. And I really like the responsiveness too. If you have something, if you have a couple minutes, he'll respond to you in the nicest way and like, help you with like, best practice. A lot of people might have not known him, but he's part of like the fabulous team at NX with Narwhal. One of my ultimate favorite like team out there that is doing a great job for the community. And that's because like of people like Chow who are part of that team. So give props where props are due.
He also helps organize the NG Vietnam meetup, right?
Yes, that was something. How was it, man? That was your first time there, like, and doing like the Angular event there. How was it?
It was fun. It was fun. So we've been running the Angular Vietnam group for like years. I think since 2017, and we actually never had any offline meeting or meetups for the members. And is a little bit interesting because in Vietnam people tend not to like travel. Just like here, we can drive in the US. We can drive from like Arizona to maybe some other state, 10 hours driving, and we can do that for a conference. But in Vietnam, no, probably not. And then the flight ticket, not everybody like wants to fly to like 2 hours to like a city for a conference. So I could not organize like a big full-blown like conference. So I was thinking about meetups, and I was lucky that this company that sponsors the meetup for like the venue, the food, the refreshments and stuff like that. And for the 3 months that I was there in Vietnam, I organized 3 meetups, and the turnout was like 60 to 80 people each time. So it was actually pretty good.
That's amazing, man. I think like when I was in San Francisco, you will have a meetup and it will say 300 people have signed up. They're going to show up. You get there's 20 people in the building.
Yeah.
AD is impressive, man.
And it's funny to me. I'm not bragging, but I was like a celebrity over there. I walk into the mall. I walk into the mall. I was just walking. I was just walking with my wife and the kid, and then just some guy just popped and say, "Are you Chow, the Angular guy?" I'm like, "How do you know me?" And then we took a selfie and everything. Like, to me, there's like some levels to like your fam. Nobody knows you yet, and everybody knows you. I'm like in the middle. It's like, is that the guy?
Man.
Is that the guy level?
Yeah, man.
That's awesome.
and NG represent, man.
But
that's
it's
awesome.
Yeah, man, but well deserved, man. I mean, like for everything that how you contribute, having a full-time job, having a family, and being at the same time an open source contributor. He's gonna be talking about like one of his other open source like projects a little later. I just don't know, man. I mean, I think really, 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 this is like a game of clones with Chow. I don't know how many he has, but that's not like, one person doing all of that. Flex, man.
Oh, and
You've earned it.
I need to practice. I get to drive one of the core NgRx team member to the airport.
Nice.
That was Brandon.
Of course, man. That guy. Who's Brandon again?
Cheap.
Yeah, that guy.
I was cheap, so I got like the smallest car possible. It was too big for that car.
Oh my god, man. Brandon, I mean, I was so excited to like, finally see Brandon in person. I'm 6'4". So I think he was 6'4.25. I'm like, you really had to be like about like, that much taller than me. I'm not used to see people taller than me in the community, but he had to be taller. And I saw his sole. He kind of had this like big ass like boots on them. I'm like, come on, man, you don't need to do that. But he's pretty tall, so I can only imagine him in that little car right there, man. So good on him, man. I'm not gonna feel sorry for him. Guess who's back?
Alex,
again.
welcome back.
Hey,
Alex is back.
That's the fun one. I've never seen things like that before. I mean, I had Wi-Fi issues before.
That's what we all say, Alex, man. Did you test it? Did you test your Wi-Fi before you started?
Give me 1 second.
He's got okay.
So Brandon's spilling the tea on Chow.
I'm telling you, man.
All the autographs, man.
Man, he's a celebrity, man. I'm telling you. Oh man, and Shao is just like going on like the comment, like Alex, man, come on.
Yeah, that's right. Don't have sense. That's right. Yeah.
Oh my god. But feel free, man. Reshare your slides, man, and take it from anywhere you want.
Sounds good. All right. Let me get to that then. Here we go. All right.
This is precious.
Yeah, that was a fun one, and it's like sometimes there's Wi-Fi issues, but this one was fine. It was actually a laptop that decided that it had enough of connection.
There you go.
Alrighty. And I share my screen. So we're definitely skipping then Chow's talk, right? After that.
I don't know about that. He was the only one who said, let's wait on Alex. So
oh, okay. I'll take it back.
Take it back, man. Take it back. So let me add this one to the stream, and we'll just leave you alone for a little bit, okay?
Sounds good. All right. I think where I ended was this tweet by Jorge, and again, kind of agreeing more with this. So let's just go skip on testing. I'll start with again. Why do we need testing, right? And this is an important part, right? So if you like testing is for something else, this is an important part, right? So those bullet points. So why we do testing? We test behaviors. We want to make sure that whatever we are writing behaves in a certain way. And again, we're not focusing on the internal implementation, like what's done, how it's doing it. We're testing of how it's behaving, right? So this is an important one. The next one I touched on was the documentation. And I think this is where I realized that I was actually almost offline at that point. So I was offline at that point. So documentation is an important part again. Tests are basically serve as documentation of how things work. And this is very critical in the larger team settings. Even smaller team, again, within ngRx repository, if I'm unsure how one of the things behaves, I sometimes go to the tests and read the tests and understand what exactly it's supposed to do because I see those behaviors being validated, right? So it documents how things work. The next one is confidence. Tests brings our confidence. They bring us confidence that we wrote something and it validates the behavior, right? So it brings us confidence that way, or even confidence during refactoring, right? If we are changing internal implementation detail of a component, of a service, of a larger system, still they bring us confidence that something's done. Also, for example, when fixing a bug, right? So should we miss something? Sometimes that happens, and things are broken. What we can do is we can first write the test, make sure it catches that broken behavior, so tests will be failing. Then you fix the test, and then the test now becomes passing, right? So now it brings confidence that you actually fixed something, right? So it's, again, very important part. And the other last part is design. Tests help us validate the design of your thing. I was always saying this: if it's very hard to write tests, then it's probably an issue with the design of the component service, name it. For example, writing a test, you need a test for 1,000-line components is really hard, all right? I don't think anybody can argue with that. And this is hard because exactly that. It's a bad design, right? You shouldn't have 1,000-line components. All right. All right, so that's that. Now, let's take a look at, so we know why we do tests now. Now let's go over characteristics of a good test, what the good looks like. And the first characteristic of a test, well, it has to be correct, right? It's the most obvious one. The behavior of a test must be the behavior that we actually expect it to be. So it has to be correct. But correctness is, obviously not the only one characteristic that we have from a good test. It's not just as simple as that. It also has to be clear. A good test, and we just talked about it, right? It can serve as additional purpose as documentation. So if it's very hard to navigate and read your test, right? It's not clear what it does, what it tests. It becomes another hurdle to overcome, right? So a good test has to be clear. The other two important, and they come together, is conciseness and completeness. So the body of the test should be concise enough that it doesn't contain any of the distracting information in it, right? So it should be small enough. The test should be small enough so you can understand it, right? At the same time, it has to be complete. So if you have like all your mocks coming from somewhere, and then all of a sudden you validate a thing in your test, where does it come from? You don't know, right? So completeness is an important part. This is where like some of the helper functions help come in, right? And they help you establish some of those things, right? So again, concise, small package, yet complete, right? So you see no extra information, but the information you do need for the test is within the test itself, all right? And finally, the last one is resilient. The resiliency is important. If you change the internal implementation details of a component, the test should still be passing, and you shouldn't have to touch the test. This is, again, I'm going to talk about it a little bit more in a second, but this is, again, very important part, right? To the resiliency of the test. All right. So what a testing talk would be without a testing pyramid? Of course, it's here. There are multiple layers, and you just heard Lars introduce yet another layer in this pyramid, which was like a feature test. But typically, we think about the tests are like unit tests, integration tests, and end-to-end tests. I think everybody understands what the unit is, right? Although I'll show you how to write proper unit tests in a second. That's where you take your component or service and basically mock everything outside of it and interact with this single unit, right? This is the type of test that you pretty much have to submit together with the PR that introduces the change, right? If you introduce a component, you have to have unit tests together in the same PR. Not I'll add it later. No. Has to come together. Integration, and this is where there's many opinions what it is, how it goes. Integration, I call integration at what we call the end-to-end for the app. Right? For me, that is the integration test. This is where I have the running app. It's fully compiled and running, your web app, but all the backends, all those integrations are either mocked or fakes, right? Like, for example, authentication would be fake, but everything else will be mocked, right? This is how you test how your app overall integrates with the rest of the system. And end-to-end tests are the tests that you don't mock much. It's running on the actual system. Maybe authentication could be faked and stuff like that. But overall, it's like a whole environment test. Those tests are extremely brittle, right? Because the first two are hermetic. End-to-end tests are extremely brittle. You should have as little as possible of them. There's a read-only test. They run in parallel. They could interact with the same system. So many things can go wrong with that. So that's how I divide those type of tests. There's some good questions I see coming in the chat. Do you believe in 100% coverage or nothing? No, I'll have a different opinion on that. But yeah, okay, let me just get back to this one. So let me introduce ciphers. And if you haven't heard about them, where have you been all this time? So I've been talking about ciphers for some time now. What are the ciphers? Ciphers are simple injectable functions that are explicitly returning state. And what does it mean? Well, this means that they help us set up things properly for our unit tests and easier to follow, right? So this is a different way of setting up your initial conditions and things like that. And this term, the first time I heard about it was from my former teammate, Moshe Holodny. So if you want, this is a fantastic article on this as well. So let's take a look how they compare. This is our typical unit test, right? We have a describe, and then we have, start going over the properties that will be part of this unit test, like components, some fixture, some service, well, typically many services and other things as well. We'll skip those for now. And then you'll have your configure test suite that is sometimes in the before each as well, right? So you have a configure test suite, and then you'll do something like, let's focus on one of the services, right? Like this one, for example, this service. We declare a property on top, right? And then where we would assign value for this? Well, in the providers. That's where we will assign value for that service with the use value. And in fact, that's completely not type safe as well, right? So just because a use value will just like anything. So we'll assign a mock value for the service. We're trying to mock the service. Now, how do we get it back? Well, in the before each, we'll have the test bed inject that service, and we'll pull it out of this thing, right? So now we assign the property somewhere in the describe block that we gave a value somewhere in the middle there, and now we're finally assigned it. And now what happens next? Well, it just magically appears in our tests, right? We can reset the value or something like that. It just magically appears in our test. Really hard to follow. And this is just one, right? If we have many services that we operate on, this is really hard to do. And I can understand where, writing tests becomes almost like a burden that you don't really enjoy. All right. So how does Cypher compare to this? Let's see how Cyphers do. Cyphers is basically a setup function by itself. And when you set that up, you can provide some default or initial values that you want this to set up with, right? So in this case, for example, I just have value to be false by default. Now, before I start dealing with all the testbed stuff, right, I'll create my mock. In this case, it's just pure like jest way of creating a mock. Then I'll configure my testing module, right? And I'll put this value that I just created into that configuration when we do this. And finally, the returning state part is coming from this. Out of this setup function, I'll return this property out, right? So it's no longer just magically appears on our test. It's actually coming from that setup. This also guarantees us clean setup every time, right? So forget before eaches, erase them, burn them with fire. Now look at the test itself. When we call this await setup function, we get the split IO service back, for example, and then we can operate with this during the test, right? If we want a different initial value to set it up with, well, we'll just set it to false, for example. It's true, right? We'll just pass it to the setup function. All right. So that's the ciphers, right? How it compares. Again, we declare it, we use that specific thing in a type safe manner. Then we return it out of the setup function, and we'll use it further in our tests. Again, this is the article that I kind of talked to. I'll drop the link after, but you can search testing with ciphers, and I'm pretty sure this is the first article that will show up in your search results. Alrighty. Let's see. So testing services. And Jason, pay attention. I'm going to pull you out in a second. So services in Angular are, dependency injected, right? So we provide in root, we have injectable and things like that. What dependency injection generally allows us is to construct the service, the class, or anything like that, and provide dependencies during the construction time. So for example, what we do here, Angular underneath is actually does new service. So it constructs that class service and puts the other dependencies into this. This is done for many reasons. One of them is actually testability. So in Angular, when we test services, we don't actually need to test that because we can follow the exactly same pattern, right? We'll create our mocks, for example. We'll have a mock logger and again mock split.io service, which is a feature flagging service in our case. And we can create those mocks. Then we can instantiate the service that we want to test, right? And pass those mocks into them. And now we have a service that is fully functional, but all of its dependencies are mocked, right? And then we can run the test with it. Now, that was great, but we can do it even easier. For example, with the help of amazing libraries like Just Autospies, for example, by Shai Resnick, you can actually create the whole spy from class, right? And then for your dependencies, and then you can, again, create your service with new and pass those in. It becomes even easier. Moreover, for things like observables or functions that return observables, Just Autospies even those sets those up for you with some of those replace objects under the hood. Really cool thing. And then now we can operate and work with this. Now, sometimes it auto setups for all the methods, but sometimes you have properties that you want to set up. For example, if you have like a reactive property that's observable, your Just Autospy won't set it up for you automatically. So you can use additional helper when you do the create spy from class. You can specify observable props to spy on, right? And that will create that for you. And then in your test, if you want to, you can always do like next with, right? And push the next value in that observable property. All right, so that's Just Autospies and testing service. Sometimes you need a global object or third-party class to be used in the service, right? And how would you do that, right? I've seen this a number of times where somebody would just create a new thing and within the service. And that breaks this dependency injection paradigm that we so try to follow, right? So that's when you knew something in, or you use the global object directly, say your session storage or local storage directly. Don't, right? There's a better way to do it. So stop it. There's a better way to do this. How would you do this? And that's with the help of your injection tokens. So we don't do it that way. We'll create an injection token that will create things for us. And now it's part of your constructor. That means that during the test, you can substitute it with the mock, right? Otherwise, the global objects, you can't really mock them. Or if you do mock the global object and you run your tests in parallel, those could interfere with each other. That's where you have your flaky tests and stuff like that. So please don't use the injection token for that. Hide it there and still inject it in the service properly. All right, so that's how we do it. And this is basically how we test services. It's fairly straightforward, right? We don't need test bed. We don't need any additional setup or anything like that. All right, so let's take a look how we test components. Components are more interesting in this case. And I'll start with this test. take a look at this for a second. Think about what this test does and how helpful is this test. Well, let's walk through this. It says that it should submit a feedback, okay? So the person here is using the ciphers. Awesome, we set up correctly. Now just spies on a method that this component has. Thumb click. Then this test invokes this method on that component. And then it expected that that method was called. Is it a good test? It's a pretty bad test. In fact, it doesn't test anything because you just said to spy on it, you did it yourself, and you just validated that it did. This is a pretty bad test. What should tests do? Those tests should be validating behaviors. This is important, again, not implementation details, behaviors. Behaviors means it's public APIs. Lars was talking about mystery box today. That's what your component is. Treat it as a mystery box. You should not assume anything from your unit test about which properties you have or which methods you have inside of your component. Completely forget about this. Treat it as a complete mystery box and you interact with the public APIs of the component. So what are the public APIs of a component? Let's take a look. Component is not just a class. Component is class plus the template. That is the component. That is the component. And this is an important part because what I see sometimes people do is they would test the class. They would call a method and make sure the property is set. That's not the way to do it, right? We should be testing components through their public APIs. And what are public APIs of the components? It's inputs, it's outputs, the services that we injected, right? And the generated template. So whenever we interact with we can set the inputs, that's because that's a public API, right? And we can validate certain things happen in the template. So we won't be validating that something is set within the component itself, but something is there on the template. Same with the services. Service provides some response, something appears in the template or disappears. User interacts with the template, again, generated template. User interacts with the template, clicks a button or something like that, then something happens. You do not invoke the method yourself on the component. You interact with the template, and then some mock services, you'll check that it was invoked. This is very important. This will be a biggest, mental model shift almost that you'd have to do if you're still interacting with component instance directly. Forget about that one. Jason, are you here? I'll need you for a second.
I'm here.
All right, awesome. Here we go. Okay, so let's take a look at this test component template and this test, Jason. So we have a component. It's some kind of search component.
Mm-hmm.
It has an input. When you set the input, it passes something to the store. When something is updated, there is the output, right? And then there's, more importantly, that there's a handle key down method inside of this component. All right, so that's a component. It has handle key down.
Mm-hmm.
Now the template, if we have some view model, then when we key down on the input, it will invoke this method. Awesome. All right, and I have a button there. Awesome. Now look, let's take a look at this test, Jason, for a second there.
Sure.
It emits the value, and you do the component handle key down value, and you validate that component handle key down have been called with a value.
Mm-hmm.
Good test or not?
No, it's not a good test.
It's not a good test.
Nope. Exactly. Just like you said, you're using the internal stuff.
And you're just doing exactly what you just mocked, right? For example, you just did it yourself. Of course it'll be called. You just did it in the previous line. Okay, let's take a look at the next one. How about this one, right? So let's say we have an update spy that listens for the outputs. All right. Now we do component handle key down value, and we ensure that that output got a value. Is this a good test?
No, you're still not using the public API.
Exactly. So it's a better test because we're not
better.
validating something that's there, but it is still not there, right? So we're already starting using one of the components APIs, and we're listening for the output from external perspective, right? But it's still not good to test. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Event click, user event, or fire event, but user event's better. Clicking on a text box, whatever that text box is, and then the update spy emits something. Is it a good test?
I would say yes, because
much better. Exactly. So we are interacting with this component through the public API, which is its generated template, and we are validating through, again, public behavior that it outputted something. In fact, you see there's an ng container there with the ngIf, right? And before, we were invoking a method, even though the input could have been hidden. Like, it's not even there. So what we're really validating, that invoking the method does something? No, but when we click on something, if it was hidden, it won't produce this, right? So this is why it's so important to validate it from the public API perspective. All right, thanks a lot, Jason. It was great help from you. All right, so now let's take a look how we set up components for the test. Well, we could use the test bed and configure testing module. Yeah, that can do that. But you can get them even much better APIs in there, way more ergonomic with, again, Angular testing library. Lars also mentioned it earlier today. I really love Angular testing library. It's one of those very helpful utilities that help you hide some of the complexity with dealing with test beds. And in fact, if you are using Angular testing library, you don't really need to deal with test beds anymore directly. So in the let's take a look how it's done. Angular testing library provides you a render function, and in there, in my preferred way, you pass the components. You pass the component to the as a template, right? So as a component itself. So in this case, say CXUI component search is the component under test. It's very powerful because if your component takes some content projection, like in this case, there are multiple options, you can literally write that piece of code, right? And it's there, right? It's almost like you use this component in your other parent component. Notice I'm not passing the components template here, right? So this is not to get you confused. I'm passing the component itself, right? This is the component, the search component itself. Then component properties would be the inputs and outputs that I want to track or spy on. In this case, handle update, right, is the spy that I just created before that. And the other important stuff is I'll import the modules that are necessary for my component. In this case, the search module, that's the module that actually exports this component, and options module because I'm using some of the options inside. Super powerful and very easy to read. Okay, that's the handle update. This is the component properties. Okay, now let's use this Angular testing library and ciphers that we just learned a second ago. So what can we do? We now have a setup function. I'll create my update spy, right? And then I'll render this component. And I would put the handle update there. And so once I've done with all of this, I'll return out of the setup function the update spy and the result itself, which is your component. Now, let's take a look at a second here. So this is our search component. And I want to, now in my test, I want to search for something in this component. All right, so I can try to find the input, which is get by role, and I'm using Angular testing library for that, which is correct way to do it, right? I'm using the public API, so I'm using it as a user would. So I'm trying to get that input, and then I'll use the user event type. So I'll type something in that input, the search text. That works, right? That works. But now there is an assumption that I know exactly how my search component is constructed, right? Do we have an input there or do we not have an input? I don't know. Should I care? Probably not, because that's the search component's implementation details, right? So how can I do it a bit better? Well, let me introduce test harnesses. That's how you would do it. Test harnesses allow us to abstract components, typically our common components that we typically interact with, your inputs, your buttons, your selects, your whatever, your searches, and everything in between. And they allow us to hide the internal implementation details of those components, because we shouldn't really care. We should be able to switch the template of that component and not break every other user of that component, right? So for example, for search, it could be two inputs next time or something else. I don't know. But we should provide an API to interact with this component. So in this case, this is what the test harnesses do. Component harnesses is the other way you can name them. So in this case, we'll load the, we'll get the loader and we'll get the search harness inside of it, right? And we'll also return to the user outside of the setup function, right? Now let's see how we can use it now. So we have a harness. We have some test input that we want to type in. We'll use search harness to send the keys because we do not care how exactly we're inputting those in the component. And then, well, what we do care is that our updates by produced certain output. And then we'll expect and validate that our output actually produced something. So it's very, very powerful. And again, for our teams, this is basically the standard we went with. Angular testing library, Cypher setup, test harnesses. Super important, super cool, convenient. All right, I know we're like way over time now at this point. I'll just do very, very quickly some of the best practices. So always mock all the dependencies. I've seen tons of tests where there's some are not mocked, some are there lingering for whatever reason, or not mocked at all. And guess what happens if you do not mock something? Well, he'll actually use the real implementation in your test, which could be bad. You could be sending some API requests out of your unit tests for components. The other one is try to keep your things within a describe block at the top level, right? So I think it got better now, but it used to be the case where some of that information, some of that setup would be leaking outside of the test. So keep it within the describe block, right? So you have the describe block in the test, and then these things inside of it. Nested describes blocks are okay. Not only they're okay, sometimes they're very, very useful, right? You can compose the sentence out of them. So do utilize them as well. The other one is, this one, for some reason, is very controversial. Like I say, do not use should in a test. Assert. Right, so not so it should be called when. It's like maybe it's called, maybe it's not, maybe it should, whatever. Just say it calls when, right? First of all, it's shorter. Secondly, you are asserting that something is happening, right? So if it's red, it's not doing that. Drop the should. The other one is time-based. Whatever you have time-based things, please use fake async. Even if you're using JS, please use fake async, right? So you can manually move the time and not make your tests wait for something to happen. Unit tests should be in milliseconds. The other one, avoid ifs and for loops. I saw this example of test. If it says checks if the length is bigger than 0, then expect this. That's never invoked if this one's less than 0. Why do you have a test? Tests should be asserting and validating the logics, not having the logic in them themselves. Done for subscribers. It's the one that's one way, but it's, again, bringing back Shai again. He has a very good spy subscribers. Use even that. That one's even better. But if you do have async logic, please use the done functions. On Nope animation module, if your tests are using animation, have them animation, do not make them wait for animation complete when rendering's done, all that stuff. Make sure that you just drop animations altogether. You're not unit testing animations. Do not make your tests run longer than they should be. And final one, useless tests. This is what generator generates your test with. And I see it every time. For some reason, people really love this test. Like, I have at least one unit test, and they keep it forever. This doesn't validate anything. It's just wasting CPU cycles. Drop this test, write the real test, okay? Yeah. All right, so quick overview. Why testing? Hope you know why we do testing, and you know the good characteristics of a good test as well now. Then we went over ciphers, a new way to set up functions. Then we went over how to set up services and test components. And we had some bonus section at the end. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm around. Find me on Twitter as well at Alex Okrushko. I'll be happy to talk to you as well about anything testing or anything else related. Thank you so much.
Alex is being 100% honest when he says he's happy to talk to you. He's one of the nicest people I know. So thank you for the talk. That was amazing.
Yeah. Man, there's so much to pick up from there. I mean, like, I started starring like some of the comments, and at one point my fingers got like, tired, and I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna be done. But I'm gonna go through them real quick so people can see them. So Lara was saying that, fact, it is hard to test 1,000 plus line of components, when you talked about that. Jason likes to ask, where do component tests fit into this pyramid? And I think you did respond to that a little bit in your talk. And then Nesvat started with a joke saying how to test coverage. But he says, like, jokes aside, how do you be sure about that you have enough coverage? So there was that.
Let me just answer this one but quickly. So this is an important one. How much coverage do you need? Again, I think my sweet spot is somewhere from 80 to 91%. That's the probably coverage I'll try to go with. 100% doesn't make any sense. Less than 70%, I think you're still missing a lot of things. I mean, it's good, but it's still missing. And one thing about the test coverage, look also not only line coverage, but also the branch coverages, because that's important as well. Again, 100% line coverage does not guarantee you that your thing is working, but it's a higher chance that it's working correctly. So there you go.
Perfect. And then Shah was saying, what do you think about this take? Anything with a template like a component should be tested on the browser?
And no, so again, Jest has the VDOM and things like that, but you should be interacting through the whatever is rendered there. Yes, it's not the actual browser, but it's the VDOM in Jest case, but I still would interact it from the template side of things. A lot of stuff we're validating the behaviors, we're not validating how it'd be like rendered and stuff like that. That's the other topic altogether, I think. This is where I see a lot of the end-to-end tests, what people call end-to-end tests. I call them integration tests, right? This is where you have real browser, you mock your backends, but you have real browser, you run through the whole scenario of interacting with a component that results in the API call. And then you mock responses, provide some responses, really validate whatever happens in the UI like that. That's where I can also validate some of the visual things as well. Use the Percy or whatever Apply tools or whatever other things as well.
All right. So I think like when you were talking about the coverage, Lara had a comment about that. Often leads to low quality tests. Simply, that's what you said. No wonder that you guys like working together. So, and then Ryan, who's saying like he was using ciphers before I knew that he was using ciphers. So man, you're a visionary, Ryan. And like Chandler had like this comment. I really like the test your app like how a user would use it. So I think like the point of view of the user is like, I guess, the most important like point of view in this case, because once again, guys, we are building for the users, not for ourselves. Okay. And then of course the Mosh article, everybody talking about, Jason here said like, thanks for introducing us to that article. We'll make sure that like we put like that in the resources. But what is bars? Anybody knows?
I don't know.
I mean, when we were talking about ciphers, he just say bars. I mean,
no idea what it is.
Okay, man. I mean, thank you, Brandon. I mean, yeah. Okay, we'll have to ask him. Yeah, and then I think this exchange was happening in the background. Just for reference, Thomas was saying a bit late for the question, but do we need testbed if you use the inject function in our service? I'll let you take this one as the last one. And
that's inject function is a special unicorn right now. You can actually mock your inject function, right? Then you don't need a testbed. But if you're using the inject function implementations, then you would need to have a testbed. But again, hopefully, I think inject functions provides more value in the components than the services. So in that case, you would still be using testbed anyway. All right.
Nice.
And there's some ways to deal with this anyway.
Cool.
Good question.
And I think we have like Lara's like next talk. Like she likes to gamify text coverage. So next talk officially, she doesn't know it, for Lara Newsom, is like how to gamify your text coverage. So we'll get her for the next Angular TinyConf on that one, but we have her on a special one for today as well. So stay tuned. Alex, it was good. It was even more fun that like your Wi-Fi like abandoned you at some point. and then we had this like crazy moment with Shao that I'm gonna bring back, so it's just one of those moments when you are live, man, and it could not be any better than that. So thank you so much for taking the time, for coming and sharing with us. And like Jason was saying, if you ever see Alex's name on the workshop or on anything, drop everything and just go. So just drop everything and go. Thank you so much. Very humble person, but very, very knowledgeable. So he's precious in this community. We appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Jason.
All right.
Thank you, Chao.
Thank you.
All right, man. So, Chao, I'm not gonna get in your car with Brandon. I'm not doing that. So I just want to like keep the record clear here. I'm not interested. I'm not doing it. I can record you guys, but I'm not getting in the car. Okay.
So.
Okay, go ahead.
Chao just said he's going to ngConf this year. And I think I need to talk to Frosty and Joe about Brandon and Chao and Adi in a car.
No, sorry. Now that Eddie mentioned it, I don't want to anymore. I don't want to. I don't want to be like I don't want to be like I don't want to be called racist. Like people open up a trunk and see a black guy in there.
I'm telling you, man. No worries, man. Let's go to ngConf. Let's have fun. But right now we are like TinyConf, and you're gonna talk about, what are you gonna talk about? You can talk about anything, Chao. Is gonna be interesting. But I mean, he really, when it comes to Angular, freaking A, man. He can talk about anything. But I think we're going to be talking about template outlet. Let me get my bearings right. There we had so many good talks today already. And Mr. Chao is going to say, have you used ngTemplateOutletInjector yet? That's a mouthful, but I'm sure that's going to be great content, man. So no worries, man. We're just going to give you some space. You can share your screen, and then we'll just get out of your way, man. All right.
Wait. I'm gonna have to rejoin because I need to reset Chrome. Be right back.
All right.
The MacBook
I'm not
thing,
singing
right?
again. I am not singing again.
So Brandon explained the bars comment. Did you see that?
Oh, what did he say about the bars comment?
So when he thinks of bars, he thinks of like ciphers, right? And so we were talking a little bit about freestyle rapping earlier, right? And when Brandon said ciphers
bars
and then bars,
cipher. So cipher,
yeah.
CYPHER.
Yep.
And then in rap you have the bars. Oh my, come on, man.
I mean that's Harry Mack level, like mental gymnastics he's doing there. That's awesome, right?
I am telling you, man, that is so great. Okay, I mean, I thought about the musical reference at some point, but I was like, yeah, I just didn't. Yeah, cool, man. That's a great one, man. That's good. That's very good. Yeah, Nesbeth, let's just forget about Angular. We have Shaw. Let's just talk about cars, man. Because, man, he got us on it. No, but like, in all seriousness, let's get back to Angular. And Shaw, you ready? So we're going to just give you the stage, man. So,
all right. First of all, let me open up the thing here. Go over here. There we go. All right, can you guys see my screen okay? Let me know if, not that. Let me know if the font is too small. I can read chat, by the way. So,
can you make it just a little big? I don't know. I mean,
that's
what
all right.
do you think, Jason?
I can. No worry. I can bump it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. There
we go.
That one looks good. Yeah. Cool.
All right. All right. So this is gonna be quick, and I hope it's fun. I have only 10 minutes, and I have to leave in the 20 minutes. So keep your questions at the end. I'll try to answer them. So today I'm going to be talking about the ngTemplateOutletInjector. This is a new input to the ngTemplateOutlet directive that was overshadowed by the inject function, by the standalone component in Angular 14. But here I'm going to show you guys how to use it. All right, so I just set up some components. One is a foo component with an ng content, and it just provides some value for this injection token. And I have a bar component, same template, and provide a different value for the injection token. And then I have a content component that's going to inject that value token, and will render that component, or it will say, I am not wrapped. All right, so now I'm going to go back to my app.component. And I'm going to say, hey, foo, let's see, yep, have it import. I want to render the foo component with the content. Now you can see that now I have from foo. Actually, let me add something to this so it is, you can see it better. Content, save. There we go. Now the thing is, we can add another block of template, say bar, and then we put the content inside of it. Now we see the content grab the value from the injection token of the parent. I mean, the provided value from the parent. All right, everything works great so far. Now let's imagine that these foo and bar components are components that you cannot control, and you want to wrap them or make a compounded components out of them. For example, let's say that every time I use bar in my application, I want to wrap the content in some like flex component or in some like flex layout, or in this case, I'm just going to give this like a color of hot pink. So every time I use the bar component, the content needs to be wrapped inside a div with a style with the hot pink color, and that is cumbersome to the users of this component or to my teammates. So you're thinking about, okay, let's create a custom bar component, right? I'm just going to copy this on this custom bar. This is custom bar component, all right? And inside of here, I'm going to use the bar component, and we do the div, and then the ng content. And here we say, hey, color hot pink. Of course, this one doesn't have the value, but it needs to import bar. I'm going to save this. I'm going to bring the custom bar into my app module. Then go back here and I say custom bar. I put in my content. You see that? Okay, my my style. Sorry. Yep. I ran out of time during this week. It was crazy at work, so I cannot think of like a more suitable examples. But here you can see that when I put content instead of custom bar, I did get the style that I want to custom, but I did not get the injection token. Right. The reason is that when Angular sees your template, when Angular sees custom bar, and then inside of that it has a content, at the time that Angular parses your app component template, it will establish the relationship between the custom bar or the parent and the content component or the content child right then and gives and like provide all the dependency injection context to the template. So at this point, the content when they get rendered, it will try to grab the value from custom bar. It cannot see it. It will try to grab the value from app component. It doesn't see it, right? And then it gets rendered with a no value for the injection token. Right, and then the ng content is just projecting the rendered content, the already rendered content with the given context. So how do we get around this? I mean, style color hopping is just very simple, but maybe you have some flex layout, right? You have some container and stuff like that. The answer is you might want to use a template, the ngTemplateOutletInjector. Some people can say that, oh, you need to use a service to pass this value around, but I like to stay on the template, so that's what I'm going to show you today. First is we need to make the custom bar component accept an ng template instead of a ng content. So I'm going to have a content child. I'm going to grab the template ref. Hey, this is going to be static template ref of unknown. There we go. And instead of ng content, I'm going to put the ng container, ng template outlet with the template. Right now, you see that the content is gone because it is now inside of an ng template. So I'm going back here. I wrap my content instead of an ng template. And now my content is back. One last step. Now for the bar component, this is where we want to grab the injector from. So let's export the injector. Injector. Right. This injector is going to contain whatever we provide here and whatever the parents of this bar component and whatever inside of the environment injector. Right, and back to this custom bar, grab the instance of the bar component, and then pass that to the injector input. Now you will see this from bar. So that is ngTemplateOutletInjector. And that allows you to do custom components, custom compounded component with a provided value and bypass the content injection. So the real world use case for this is inside of Angular 3 project. How to say this? Do you mind seeing some code? So the real world use case for this is that let's say that inside of what do you have? Math. You're right. Math signav. I think I just my math signav container. thing, I just run into this container, right? And then inside of here, you have the math sign-up. You cannot just like you can just not break this math sign-up into a custom component and call it app sign-up, because the math sign-up won't be able to see the math sign-up container as the parent. And you have to do like app sign-up content inside of it instead. I mean, the example is inside of Angular 3, and I have a talk about Angular 3 in about an hour, so maybe come back to that later.
All right, so we're gonna use the Angular 3 card. That's cool, man. But man, I am like, wow, I can see some kind of use case with composition there and like context, I believe, if I understand it right. But we have a whole talk with you, I think right after lunch. Yeah, so right after lunch, we have another talk with you. I know that you need to be going right now, so feel free to run anytime. And Jason, I think you have started a few comments here and there, so you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go through the starred comments. Actually, I only started one. I just said, I started Alex saying that I don't have a flex layout, but I have a layout that I flex.
Oh man.
Yeah, honestly, there were the use case was amazing. I haven't used the template outlet like that, and so
yeah,
I need to go and figure out.
If you read the Angular material code base, a tabs component, for example, you will see a lot of ngTemplate, and they're wrapping ng content inside of ngTemplate, so that they can do this stuff.
No, that was, yeah. Like I said, my mind is blown. I need to go back and unwrap what you just said so that I can.
Yeah, and that's why that's a good segue there. Somebody was asking me in the comment, make sure that everything is recorded. Yes, everything is recorded, man, because we're gonna go back and decipher, not debar, but decipher everything that was said today. You know, so
and by the way,
sure that
oh, and sorry for cutting you off because I have to go. But by the way, this template outlet injector lining talk, I'm going to be giving the same talk at the Angular show next week, and I will make sure to come up with a better example and better use case. But if you have any questions after this, come to Angular show and ask me there.
All right. Thank you. We'll let you go, man. And then we'll catch you back after lunch. All right.
And thank you for having me. Thank you, everyone, for listening. I have to go.
All right, man.
See you guys around.
See you later. Bye. Okay. So I think like we have like one more talk before lunch right now. And it's with Yuri. Yuri, I'm not going to try to say his last name. So, but like Yuri is the director of DevRel relation at NX. And man, I don't know, man, what got into him, but he has been like on top of like his like talks. I mean, when I'm watching like his talk before even watching the content, it's like the quality of how he put it together. He has like, you know, he doesn't have the bouncing ball yet, but he's almost there. You know. Yeah, and of course, if we have Yuri, you have NX around, and he's gonna like talk about, you know, how to architect. Basically, I want to get the thing right. Architecting large-scale Angular apps with model federation. So that's gonna be our last talk before the break. This was pre-recorded. He's based in Italy, and like some of our speakers, you know, had like a very tough time with the time zone, but I was like, we're gonna be okay with a good pre-recording. He did that for us, so I'm gonna play it, guys, for you, and then we'll announce lunch, and then we'll have like a quick break. So in the meantime, sit back, relax, and then enjoy this very good talk by Yuri, the director of DevRel at NX. So let me put that together real quick. Yeah, if I know where to go, because I'm like, okay, where do I go now?
Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
then, oh,
Go ahead. Go
no,
ahead.
I was gonna try and help you, Phil, while you're finding things, but nope.
Cool.
Go ahead.
So let me remove myself. I mean, remove Jason, not remove myself. Then I'm gonna put Yuri in here, so you guys know what it is about.
Hey, and thanks for tuning in to my talk about architecting large-scale Angular applications with Module Federation. But before we go ahead, let me first introduce myself. So my name is Yuri Strumpflohner. I'm a Google developer expert in web technologies. I'm also an ACAD instructor and Cypress ambassador. And right now I work for NX as the director of developer experience. NX is a smart, fast, extensible build system that has been designed to work really well with monorepos, but we can see today how we can also leverage it as our main development tool for building Angular apps, specifically large-scale Angular apps. And the growth that we experienced in the last year is like incredible. So we're super honored to see so many people using NX as their main tool of choice. And it also kind of confirms our mission. So we actually just crossed the 1 million mark of NPM downloads per week in January this year. In June, we crossed 2 million. And just about a couple of weeks ago, we crossed 3 million. And so we're heading very much towards 3.5 million. Who knows, maybe before the end of the year, we can still make it there. And comparing it to the Angular CLI, we actually also crossed the download numbers of the Angular CLI itself. Now, we're not really competing, but it is for us a personal milestone because we come from the Angular world as an X, and so seeing people start using it more and more really makes us happy and kind of confirms what we're doing. But today, let's actually talk about software architecture. And the software architecture term in general is a very kind of vague one and a very broad one, so it can be really hard to actually narrow it down to a couple of items. So I tried my best, and when I think about software architecture, what I try to look at specifically today mostly is like the maintainability aspect, the flexibility aspect of an architecture, but also the scalability aspect. And mostly the last point here will be what we are going to cover today. And even when we look at scaling, it can be runtime scaling, so meaning the deployment aspect of scaling, where you can kind of scale up and scale down depending on how many users you have, so basically on your deployment environment. It can be things like doing edge computing, where you want to be as near as the users, as your user base, and therefore avoid large latency. Or also things like cluster setups that allow us to give all this flexibility in terms of the scaling setup. But there's also the development time scaling. So meaning you have a code base and you need to allocate teams to that code base. How does local development work? Is it efficient? Is it fast to serve up your application? Is it easy to share code? And also things like the PR lead time, which is basically a metric that measures like how long does it take for when I open a PR, how long does it take to actually have that PR merged into the main development line, which is usually the main branch or master branch. And so today, again, as you can imagine, we are going more towards the development time and looking at how we can improve that. And one aspect there already is code organization. So it might not be the first thought, but it actually has quite a big impact on how you structure your app and how that scales during development time. So usually, for instance, if we take a typical Angular CLI setup, what you see there is like a big monolithic structure. So you usually get an application, and then you have like just different folders in that application that kind of distinguish how you actually share code and like what your features are about. And so the main issue that comes up there is like, how do you ensure, for instance, things such as there are proper module boundaries around those features, so that features don't kind of cross-import things that they shouldn't be importing. Like, how do you import the number of, or limit the number of parts that an app can actually consume from some other part, right? Like all those kind of things are important. And from the scalability aspect also, potentially, how can you just test a single feature? Run tests for that, because that was the only one to actually like developed on, right? So what if I told you there is a way to do all that? And if we look, for instance, at the code organization that is proposed in NX, it kind of makes things a bit more clear. Because what we have there is an app structure which basically has an app at the very top, and then you have a bunch of libraries that you can use for structuring your architecture. And those libraries don't actually need to be reusable libraries, right? They can just be a library for that specific application that you're developing. So usually what you get is like you have a very thin application that is mostly grouping and bundling the features that you want to deploy. So that is kind of your deployment container. And then you have those well-defined, I call it workspace libraries, because as mentioned, those need to not really to be kind of libraries that you would like build and publish to NPM or something. Those are just for code structuring purpose at this point. Obviously, you could publish them if you wanted to, but that's not the main purpose usually. And so if you think about the team allocation perspective, this already gives us a better view of how we could allocate teams, because usually those libraries are developed or created around module boundaries, around domain areas. And so you can allocate specific teams that work on that subset of libraries or that specific library. And then you can have like more infrastructure things such as, I don't know, authentication UI libraries or other types of utilities that are across all those libraries and that might be used by different teams. And those are then usually cross-cutting infrastructure teams. And so again, usually you have that app at the very top, which is your deployable, and the major part of your functionality actually lives in those libraries. And this is the structure how it looks, for instance, in NX. So you see basically you have that app folder and then you have that lib folder. And there's also, if you open up that lib folder, a clear contract among those libraries. So there's actually an index.js file, for instance, which is kind of the barrel file which you export basically, and where you can actually basically limit what others can consume and what might remain, for instance, just within that specific library, because it's kind of just makes sense for that library internally. And so how do you use that? Well, you just link those, for instance, over the routing mechanism. So the Angular router configuration has a very easy way to like pull in lazy libraries, like lazy modules in general. And so you can directly reference the entry point index.js file, for instance, in one of those features that lives there as a library. And so you can already see that such libraries represent a much stronger boundary than just a folder. Because like every time you build such a library, you have to export things and you have to think about like, what do I want to export? So there's that step of exporting that is kind of very specific and explicit. And this actually makes a lot of sense also if you think about architecting your Angular apps in the future with standalone components. Because there you potentially can just include standalone components wherever you want, right? So having such a contract in place might make a lot of sense and help structuring your application. And so on top of that, then we have features such as how you can like make sure those boundaries are also respected, because even though you have an index.js file, someone could do deep imports. And so in NX specifically, for instance, we have dedicated features that allow you to assign tags to those libraries, then define some sort of configuration where you define what tags can depend on which other tags. And then there are dedicated lint rules that check those on CI. So these are important aspects again from like a scaling perspective at development time, because now you can make sure automatically on your CI system that you don't merge PRs that don't respect the established module boundaries. And the important part about all these things is the developer experience remains exactly the same. So if you look at this command, it is very, very similar to an Angular CLI command where you serve your application, right? So here we write nx serve shop, which is our app name, but it remains exactly the same experience, regardless of whether you have multiple libraries and how you structure the setup. Another problem that comes often up at this point goes towards the CI setup. Because obviously, as you add more libraries and add more packages, your CI might go up because that takes more time to build. And so to counterpart that, NX comes with features of just running what actually changed. So for instance, you have basically a change just in the middle basically of a library. Then NX can walk that dependency graph that it uses behind the scenes to understand, okay, the app is the one that depends on it. And so that those are the things that you're going to build or test or lint. And similarly, when something more deeper level changes like an auth library, so some more leaf nodes in our entire graph, it obviously affects more pieces, but you can see already that we take like shortcuts of what gets actually built. So we don't include all of the test runs across all of these nodes, but just what is actually necessary. And so NX does that via so-called affected commands. So here, for instance, you see NX affected test, which uses git to understand from that PR that you created to the baseline, which is usually main, to understand like what changes have been made. It identifies the projects, and then it leverages that project graph to understand what other projects are affected by the change and runs the tests against that subset of projects. And obviously those operations then run in parallel and are kind of optimized to be as fast as possible. Now, one thing to notice here though is what about the actual build and what about the local serve times, because those are still potentially high. And the reason why they are still high is because in a normal setup or in a default setup that you use with NX, the build is still happening just at the very top. So as I had mentioned before, you could have the libraries built individually, but in the default setup, you just consume them and they're just imported. And that happens via so-called path mappings in a root level tsconfig base JSON, where NX, whenever you create a lib, it just creates like a placeholder, which is similar to an npm scope, and then it points that to an actual index.ts file. And so this is a TypeScript feature, which allows you to nicely organize your code and don't have to like mess around with relative imports. But at the same time, it also means that Webpack just pulls all those in without actually pre-compiling the individual pieces. Now, that might, in large-scale applications, lead to the issue where you now have just one monolithic build at the very top, so this could still be slow. So how could we solve that? Well, the potential solution for that could be to apply what I call horizontal slicing, meaning I would create buildable libraries rather than just having those workspace libraries that are being pulled into the main application build. So meaning each of these libraries that we see here are being made buildable. Now, to create a buildable library, there is actually a command. So by passing the --buildable, this would be set up to make basically the library use ngPackager for Angular specifically. And so then ngPackager would take care of building that single subset basically. But one thing that you might think of now is like, well, how would that, however, help to speed up build times? Because now I would need to not just build my application, but actually build all the individual pieces separately. And the key mechanism behind that is caching. Now, caching is a feature that NX comes with where it can take like your command, it takes like the input, which can be source files, it can be environment variables and other things that you specify. It computes a hash out of that and stores that locally. And so whenever you rerun the same command, it would compare against the hash that is already present. And if it is present, it would just replay the output and produce the artifacts that might potentially have been produced as a result of running the command before. So the whole idea behind that is like you don't rerun the same command if nothing changed. And that is the key there, because in a horizontal slicing mechanism, we could then run the build of the application. That would trigger the build of the libraries below it. But if we have built some of those libraries already, they wouldn't be rebuilt. So things get faster over time. Now, this is a chart which I've created a couple years ago from like where I did test run basically buildable libraries versus non-buildable libraries from a cold startup and a warm cache. And you can already see the cold startup is actually slower, which is not entirely surprising because in a cold startup when you don't have a cache, you need to build every single library first before you can actually build the application. And ngPackager turns out to be actually quite slow in doing that. Now, within NX, we have optimized that. So we forked ngPackager internally and ripped out all the pieces that we don't necessarily need for having such an incremental build setup, but it's still kind of slower. Now, obviously, if you look at the warm cache, that is way, way faster because obviously we don't run a lot of computation at that point. And one issue you might still have, though, in the end, is the Webpack linking time. So even though the single pieces are built individually, when it comes to the application build, it needs to link to those individual pieces. And again, in a large-scale application, you might still suffer slow startup times. So the whole solution there is like keep splitting. And one part could be vertical slicing, or that's how I basically define it. So the difference in vertical slicing is that we don't basically have like just the application, the library is built, but we split up the actual application itself. So we reduce the scope that needs to be rebuilt in the app and not just in its dependencies in the libraries, basically. And so this is what it could look like. So we still have that concept of a shop app, but rather we split it up into single sub-pieces, which again could reflect our domain areas. And so that then allows us, again, always paired with the caching, to just build, for instance, the first part of the application domain, which could be like my account area, because that's just what I changed. And so each application here can now be built individually. And you can already see there are overlaps, right? Some libraries are shared by those, and those again would be cached. So if we build like the second application, while the overlapping libraries wouldn't be rerun, and that would be built independently, given if we still use a buildable library setup. And so how can you do that? And so from the DX perspective, it still remains the same. We would always run nxserve shop, regardless of whether we have split up the applications within that. So that is an important point, because you don't want to have now to manually spin up like 3 different applications or even potentially more, just for the sake of like running things faster, because then you might get again slower due to the degraded DX experience. One thing to note though in this setup is when we use nxserve, it is different than the nxserve that happened before, because now we have actually 3 applications which get spin up behind the scenes automatically, and that is managed by nx. But it also means that for serving the application, we can now do cool things like just serving them statically from a cache without actually using Webpack. And so you can imagine this would now be much, much faster, because we don't run Webpack across all those applications, but we can just serve them up. And if someone else has already used that and cached the result, it would be super fast. Now, if you want to develop on an application, you could do something like passing -- dev remotes and give 1 or 2 applications depending on where you're working on. And those then would be bootstrapped with Webpack. So you still get all basically the live refresh and everything that you're kind of accustomed to, but all the other applications would actually just be statically served again. And so this can be very nicely solved with a technology called module federation. So at the very, very high level, module federation is basically the ability that we pre-compile code at build time, but then dynamically load those individual pieces at runtime. And there's some Webpack specifically provides some runtime mechanism that makes this easy and achievable also, like when we run our production application. So you can imagine module federation being something where you have a shell which kind of pulls in different kind of pieces, which are called remotes, and assembles them to one single application. And not surprisingly, very often module federation is being used in the context of microfrontends, where you want to have different applications, deploy them independently, version them independently, and then just aggregate them basically at runtime. Now, we don't necessarily want to do this in this specific scenario, because what we want to do is mostly just use the technology to split up the application subparts for the fast building of those applications, local serving, but then still deploy the whole piece as in a single application. You could obviously go a step further and just use the same config to realize microfrontends. So how does it work? Well, you can generate a new module federation with this specific command. So here in particular, we are already giving it the various remotes. Now, many people though are probably in a situation where they start with an Angular application, it keeps growing, and at some point they reach a level where they're like, the local dev serve times take like 2 minutes, which is obviously not acceptable. And so then they start splitting up. And there's a way to do that as well. So you can migrate an existing application where you set up like the host, and then it generates like basically different remotes out of that. And again, what is very important, the developer experience remains the same. So we still run nxserve and the application name, and nx handles everything behind the scenes. So let me actually quickly show you what that looks like. And so here, for instance, I have an application which is called NX Megastore, which has a shop app, and it has a bunch of libraries, and we can actually really easily see that by running NxGraph. And so here, if I show all the applications, you can see there's the shop app, and there's like our various sub applications down here. Now, if we focus, for instance, on this one here and increase here the proximity, you can see there is the shop app. These are our remote applications, and here are our libraries below. Now, how does it look like in practice? Well, our libraries are simple entry points. So this is a library, it has an index point where it then internally has its auth module. Now, there's nothing here very surprising or exciting, but in our application, we see now our shop application and in the actual routing mechanism, you can see we pull in the various lazy loaded pieces. And instead of pulling in here the actual libraries, we pull in something that is called a remote module. And that remote module is something that we generated before here. And if you go into the remote module, you will see here an actual routing configuration, which then pulls in the final library that lives further down in the libs folder. So this is kind of structure how those things are being pulled together. If we now want to serve this, we just run, as mentioned, nx serve shop. And you can see now it would build first the checkout remote separately, which pulls in its libraries that is connected to. It builds the my account remote and the products remote and a couple of other setups. And finally, the actual application. And so if you go then to localhost 4200, we see the application running. Here you see the products page, checkout page, my account page, and those are all separate applications. So I can actually go here and boot here 4201, and you would see this is the checkout page. So this is the subset of that remote application that is actually running behind the scenes. Now, why is this faster? Well, if I rerun here the same nx serve shop application, it has now all the other applications built already from the cache. So the cache is warm and you see the serve time is now super fast. Now again, imagine this is like a very simple setup where I just have a couple of applications with just one module and the component attached to it. But in a larger scale application, you might really notice the difference here if you have to build it or not. So the interesting part of this whole setup is the actual caching. Because without the caching, we would need to rebuild all those pieces every time, so it doesn't give us a huge speed benefit. Actually, it might even be slower. But it gets really interesting if you distribute the cache, because by default it's just local. So if you distribute it, it means that you benefit even from runs that your coworkers did or your CI system, right? So you can really speed up that experience there. Now we do that with NX Cloud. So that is the way how you can connect like an NX workspace to such a remote cache. You basically just run NX Connect and it will basically connect you to a new instance of an NX Cloud workspace and have you set up locally with such a remote runner and a remote cloud runner. Now NX Cloud comes with like 500 hours for free per month, no credit card, anything required. The worst thing that happens is it just stops caching remotely. So it's definitely an easy way to try it out. And if you're a company though that says like either we need more than 500, well then you can opt in to actual like the public cloud paid process, or you can actually also reach out and we can host it in your actual data center, because some companies are, for some privacy regulation reasons, cannot really use the public hosted cloud, even though it's end-to-end encrypted. So one thing that might come to your mind now is, well, I don't really have like a large scale application, and that's totally fair. A lot of the points that were mentioned today is for really large applications, and I wouldn't advise to go fully into like such a module federation setup, because even though a lot of those pieces that we have seen today are fully automated, so generators actually provide you this setup, you don't really need to know all the details, it still comes with a small overhead. But the thing is, like, you might not yet have a large application. A very important part, in my opinion, from an architectural thing is that you never should prematurely optimize your setup, but you should have a way where you can already evolve over time. So you have a flexible structure where you know already now that if tomorrow your application scales towards a point where you want to split it up, there's an easy way to achieve exactly that. So one thing I would want to bring up as well is a thing we are personally at NX very excited about, is that we just raised a round of funding together with our new partners Nexus and A16Z. We got a funding of around 8.6 million. And what this will allow and what this will change basically is that we can now focus fully on NX and push that forward. So definitely keep an eye out. We have already some really good features that will help not just for the monorepo scenario, but also for developing single Angular applications, single React applications, where you have a very similar setup that you have right now with Angular CLI, for instance, having the same structure setup, but you can still benefit from a lot of the architecture setup that I've mentioned today. So to recap, what we've seen today basically is that splitting things up into smaller pieces can help you actually become faster, because you can apply the whole affected commands that NX provides, but also the more fine-grained caching layer can help speed up things. Also, by now you might notice that Webpack module federation might not just be for actual developing microfrontends. It is definitely a solution for that, or a potential solution. but it can also be leveraged for other things, as we have seen today, like for splitting up your application layers. And finally, the DX part, the developer experience, is a very important part when we develop NX setups. And so we never want to introduce some sort of mechanism that degrades your developer experience, but you should still be able to use your application as normal, but then benefit from an improved performance or improved feature setup. So if this made you curious, we have actually a YouTube channel, which is on youtube.com/@nxdevtools. And so I've put up a couple of videos specifically that go in that direction. So one being how to speed up Angular serve and build times, which covers those topics that I mentioned today, but going really deep into the code level things, and like how you can take an existing Angular CLI app and then split it up into like smaller modified pieces, and how then the caching layer works there. So definitely check out that video. Also, if you have an Angular CLI workspace right now, there are 2 videos there, how you can migrate from an Angular CLI setup to an NX-based setup. And also, as I've mentioned briefly before, keep an eye on our social channels, because we're currently developing on some cool feature that will allow you to have a same structure as the Angular CLI, but still benefit from the NX mechanisms that I've shown today, basically. So thank you for watching. Definitely reach out if you have questions, ping me online, and have a great day.
Perfect. So that was Yuri right there from the NX or the Narwhal team, and he's in charge of like the developer relation. And I know that we have some question from the audience here. I think Paul Mead is asking, and let me just make a quick adjustment here, guys, real quick. There you go. So Paul Mead in the comments is asking that if apps with model federation, the assumption that deployment schedules are the same, and then if apps are released at the same time after an NG upgrade, and somebody is saying like hopefully more NX office hours. So what I want you guys to do, so this was a pre-recorded talk. We unfortunately don't have Yuri with us today, but I want you to keep that energy and bring that conversation to Twitter. You know, so Yuri is JURISTR on Twitter. I'm gonna just post it as a comment. And like, you know, he's a very of course very knowledgeable but very approachable person. Bring this question directly to him, and then of course, like they do have like the NX office hours. I don't know if they still like running it these days, but they are a very, very approachable team, you know. So please take the time to go and bring those questions to them. And now I just have like the pleasure of like having not only a developer that I very much like, but somebody that I can call a friend, Mr. Kyler Johnson, you know, the silent killer. Don't mess with this guy, man. You know, talk code about it, talk code with him, but like, you know, he's that like, you know, you don't want to mess with this guy at all. So, but Kyler is going to talk about a very hot topic that everybody kind of like want to get into, but sometimes get a little scared. And he's going to talk to us about ngRx in 2022. So Kyler, take us home, man. And Jason, if you have anything to add to that, and then we'll give like Kyler the stage.
No, I'm just going to grab my popcorn. This sounds awesome.
There you go. There you go. So Kyler, do you have your screen? You can just share it and I'll add it to the stage.
All right. Let me see.
There we go. Yeah, and then of course, in the meantime, very good comment right there. The NX team is awesome and been very helpful. So yeah, I cannot recommend it more than that. But we have more NX coming down the road, at least like in the somewhere in the closing comments. You'll see. So, and Kyler, there's Markus who's saying, let's go. And of course, like Brendan is here, I'm sure he has the popcorn or something else.
Yep.
So let's get ready for this one. So I'm going to add it to the stream and we're going to get out of your way. Take us home, man.
All right. Thanks, Hadi. Excited to be here. So, yeah, I want to talk about ngRx in 2022. A lot of great things are happening in the Angular world, the Angular ecosystem, and that includes ngRx. There's a few new APIs that we can take advantage of. And I think there's something, I'm excited about them, and I think you will be too. So I have been doing some refactor work on my ngRx implementations and using these new APIs. And I think I can convince you to do the same. I know what you're thinking, right? Like, we have features to deliver. Who has time to go refactor working code, right? Well, there's a few reasons why you might want to do that. If you can refactor to reduce the amount of code you have to maintain, or to improve the readability of the code that's there, then it's probably worth it, right? Less code to maintain means less time maintaining code. I mean, more readable code means that it's easier to grok, easier to understand. The code that's easier to understand is less error prone and easier to maintain, right? So I'm a big fan of these new APIs because as a developer, they make my life easier. So I think my goal with this talk is to convince you to consider using these new APIs and putting in the legwork to do some refactoring yourself. But before I get into that, let me introduce myself. I'm Kyler Johnson. I'm a senior principal software engineer at SecureWorks. We are hiring, by the way, for experienced Angular developers. So if you are looking, my DMs on Twitter are open. Hit me up, and we'll see what we can do. You can find me at Kyler Johnson Dev in most places: GitHub, Twitter, LinkedIn, kylerjohnson.dev. On my website, I write some blog posts. But I love code. It kind of took over my life from the second I started doing it years ago. And I've always been a Harry Potter fan. The fantasy genre in general is a big part of my past, and what we do here as developers feels a lot like magic to me, and it did from the very beginning, and it still does today. So I'm just happy to be part of this community and get to do something I love every day. So I'm going to talk about two main APIs today: action groups and feature creator. The action groups are really cool because it reduces the lines of code you have to write to create actions, and it improves readability. And I'll show you some examples in a second so you can see how it improves readability. The interesting part of that is I didn't realize that was going to be one of the pros of action groups until I actually started playing around with it and implementing it. Action groups were introduced in ngRx version 14, so they're relatively recent. I've seen a lot of talk about action groups, so that's great to see. A lot of people are excited about it. I have not seen as many people talk about the feature creator. The feature creator it's a game changer in my opinion. It basically generates your selectors for you. Every state property that you define in your reducer, in your state model, it will generate a selector for. So you can imagine how much that's going to reduce the amount of code you have to write, right? And it's a little bit easier to register. That was introduced in version 12, so it's been out for a couple versions now, but I haven't seen a lot of people talking about that. So I wanted to touch on that today. So the first thing we're going to look at is action groups. So this is what your traditional action groups look like, right? I'm assuming that you're using action creators here, the create action API. And I'm also assuming that we are wrapping we're wrapping our actions up, like load customers and into like a sort of a group in and of itself, but really an API so that you can avoid naming collisions, right? Because you could run into cases where similar parts of your app are dispatching actions that are really similar. It's not always clear what the source is or what API you should be using to dispatch. So by wrapping them up in an exported object like this, it makes it a little bit easier to keep track of that and know where those actions are defined. So those are some assumptions I've made here. And I think that's a pretty general implementation from what I've seen. So that's kind of where I started here. You can see you're dispatching the action just like you would normally. This is what our actions have looked like before the action group creator. And a few minutes ago, I talked about how we can improve readability here. We kind of see a lot of text on the screen here, and it's not really super easy to come in at a glance and see what actions can be dispatched from what source, right? So let's look at action group implementation. So after you implement an action group, this is what you look for, right? So you still have this wrapped exported object here, and you still reference these the same way, right? But you define them in a much more concise way. So I didn't really realize how big of a benefit this was going to be until I started implementing it. But now the way this is defined, it's very human readable, right? Load customer success. It's all very concise. I can easily at a glance see what actions I have in customers effects, right? And I know it's kind of weird that load customers is dispatched by from the customer's effects source, but I'm using a lifecycle for that, ngRx lifecycle to dispatch this action when the feature store is created. So that's why that's there. But as you can see, it's very easy to see that, all right, these three actions are coming from this source. This action is coming from this source. You can see that at a glance, right? Now, if you notice here, we're defining this property key with a space there. The create action group API will actually generate this for you in camel casing. So you still dispatch it exactly the same way you did before. So if you implement an action group here, you don't have to change anything about the way you dispatch it. That it handles all that for you as long as you name it the same. So I'm going to move on to the feature creator. And this is what we had before, right? We just had a customer's reducer. You would have to have like a customer's key or whatever that maps this slice of state to this reducer. And then in your store module for feature, you would reference both that feature key and the customer's reducer, right? So not much has changed with that. But what you have here is after you implement a feature creator, you maintain that feature key basically as a name property of the create feature options. And then you just take you can basically just copy and paste your existing create reducer function right into this on the reducer property here in the create feature. The difference is you would reference you would register this feature, and you don't have to maintain a separate key and reducer anymore. It's just one feature. A little bit easier to grok. But that's not the major benefit of this. The major benefit is what you're about to see here. So if I want to write selectors for all these state properties, right? This is what I have to do. I get the feature selector here, and here you can see I'm selecting the limit, selecting offset for pagination type stuff. There's a lot of selectors here, a lot of code here, right? What does this look like after you use the feature creator? Are you ready for this? That's a big difference, right? So the customer's feature generates all of these selectors for you. Notice here that it doesn't just generate all of your these state properties for you. It also generates the feature state itself. If you need to grab the whole state for some reason, like if you want to write your own custom custom selector based on that, you still have that exposed to you, right? And that's the real power of Feature Creator. It dramatically reduces the amount of code you have to write to expose your state properties via selectors. So with that being said, let's take a look at some code and see how we might be able to quickly refactor some code live to take advantage of these APIs. I'm going to switch to my code editor here. And it looks like I need to reshare my screen so that you can see it.
All right, no worries. We have the dark screen right now, so it should, yeah.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to blow this up a little bit so you can see.
A little bit more, maybe two more. I mean, like Lars was giving us the what is it called? The magic number, 25 line of code when you're presenting.
All right.
But I can see it. I can see it right, man. And without my glasses, I can see it. We good, Jason? At this?
Yeah, this looks really good.
All right.
Looks good on YouTube and yep.
Nice, man.
Awesome.
Keep at it, man.
All right. So we're just gonna quickly implement some stuff here. So as you see, I'm already wrapping these actions in a customer's effects action constant. So I am just going to take that. We're going to comment this out really quick. And I'm going to do the same thing here, but instead I'm going to create an action group. And we're going to define the source as customers effects. And we're going to define some events here. And essentially what we're going to do is we're going to do the same things we did above. So keeping in mind that we want these action names to stay the same, right? So that we don't have to go change the effects and where they're dispatched and stuff like that. So we want to make sure that we name them the same thing. So a lot. Now we can comment this out. Actually, yeah, we don't need to copy that. This is just empty props. All right. So now notice that I didn't do all of it. We still have this customer's page source that dispatches its own property, right? So notice that it's easy to do this one piece at a time. You don't have to go refactor. Like in a production app, you might have, 50 actions pretty easily or more. So you don't have to go do them all at once. You set up let's say you're working in the customer's effects and you have a few things that you want to dispatch. You can go set up an action group there, move those actions that you're working on from that piece into these and refactor over time slowly. You don't have to do it all at the same time here. So that's something that, really helps us refactor this in a way that's manageable, that still allows us to deliver on our, make our deliverables, right? Because at the end of the day, we have to ship software. So now that we've done that, I'll just quickly do the same thing here that you've already seen. You've already seen the process, so no need to go through it again. So now we have effectively refactored this to take advantage of the create action group. So now we can get rid of the create action thing there. Now we can come over here to the reducer, and create feature still does work with ngRx entity. So I have an example here of ngRx entity that uses ngRx entity. So essentially we have our reducer here, and if I want to leverage the create reducer, I can say customers feature equals create feature, give it a name property, and this is going to be what replaces that customer's key that feature key that we're used to seeing. And then we define a reducer, and you don't even have to copy and paste your reducers here if you don't want to. If you're refactoring, you can simply do that, right? Since we already have it defined here before. So now if we want to take advantage of this, we're already exporting it. So let's save that out. We'll come over here to the customers module, and right here where we had the feature key and the customers reducer, all we have to do is import that, and we can register it via the customers feature, right? So now we can go over to the selectors and really take advantage of this. So I have a few custom selectors here, but that's not really going to change all that much. So let's go ahead, take all that out, and I want to show you that we can get some auto completion here to help us with this. So I can do, as you see, I have and do select customer state, select limit. I have auto completion here for all of these state properties that I've defined. So now that I've shown you that, I'm going to go ahead and paste this in. And down here, our generated selectors for entity needs that state to give us all of them. We have this custom selector here that needs our new select customer state that comes from the customers feature, and that's it. We're still exporting these things. We're defining these constants locally and still exporting them through customer selectors, basically because a lot of slices in ngRx might have select loading, right? So by wrapping this, it helps us avoid naming collisions that way. So we can save that out. And if I open the terminal, we can see that all is good and all is compiling. So that's how we can take advantage of these two new APIs. So you might be wondering, okay, that's great and all, but as a bonus, let's take a look at what everybody's really excited about. How do you do this with standalone APIs, right? So you have to do a few things a little bit differently. And there's going to be a couple assumptions that I'm going to make here. One of them is that you're using the SCAM architecture. So that's the single component Angular module architecture. I think that was coined by Lars Nielsen, if I'm not mistaken, to help us get ready for migrating to standalone components when they became ready. As you can see here, it's going to kind of help because a lot of these imports here, we're going to need here once we make this a standalone component, right? So let's take a look at this. In our module here, this is a feature store, right, that this customer's component depends on. If we're not going to have modules, where do we register that? So that's going to be where we start. So if we go to the app routing module over here, this is where we're going to want to provide route providers for this. So we're going to say that these providers are scoped to this route. And we can use the provide state API from ngRx to register our feature. And we can't forget about our effects, right? So that takes care of that. Now our effects does depend on the customer service, so we need to make sure that we add the customer service as a provider here. So let's go back to this. We're taking care of this now. Now let's make this a standalone component. We do that by giving it the standalone property and the component metadata true, and we need some imports here. It would help if I can type. And of course, we're going to need, we'll just copy these right here straight into this imports array. And now we can get rid of this module entirely. And we have a standalone component. So now we need to figure out how we can route it. So before we had this as a module, right? So we had to reference that module somewhere. So if we come over here to app module, we can see that we have a customers module here. That no longer exists. So we're going to take that out and we're simply going to import we're actually going to be bringing in the customers module, right? Or the customers component right here directly. And as you can see, that still compiles. So with that in place, we now have a customers component completely standalone. We have our feature state defined in the route providers for customers. So you might be wondering, what about root state? What if we wanted to go full standalone? Meaning we bootstrap our app component rather than our app module, right? So there's a few things that are going to need to change here. And we'll go through those. So we're going to come out here to, first thing we're going to do is we're going to copy this routes variable, this routes constant here, because we're not going to need a routing module anymore. We're just going to define routes.ts here, and we'll export this. Let's do some imports here. Let's see. Looks like I'm going to need to import those manually. NgRx effects, and this relative path changes. So we just need to say, make sure we update that, right? So why do we move that out? That's because we're going to reference it directly right here. So this is how we register the app today by providing it this app module. This is how we bootstrap our application. So I'm going to bootstrap our app component directly. Import our routes. These are a bunch of standalone APIs here. So we have provide router that imports our router module. You can think of this as the router module for route. And we just give it our routes constant there. We have some modules here, including the GraphQL module we need to import providers from. So we have this import providers from API to handle that. And we have this provide store also from ngRx. And that registers our root store. You can think of this as the importing store module for root, right? And another interesting thing here with the standalone APIs is we need to provide the HTTP client, right? And we have an interceptor here. So when you're doing this, this with interceptors takes interceptor function or an array of interceptor functions. So you can provide a bunch of interceptors, right? I'm using Hashira for my backend on this app. So it generates GraphQL for you, GraphQL endpoints for you. So had to create a, before I was using a, the traditional class-based interceptor. But here we need to use a functional interceptor. And this is kind of the difference of what that looks like. You have an injectable class here that implements HTTP interceptor. It had an intercept method on there, and that's where you put your logic, right? And then you would create this provider this way. Well, today you don't need to do that. Today you can create a function, and the with interceptors function will pass this sort of rec and next into it, and you just add your logic here and register that just like this. In this array of this interceptor function gets registered in an array with the interceptors, all within the provide HTTP client. So that takes care of that. So now, with that out of the way, we're now bootstrapping our application from the app component rather than the app module. We have registered our ngRx store, our root store here inside of the main TS, and we have updated the routes here to provide our customer's feature store scope to the customer's route, right? So that is, so now we can actually get rid of this app module altogether. I did forget one thing here that is important with the store. You can provide store dev tools here, and so there we have it. We have created we've used a few new APIs. I've shown you create action group. I've shown you create feature. We've looked at how to register those without standalone and module-based Angular. And we've looked at how you can register those and consume all the same APIs or the ngRx store in standalone Angular. Which I think is something to be excited about. I think it simplifies the mental model of Angular and state management in Angular with ngRx. And yeah, so as we can see, as we can see here, sometimes you have to restart the server. Oh, yeah, we do have to come make our app standalone. True imports. It's complaining about the router outlet there, so I know it needs the router module. See what else it needs. It needs the mat toolbar. Use an Angular material here. That would help. And there we have it. Now we're building successfully. We just have to make sure that the app component that we're bootstrapping does have the standalone API turned on and the requisite imports, right? And there we go. So I'm going to go back to my slides now and finish up. Now that I've shown you some the process of refactoring to take advantage of these APIs. Okay. So just to recap, we can see that action groups improve readability by making it really easy to see what actions impact a slice of feature and their sources. You don't kind of have a lot of this clutter that separates the action description themselves. The action descriptions are like nice and in line for you, right on top of each other. So it's easy to see at a glance what is affecting state in this feature slice. The feature creator API generates selectors for you. We saw that that's a huge win, right? Especially if we have a big state object and we have a lot of those types of selectors. A lot of times we'll have a lot of components that need part of the state. So generating those selectors for you is that's a major win in my book. It's helped me simplify quite a lot of the ngRx implementations that I've worked on. We looked at the new standalone APIs and how we can use provide store to register our root ngRx state, provide state to register our feature state, and that provide state needs to be done in a route provider. That will not work if you try to use it in the feature component itself. And provide effects is going to be the same for root state or feature state. It's just a matter of where you define it and what effects you give it. With that, I want to say thanks to Adi for letting me come on, and happy holidays to everybody that's listening. For those who are celebrating, and for those who are not, happy end of the year. If you want to take a look at this repo, there are 3 branches. The main branch is the main branch is going to be before any refactoring. There is a new APIs branch that shows you just the API, the create action group and create feature APIs in module-based Angular. And then there's a standalone branch that will show you how to register that in a completely standalone Angular application. And if you scan this QR code right here, it'll take you straight to the GitHub repo. Again, you can follow me at Kyler Johnson Dev at most places, at Kyler Johnson Dev on Twitter, and I post regular blogs on kylerjohnson.dev.
I am jumping of joy. I saw some live coding, man, and you killed it, man. You killed this thing, man. Oh my God. Presenting is hard. Live coding is just like, out of this, man. Thank you so much. This was so well done. Refactoring live is never easy, and you got great props from like the right people. Brandon is like praising, like, great demo. Captain like Zach is back and saying like that. Mohammed Gay saying like, awesome. And Paul Mead, who has a very cool question too, is saying well done, Kyler. But one of the quick things, I'm not sure if that's gonna be the case, but I'll let you answer that question. Any reduction in bundle size when we're using this technique? Do you know, or do we care at this point? What does it do?
Yeah.
Does it help us anyway?
I haven't noticed any difference, but the application that I'm implementing this in is quite large enterprise application. So I haven't done enough refactoring. I've done a few slices of state, but I haven't done enough refactoring to really that it would make a significant enough of a difference to show at this point. So I can't report on that just yet. There's 2 things to consider here, though. There's 2 things to consider. One is the actual ngRx that gets bundled, and the other is standalone, right? Both are going to change the bundle. So if you look at that, it's important to separate what bundle changes come from new ngRx APIs and what bundle changes come from standalone Angular, because both are going to impact that.
Man, and then the fact too that like now we're playing with main.ts. For a long time I never opened that file. I never felt, I was like, that's kind of like out of boundaries. Don't touch it. Everything happens in app modules, and stuff like, yeah, exactly. But there's so much cool stuff that you can do in that file, and we're gonna have that for another talk. Kyler, I know that you have like other commitment today. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you still took the time to come and do this fantastic presentation, man. You really killed it. Man, this is great. And you know me, I don't throw flowers when they are not like, deserved. So if I say it, I mean it. You really did a great job, man. And I'm looking forward to learn more from you, and into refactoring this stuff. Thank you so much, man.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right. Oh, when you go, just click on Leave Studio. Lars told me to tell that everybody, because it's going to be recording it in the background. So don't close your tab. Just click on Leave Studio, okay?
Got you. Will do.
All right. Cool. So for everybody else, it's now lunchtime. We have kind of went a little overboard, but just about 30 minutes. Now, blame everything on Alex. He's the one who came and he did not test his Wi-Fi. So we're going to blame everything on Alex. He's my new target today. Brandon, you're off the hook. So it's not your fault anymore. It's Alex's fault. So now, but we're just going to go ahead and we're going to have a shorter lunch. To some of you, that just means you're going to have to eat twice as fast. It's not going to be a problem for most of us, I think. So, but we need to be back here at 1:30 p.m. EST. 1:30 p.m. EST. And then we're going to have our next talk. Shao is going to come give us a little bit about Angular 3D. You really don't want to miss this one. Okay, guys? All right. I'll see you again at 1:30 p.m. EST time. Thank you so much. And I'm just going to put something in between, let's put some song here. What else I can do for you guys? I can give you a leaves background. No, I don't want to do that. I'm going to give you this. Some people are telling me they hate this music already, so I'm going to change it. Oh, man. I love the Angular community. Getting there, getting there. All right, all right, all right. Mr. Shao, you back?
Yes, I am.
Cool, cool.
All right, this is gonna get sloppy, okay? Because this is last minute.
Come on, man. You're not gonna get away with that. I don't know if it's last minute or last second. We're always gonna expect excellency from you, man.
No. I'm gonna be like all over the place. All right.
Oh man.
But it's gonna be fun. It's gonna start up some discussion.
Yeah, there you go.
People might learn something. Maybe people might not. People might hate me. But yeah.
Nobody's gonna hate you, man. If not, they're gonna. If they do, they're gonna have to talk to me, man. No worries.
I'll rent a bigger car next time.
There you go. Now you're talking. So whenever you're ready, man. So I think what time is it? So we'll give people maybe 2-3 minutes to get here. Okay. It's 1:27. And I said for people to get back. And now we're gonna gain our time back, because if we start at 1:30 on the dot, we can probably keep the rest of the schedule. And Alex has tested the Wi-Fi for all of us. So we should be good now. All right. So I'm gonna just give people maybe a couple minutes. So get your slides ready. I'm gonna keep us off stage.
I don't have any slides.
You don't have any slides?
I don't have any slides.
Okay.
I do.
So you're ready to go? Okay. So
yes.
Are you at least gonna share your screen?
Let me share my screen.
Okay, please share your screen. Because if not, I'm like, are you gonna do some moves then? If you're not sharing your screen, go for it, man. So okay. So I'm gonna add this to stream. It's 1:28. So what do we do? Do we wait or do we go for it? Are people back?
Let's just wait 2 minutes. I don't know. It's okay.
Cool. All right. So if that's the case,
just do some icebreaker. Do you know about 3JS?
Me, 3JS, I just heard about it, and honestly, I've been interested about it since I saw you playing with it. But yeah, so that's all I know.
So Ryan in the chat said, "I got a big coffee." Yes, I got a big coffee, and I also got some alcohol.
I'm trying to match him.
I got some alcohol. So it's a good Friday, y'all. Have a good Friday.
He's gonna be lit up. No problem, guys. He got this.
Stay lit. Get hyped.
So let's talk about 3JS. So in the meantime,
So no,
I'm gonna wait. Oh man, I like that joke. Oh, I like that good.
Okay, who do you vote? Who do you vouch for World Cup? French? The Franks?
For the World Cup? No, I have my team, man. Senegal, all the way.
Oh, Senegal. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Vietnam couldn't make it, so I'm gonna have to go for the US.
we have the Vietnamese in our heart, so don't worry about it.
Yes. Yes. All right.
So we have
on the spot.
On the dot. Let's do it, man. I'm out of here. It's all yours.
Do it. All right, man. All right. Hi, everyone. Hi, folks. Thank you for having me again. So I am sorry in advance because I had to change my talk at the last minute. This talk might be sloppy, and because I don't have anything prepared, it's so last minute, and it's been a crazy week at work. Because I realized that my prepared talk was overlapping with Yuri, my colleague. So I already paid 80 too much for this spot, so I had to come up with something else. I'm just kidding. So today I'll be sharing with you all about Angular 3, not the missing Angular 3.0, but the 3JS integration with Angular. We'll go really briefly over what 3JS is, what Angular 3 does, and most importantly, what allows Angular 3 to bring the declarative approach to 3JS, which is a very imperative library. All right, so we're going to start with what is 3JS? Again, it's going to get really sloppy because I'm going to be all around the place. So what is 3JS? So if you go to 3js.org, this is the homepage of 3JS website. There's a lot of examples, great examples. It's going to blow your mind that everything here runs on the web. It's an abstraction of a WebGL API. It is an abstraction. It's not a wrapper. It is an abstraction of a WebGL API. Oh, sorry. People tend to regard to 3JS as a 3D library. It's not. It's just an abstraction over the WebGL API. It's using the canvas WebGL context, all right, the GL context. So it's going to render things on the GPU. And WebGL is extremely low level and very hard to work with. And 3JS provides the primitives to help developers build the scene graph better. Right, I have some of my notes here. And this is the scene graph. So you have the top level scene. So everything inside of 3JS has to be added to the scene to be rendered. Inside of this scene, you're going to have like a countless or infinite amounts of object 3D. And object 3D might or might not have geometry, which is a shape, and material, which is texture of that object. And then object 3D might have other object 3Ds. So you have like a tree-like syntax. So, but everything, if everything in like a tree shape can be represented on the template, on the Angular template. So why not work with, why not have an Angular integration, right? But before we get into that, I like to just use straight vanilla 3JS instead of Angular. All right, what I have here is just an empty app component. We're gonna grab the examples from the documentation. So when you go to documentation of 3JS, scroll down to the bottom, there's a script, and you can copy this, and this actually gives you a scene, a basics scene. So inside of app component, I'm gonna have on init, and I'm gonna paste that in, and I'm gonna import from 3. And look over this, you have the scene, right? What we talked about, all 3JS applications is going to start with the scene. We also need a camera, a default camera, and we need a renderer. So these three, the scene, camera, and renderer, are the top 3 building blocks of a 3JS application. And then we have the geometry, or the box geometry, a cube, and then we have a material. And by the way, this is green. This is an Angular, so we have to do red. So we have material, and then we have a cube, which is a mesh. A mesh is an object 3D, right? But this object 3D has geometry and material. So we pass those in, we add the cube to the scene, and we have some animation function. All right. Before we start, I like to do this canvas. I want to manage my canvas. And now I have a view child of GL canvas, static 2, and GL canvas is an element ref of HTML canvas element. I'm going to use this canvas, pass that to my renderer, but I don't have to append to the body. I'll say this, and I'm going to start up my app. No. Serve sandbox. What's this? Come on. Why? Sorry, environment hiccups. We serve the application. that. Then let's go to localhost. Bring this over, and now we have a spinning cube. So that's Three.js, right? And if you take a look at the Angular, do we have Angular? I don't have the Angular. Okay. If you have the Angular extension, the Angular DevTool extension, and you pop that up, and you go into profile, you see that the chain detection runs every frame, and that's the problem with the vanilla Three.js and Angular. You have to keep that in mind. You have to keep the chain detection in mind because we have request animation frame here. So this is the basic of a Three.js. So now let's see that what if I want to add another cube, like add a different location, right, with different geometry. You're gonna have to create a new cube, right? You have to create a new cube. You have to create a new geometry, new material. Actually, you can reuse the material if you like, and then you have to do cin.add cube2 again. So it's very imperative, very imperative. So we can do better with Angular. So with Angular, because we are inside of remove everything, right? Because we are inside of Angular 3 repository, so we have Angular 3 ready. So I can do ngt canvas. Ngt stands for Angular 3, and have to import that ngt canvas. Then remember we have the mesh, right? We do ngT mesh. Again, import ngT mesh. And this mesh has what? Entity box geometry. Right? Box geometry. What else? A material. A material. Entity mesh basic material. And remember the color? The color would be what? Red, right? And I'll save this and I'll go back to ta-da! We have the cube. What about what missing? What missing? We're missing the animation. So let's create the animation. So animation in Three.js. Animation in Three.js, or actually any animation that involves the request animation frame API, is actually you just change stuff. You change the properties of the object you want to animate little by little, frame by frame. So the same before you render. So the concept of that is what we call before rendered hooks inside of Three.js. So we can set up a before render. So we say before render, and we create a before render callback, right? And this is going to give us the object. I'm going to give this a type of 3.mesh because that's the object that we're working with. And before render, we want to change the x-axis, and we want to rotate the y-axis. And then we see, hey, for before render, we pass before render instead of here, and we save. And when we go back to the website, we have rotate. We have the animation. So you can now compare the code between the Angular 3 version versus the vanilla Three.js version. All right, so now we have the cube. We have the cube already. Why don't we just create a cube component, right? This is the cube standalone to template. Copy this over. And also let's just copy the before render over. And change this to a cube. Cube. That. Save. So now we have a cube component. We can just use that cube component inside of the ngT canvas, and everything should still work. What more is that? Thank you. What's more is that now, because we componentize this mesh, this actually 3D object, we can what? We can do more with it. We can add inputs to this cube, so we can set the position. We can have state instead of this cube, right? We can do this. We can have input, decision, and this is actually going to be a number. So that's the X, Y, and Z axis. We set this default to 0, 0, 0, right? And we pass that to precision. Say you see that nothing actually changed, but now we can do cube, 2 cube, precision. I will move this one a little bit to the right, and I move this one a little bit to the left. Save. Hopefully we have 2 cubes. Here we go. So now we have 2 cubes, right? And it is declarative on a template. You can just do ng4 if you like. So this is the approach that we would want to have in a modern web technology when we're dealing with a library like 3JS. And this is what the React ecosystem has for so long that we don't in the Angular ecosystem. I've had people come up to me saying that they picked React because they cannot find a library that works with 3JS instead of Angular. Right, so we have input now, right? So our object 3D can accept input. We also have state, so we have hover state, right? We have active state. Remember, these are like object 3D inside of canvas. They don't have DOM representation. So because they don't have DOM, they don't really have events like a DOM element. But Angular 3 has an event system using the ray casting. So imagine your mouse as a ray of the light ray that's going to hit the object inside of a 3D space. So I have click, and I say active equals not active, and then I will also have pointer over, hover equals true. I have pointer out, hover equals false. So now I have these events, and I set those state. Change stuff now. I can say, okay, color. When you hover, do red. When you off hover, do yellow. Back to this. I think there's something wrong, right? No, nothing wrong. We restart. Click active, pointer, false. Don't change anything. Why is gone? Why is this gone? We remove the, and is it back? Oh, it's back. Syntax off. What's happened? Oh no. So demo fail. I don't know what happened. Why is this event not working? Anyway, so it's not working. I'm sorry. I cannot show that. It's weird. I don't know why. Why don't try this? 3 cubes. Oh, I don't even have that. Okay, never mind. Sorry, guys. So now I don't have that. Such a shame. But how does this work? How does this work? And before we move on, let's add this. So let's say that I want to add these 2 cubes inside of a group, right? And I want to set a before render on this cube, on this group. so that I can rotate this guy at the same time. Proof that, and say, hey, before render, save that. Let me go back here. Is this spinning? No, it's not. Something wrong. I must have doing something wrong here. All right, anyway, let's just go back to the basic. So how does this work? How does like box geometry recognize the NGT mesh as the parent? And how does the mesh basic material recognize the NGT mesh as a parent? And also, how does the NGT mesh recognize the canvas as the parent? The answer is that it is the content protection and dependency injection. So we look at the NGT canvas. This is the canvas, the top level canvas that set up the renderer, the scene, and the camera. Right. So, and inside of Angular 3, inside of Angular 3, everything that starts with NGT is an instance. So if you pop up the instance directive right here, NGT instance directive, everything inside of Angular 3 is going to use this directive as the host directive. So technically, everything is an instance. And inside of the instance, I have an inject instance ref of the parent ref. This is just a helper function. It's just using the inject function, and it would just inject the parent instance because I have the skip self. Right, so I skip myself to go to the parent, grab the instance of the parent, and because everything is the instance, so that this directive is going to figure out how to do with injecting or with attaching or adding objects to the scene. Right, and how about the canvas? The canvas has to provide something else. Right? So if we go to the canvas component, we look at the providers. There we go. So in the providers of the canvas component, I would say, hey, on the canvas component, provide the instance ref of using the NGT canvas, but actually use the scene ref on the canvas component. So this way, the dependency injection system of Angular figure out what actually gets provided, not just the class itself. So now the canvas provide a scene as the instance. So now next is the NGT mesh. NGT mesh grab the parent instance, and it knows that the mesh and the scene are both object, right? Are both object. So we do the add. So we have the scene.add, and then we have the NGT box geometry. Now the instance component, the instance directive knows that I am a geometry and my parent is an object. So I will do assignment instead. So I have mesh.geometry equal this.instance. So it is dependency injection. If you look into these component, we go to mesh.ts and say provide instance ref of NGT mesh. And the mesh is actually just extend 3.mesh. Same thing with box geometry, box geometry, same thing here. Host directive with NGT instance will provide instance ref of box geometry. And all of this is generated so that I don't have to rewrite everything. So dependency injection is how the core primitives of Angular 3 works. So now we get into a different solution. A different challenge is that I want to say, hey, I have a center component which is using or compounding the Angular 3 primitives like the group, right? So when you think when you see this, imagine you have a bunch of like group mesh components, and then you wrap everything inside of NGT soba center, Everything should be centered in between of the scene. And this is tricky. This is tricky because when I say NGT soba center, when I write soba center on the template, and then everything inside of here, the content children of soba center has to know that the parent is this inner group. But when we provide this, we usually just provide the top level one. So if we have these groups, we need to provide different way. And then this outer group is a little bit different as well. So how do we do that? So you can, the provide instance ref has a concept of a factory. And if you use the factory, you have to provide an array that matches with the hierarchy of the template, so that the content children just grab the last item in the array, and everything inside of this array itself is going to grab the previous index of that array, so that we know for sure that it's working. Same thing with the, this is how we get around with the providers and the dependency injection system. Let's go back to the app component. Let's see if this works. I hope that this works, because I'd love for this to work. Right, so let's say we have a soba 3D. Right, this is text 3D. Text 3D story. This. This. Sorry for the type coding. I don't have any slide. Be that. That's going to be this. Be that. Why is you screaming? I need a font. So I pass in a font. But I don't have the typeface, so I have to grab the typeface. I told you it's going to be sloppy. Says this typeface. Let's copy that. Go to this. Access that, and let's do this. Then we need the material. So let's grab the material in here. That's normal material. NGT. See if it works. I don't find it. Oh, there we go. All right, so now we have the text 3D on the scene, but it's not center. We want to center it. So we want to wrap this inside of the center component. So the center. And again, these are like compounded with a bunch of different instance ref inside of it. And Angular 3, the instance directive, has to figure out what is the correct parent to add the instance on. So now we have this inside in the middle. What else? We want to maybe have some information around this. So we have soba float, again, another compile component. Soba float, save. Back here, now we maybe have some dancing text. There we go, very slowly, but it's dancing text. We can move the camera out a little bit so we see better. There we go. So that's it. That's all I have for now. That's all I have prepared. I'm so sorry that something went wrong in the demo, but yeah, thank you.
Come on, man! You're too hard on yourself. This is gold. This is showing like to everybody who's like doing this that this is not magic. This is practice. You are a seasoned developer, and you still are gonna have like these problems and everything like that. So to me, this presentation was perfect because you really showed like the behind the scenes. So like yeah, I think that's one of the one that I'm gonna enjoy the most. And then I really can wait to get into like Angular 3.js and not 3.0 Micromanaging, man. And of course, well, you know your guys better than me. They kind of like rile you up a little, so Zach is saying this, and then of course you see what Brandon is saying. Brandon, we saw it at the end, man. Leave the guy alone. And of course, Ryan says it's 4D. You guys did not see it because you just did not have the right plane. So, man, but this was amazing, Chow. I kind of have maybe one quick question. You mentioned at the top that every single frame, when we just use the native library like that as is, was being kind of like triggering change detection. But it seems like in the Angular 3, you are taking care of that. Are you just like putting it outside of the zone, or like what are you doing there?
I put it outside of the zone.
Cool.
Yep.
All right, man. And of course, Brandon is not leaving you.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
No worries, man. And thank you so much for putting up a talk so quickly and like pivoting, because I know you were like overlapping with Yuri, but this was precious, man. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for everything you do with the open source community, man. You are a gem.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Cool,
Thank
cool,
you for
man.
The kind words. Thank you.
All right, man. We'll let Chow go. And like Lars says, leave studio. Don't close your tab. Just leave the studio whenever you're ready. Cool, cool. So, man, I mean, Jason.
Yeah.
This has been like an interesting morning already.
Wow.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I can't believe the lineup you got together, Adi. And yeah. I'm looking at what's coming. The next talk.
Yeah.
The next talk. Wow.
The next talk is like it's like, and I'm even gonna make it I'm gonna make you wait, guys, a little longer. I'm gonna slick in a quick 3-4 minutes talk by the one and only Zach, who's gonna talk to us about Superbase. But you don't want to miss this Zach talk. You don't want to miss the next one. You don't want to miss anything, man. I mean, you just don't want to miss anything.
No, this afternoon. Wow.
There you go. Let's go. Let's go. Like Mark would say, let's go.
Let's go.
Man, I wish Mark was here, man. I really need his energy right now, but we'll do our best. We'll do our best. So let's just put like Zach, who's going to tell us about his latest course on Superbase. I'm very excited about this, but I'll let you judge for yourself.
Recently released a course on Superbase with the absolute legend Fireship. Seriously, if you haven't seen his video, JavaScript for the Haters, you need to right now. Anyways, in this course, we create a Reddit clone using the tech stack of Tailwind, Superbase, Playwright, and then React for the front-end framework. But I did recommend that if people were up for the challenge, they should try to translate my React code to their own front-end framework of choice. And since the Angular community decided to become absolute chads and put on a free virtual conference in the face of some bullshit conference drama, I decided to follow along in my advice and live stream me rewriting the same Reddit code using all the Tailwind, Superbase, and Playwright code we had written, but translating all the React code written to Angular. And those recordings are definitely available, but if you don't want to sit through 8.38 hours of me trolling Brandon and Trash Dev on Twitter with some Angular coding mixed in, but still get the benefits of me doing all that work, then this video is for you. Superbase is a backend as a service that all revolves around a Postgres database, but wrapped with a REST API, GraphQL API, WebSockets, and fully integrated auth, all put together with a JavaScript client with full type safety generated directly from your own Postgres tables and functions. It also boasts a in-browser graphical user interface that is so good, I honestly don't think I'll ever make another Postgres instance without using Supabase. But I'll always love you, PG admin. You would G. So basically it's like Firebase, but better if you're a fan of Postgres and not a fan of these newfangled NoSQL solutions. Supabase is also completely open source and provides a CLI for you to use the same production images they host on their live site, but configured for your local development, meaning we can stand up everything ourselves and make sure everything really works using tools like Playwright before deploying new features out there to the world. To use Supabase in an Angular app, you'll need to create a file that exports a Supabase client that you initialize with the URL and public key of your Supabase's API. This way we don't need to mess with dependency injection and can just import the client right into our components or services or route guards and etc. whenever we need to read information from our database. Since I too am an Angular Andy, I naturally really love overcomplicating things. So I found myself using a user service to store most of my user-specific data. I also use RxJS in some places to define when we should reactively request data. The whole repo is available in the links below, and if you're interested in learning more about Supabase, check out our 100 seconds of Supabase on the Fireship YouTube channel. And if you really want to get Supa, check out the full Supabase course we released on Fireship.io. You can use the code SUPASHIP, all caps, for 50% off the price. And you'll get all the knowledge you need to take an app from getting started all the way to deployed with Supabase. By getting hands-on experience in building, deploying, and solidifying the real-world project that is Supership.io. And at just $10 with the coupon code, I think it's a great deal, but I'm probably biased. While I joke about overcomplicating things, there are some pieces I definitely like about Angular's approach. Creating an Angular service for the user data, for example, felt much nicer than creating a use-user hook in React and then having an additional step of setting a provider for that data with the React Context API. Also, using RxJS to declaratively define our data streams felt much nicer than praying that I had hooked up all my React use effect hooks to trigger correctly. So to all the Andes, I say, love what y'all are doing, and I'm psyched to see Angular 15's updates. The new functional route guard with inject was particularly nice, and I'm even more psyched to see the whole Andy community coming back alive and doing some awesome stuff like putting this conference together. I can't wait to see what y'all do next. Cheers, and I will see you in the next one.
All right. That's kind of like what? Short, sweet, to the point, and like he dropped like 500 bombs in the
yeah.
At the same time, I mean, man, that's Zach right. I mean, that's Zach right there, man. That's Mr. Diamond right there.
And he changed my name to Andy right in the middle of it.
I'm telling you, man. With the good reference right there to like Toy Story. Who doesn't like Toy Story, man?
Exactly.
At the end of the day. So yeah, so guys, you got 50% off. I mean, do not overlook this. This is like some good content out there. Go get it, and then thank us later. Thomas too talked about like one of his books that he's gonna give you 50% off for Angular architecture. So I mean, really go for it. And so that's it. I mean, that's Zach right there, like another great like addition to the NX team. And you now see why I love these guys, man. They are just like out of this world, man. Thank you so much, Zach. Very much. Thank you so much for putting this together. But now we do have, this talk by, I think.
How do you introduce
I don't know.
guy?
I just don't know, because I was really heavy on Ionic for a long time.
Absolutely.
I mean, version 2 or 3, and the only reason why I was good at it, and
so
I had
recently
even,
released a course on.
What did I just do? Okay, we're done with Supabase. Okay, cool. All right, man. I love
Zach just wanted to interrupt, man.
No, that's on me, man. You did not do anything, man. So, I just said like Ionic, and people are starting like putting like the name, like knowing that this is coming up. I just cannot hype this enough. But I can tell you guys, I had to pre-record this because he's 13 hours ahead of us. So it was nighttime for me. It was daytime for him. We tried to make it like, worth your while, and I think it's sort of gonna blow your mind. It's just like, but I started with Ionic 2, and I got my first commercial contract with Ionic thanks to Josh Moroney and his like his super way of like teaching you very hard complex in very simple terms. So I cannot wait for this. If you want to say 2 or 3 words about Josh before we start.
I don't even do Ionic, and I watch Josh's content all the time because just like you said, he's so good at taking a complicated subject and making it easy. I'm excited.
All right. And of course, Mike said, did somebody say Ionic? So I think like, yeah, we did say Ionic, and we did say Josh Moroney, and this is going to be super, super duper cool. So right now, we're just going to get off the stage. I'm going to make sure that like we get you guys a 30-40 minutes special time with Josh Moroney. You're not going to regret this. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, again. So we have a very cool line of speakers, as you guys already know. But I'm not only delighted about this one right here, I'm elated. I have been like a fan of Joshua. Do you go by Josh or Joshua?
Call me Josh, that is fine.
All right, Josh Moroney, and I hope that I don't butcher your name right now, that I have known before the Angular days throughout the Ionic courses that he had. And I think you started around Ionic 2 to do those courses. Yeah?
Yeah, that's right. Ionic 2.
Yeah. So like, and I think I followed you all the way up to Ionic 4, and then you have another one right now out that is called Ionic Start, correct?
Yes, that's right. Sort of modern reactive Angular development with Ionic. Yeah, that's Ionic Start.
Nice. One of my secret is like after this conference for the months of December and January while resting, I will be getting back into Ionic and then getting back into serious Angular. So just taking some time off to get better at this. But today we're not here to talk about me. We are here with Josh. Josh is a software engineer who finally is now a Google developer expert. I mean, the moment he started playing with Angular, we should have just given him the GDE. But he's a Google developer expert. That's like, that's official. And of course, as you might have guessed, he's an Ionic developer expert as well. He's a consultant and a content creator. He's focused on advancing the skills of Angular and Ionic developers. And then he's the author of multiple books and courses, including Ionic Start that we were just talking about. And I can attest, like as a developer, I have learned a lot from him, and I keep on enjoying the way he approaches teaching Angular. Today, he's going to talk about do-it-yourself for Angular developers. And before that, I have a quick question for you. Why is it that Ionic developer experts are open to all codes and all types of syntaxes?
So you're sort of talking about the fact that Ionic is kind of cross framework now, I guess.
No.
I'm misinterpreting your question.
Yes. Why are they open to all codes and all types of syntaxes? The Ionic developer expert.
I don't know why.
Because they are an IDE.
Ah, now I get you. I'm ashamed of myself for missing that.
That's one of my bad jokes. But
I always wanted to be an IDE when I grew up. So
there you go. You finally is. So that's one of my bad jokes. But one of the safety of being like doing an online conference is nobody is going to tell me anything about it, at least not yet. But in the meantime, tell us a little bit about the talk today, and then I'm going to get off stage because people are already tired of me. So tell us about the talk, and I'll let you just take it from there.
Yeah, sure. Well, we talked a little bit about this before. Basically, I've created a talk about power tools today, and we're going to try and make it relevant to Angular developers. But yeah, this is what we're working with. We got some power tools from Ryobi, so we'll see what we can do.
Okay, so you're not a sales agent from Ryobi. I'm just double checking.
I am not able to disclose that.
Well, I guess we're gonna find out. So the stage is yours, Josh Moroni, everybody.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. Yeah, so as I just mentioned, we are going to talk about power tools today, specifically this sort of brand of power tools that we are looking at now. And the sort of cool thing about these, if you've seen them, is that they have sort of one battery that you can use and you share it between all the tools. So you sort of buy into this system by getting a battery, and then you unlock a whole range of tools that you can use to do your job. But if you're like me, maybe you're not super great at DIY stuff and you look at all these tools, you might not know what most of them do. There's a whole bunch of things here, including this weird Esky fridge looking thing. I'm not sure what that's doing. So there's a lot here and you might be intimidated and think, well, this stuff just isn't for me. I'm never going to understand how to use all of this stuff. But the good news is you don't need every single tool that we're looking at on screen to be effective and do good work with these tools. For me, I have just a few of these at home. Mostly I have the jigsaw, drill, orbital sander, and I can do most of the work that I need with just these tools. And now we can get into the real part of this talk. And basically all this is a metaphor for RxJS and RxJS operators. So it's a similar kind of situation. If you look into RxJS and you see all these operators, it can be quite overwhelming. I think there is a little bit over 100 RxJS operators. And if we want to sort of code reactively with RxJS in our Angular applications, we're going to have to use some of these operators. But again, if we see all of these operators here, we might think this is all just too much. It doesn't make sense. I'm never going to be able to learn how to use all these things. I don't want to do it. But just like the power tools, you also don't need to learn every single RxJS operator, not even close to that. You can do most of what you need with just a few of those operators. And so that's what this talk is mostly going to be about today, is focusing on these sort of small set of operators that you can use to code reactively in Angular, and also just sort of how to think about coding reactively in Angular as well. So I've got this little diagram here because I've been talking a lot about reactive coding and coding reactively using operators. And I want to give you somewhat of a sense of what that means. We're not going to dive too deeply into things here. We just want to come away with a general appreciation or general concept of some things that are going on here. And so this diagram on the left here, you see I have this little squiggly line, and this I'm using to represent an observable stream. And what we're looking at on the left is a sort of reactive example, reactive coding example. So we have our observable in our database service. And so that's sort of the source or the entry point for our data. And it flows through the entire application. It goes through the item service, through the home component, and then its final destination where that data exits is right at the end, right where we need that data. And that is in the template. And so in this case, I am subscribing to that observable stream with the async pipe that will subscribe to it automatically for me, pull that data out and display it in the template. So the key thing here is that that observable stream remains unbroken for the entire journey throughout the application, from its source to its sink. It is unbroken, unsubscribed to. Now, if we look at this second example on the right, this is an example of what I would say is less reactive or not really reactive coding. But it's a very common pattern that we see in Angular applications. So it's similar. We're using observable still, but this time we subscribe to it a little bit early. It doesn't quite make it all the way to its final destination. So we subscribe to the observable stream in the home component, and then we sort of have to manually or imperatively figure out how to get that data the rest of the way. We need to somehow manually get that to the template now. And most of the time that means assigning it to some class member in the components class and displaying that in the template. So this has some benefits, this non-reactive approach, because we have direct access to the value. We pull it out of the stream and we can do whatever we want to it. But with this reactive coding example, the values are sort of trapped in the stream. We don't have access to them, which makes them harder to modify. And so that's what we're going to use our operators to help us do. Okay, so this is just a code example of what we've basically just been looking at. So this is an example of the more reactive approach where we're not subscribing to observables until the very end. And you can see here we have an item service. We inject that. We use that in the template, subscribe with the async pipe to the items observable stream, and we display that value. So it's kind of a nice, neat code example. Then we have an example of the sort of non-reactive version. So we're using observable streams, but we are subscribing to it manually in the class. So you can see here we're doing the same basic thing. We inject the item service, but then we have an ngOnInit where we subscribe manually. We pull that data out, assign it to the items class member, and then we display that in the template. And again, this works. It has some advantages because we have direct access to this value now, so we can change it. But it's also a bit more awkward in ways as well. And some obvious ones looking at it here are the fact that since we are manually subscribing to something, if we're being safe, we should also have some kind of strategy for unsubscribing from that observable. So what I'm doing here is using the take until destroy strategy, which is very common. So when ngOnDestroy fires, this notifier emits, we will unsubscribe from the observable stream. So this is a common pattern, but there's other ways you can go about it too. And another slightly kind of awkward thing about this example is in other example, the sort of type for the item stream can be inferred from the service it's being pulled from. But since we are manually assigning this items class member here, it's going to be undefined initially. And so I have to actually manually provide a type for this if I want that type information. Okay, so let's get into the operators now. As I mentioned, the operators are what are going to help us manage our data inside of the stream. So rather than having to pull it out to manually modify that data, we can use operators to work with data whilst they are still in these streams. And generally, what happens with an RxJS operator is that we have a stream, like our item stream here. We call its pipe method to pass in operators, and then we can pass in as many operators as we like. And generally, we kind of think of an operator as modifying the data in the stream in some way. So I map it, it changes the stream somehow, it changes the value in those streams, and then I have some other operator, and it changes it some more as it flows down through these operators. Now that is a reasonably good way to think about it and is kind of accurate, but I think it's also important to understand what is happening at a sort of deeper level here when we are using operators. So if we are to subscribe to this item matching ID stream now, the general idea here is that we have this item stream, but we want to sort of convert that into a stream, not of a stream that emits items of arrays. We want a stream that emits just one item that matches an ID. So when we subscribe to this, we aren't actually subscribing to the item stream anymore because we have these operators. We're actually subscribing to the last piped operator on this stream. So we're subscribing to filter. So filter returns its own new stream. And then the filter will also handle subscribing to the operator above it. So filter returns its own new stream, but it pulls in values by subscribing to the operator above it. And then map does the same thing again. It will return its own new stream, and it's going to subscribe to the operator above it. Or in this case, there is no operator above map, so we subscribe, or the map subscribes to the item stream, our original stream that we started with. So we sort of have this upwards flow of subscriptions. So now let's get into talking about specifically what these operators are doing on a sort of case-by-case basis. So we're looking at the same basic example here. So we're trying to create this stream where instead of having an items stream that emits arrays of items, we want to convert that into a stream that emits just items that match a specific ID. And so the first thing we do here is we want to change this in some way. So we are mapping the stream with the map operator. And basically what this will allow us to do is take in the value that the original stream emits, which is an array of items, and we'll just return something else instead. So we're saying instead of returning those original items, we're actually going to call items.find to find some specific item within that array that was emitted. And we're going to return one that matches the ID of 4. So at this point, we now have a stream. If we subscribe to item matching ID, we're going to have a stream of just individual items that match an ID of 4. But let's say we're using this items.find array method here. And what happens with this is that if it can't find something that matches this predicate, if we can't find an item with an ID of 4, it's going to return undefined. So now we have this stream that might emit undefined values, and maybe we don't want that. So then I can use a filter. And a filter basically will allow or disallow a stream emission to occur. So in this case, we're basically just saying if we are going to emit an undefined value, just don't do that. So we're going to ignore any undefined values on this stream. So we're left with a stream that will only emit valid items. So that's the basic idea of map and filter, which are probably two of the most common operators that you're likely to use. But it's very important, and I think it's a very confusing concept, but you shouldn't confuse them with the map and filter array methods. The map and filter RxJS operators are different to the map and filter array methods, although they are somewhat similar in concept. So I don't expect, especially if you are sort of new to these sort of concepts, I don't expect you to walk away from this slide here understanding the concept entirely. It's just something to be aware of. So the general idea with the map operator on an RxJS stream is that we're creating a new stream. The map operator returns a new stream and it changes the emissions from the original stream in some way. And the way in which we change those values are what I have on the left here. So we could have the map operator to change the stream in some way. And then the way in which we change the value in that stream is the map array method. So the map operator applies to the stream emission as a whole, whereas the map array method is going to apply to the individual values within that array. And the only reason we can use the map array method is because this stream happened to emit an array of values. We could have streams that don't emit arrays, in which case we could still use the map operator, but we couldn't use the map array method. And so again, the map operator is what allows us to change a stream emission, but we could combine that with the filter array method. So we could say we want to use the map operator to change this emission in some way. And the way in which we want to change it is we want to filter out any values that don't equal 2. And we're left with a stream that emits arrays with only the value 2 in it. And there's one final example here. We could also, for example, use the filter RxJS operator, which is something we just looked at. And again, the filter array method and the filter RxJS operator are different. So the filter operator is going to either block or allow entire emissions from happening on this new stream that a filter would return. But the filter operator could be used in combination with something like a map, and that is going to affect the values within that emission from the stream. So in that case, that's how we can sort of modify this array to return a different array in the new stream, whereas the filter RxJS operator would either just entirely block or allow the entire stream emission. We just wouldn't get this value entirely. So as I sort of warned you at the beginning of this slide, I don't expect all of this to make sense. It's just something to be aware of that is a thing. And I would encourage you, if you want to learn about this stuff, to just go play around with it. Try to map some streams using the map operator in conjunction with the map array method, with the filter array method, use the filter operator to get a sense of how these things work. Because once you understand it, it's easy enough. But before you understand it, it is extremely confusing. So just something important to be aware of. And I see this come up all the time. Okay, so now let's get into some of the other operators that I mentioned in the beginning, our sort of tool set of operators that we can use to do most of our jobs with reactive coding. And one important one is the tap operator. And so the cool thing about the tap operator basically is that it does nothing. This will not affect the stream in any way. But what it does allow us to do is sort of spy on values at certain points during the stream and trigger some code as a result. So you can see here, I've got 3 tap operators at different points in this pipeline here. So I take the value in this first example here and I log it out, and I'm doing that for all of the taps. So we can see in this stream that originally we have an array of items. And then after the map is applied, we can see that I now just have one individual item being selected. And then after the filter, we can see that that also successfully gets logged out. So we are passing our filter condition here. So this is a great way to debug your streams, just to see what's going on, get a sense of what values are at certain points in time. But it is also a very powerful way to trigger side effects for your stream. And so a side effect basically allows us to reach outside of the stream and do something else. So this is an example that I use quite a lot. So let's say I have this item stream here, and I'm saying every time this stream emits some value, I want to sort of spy on that. I want to see what that is. I want to get that emission. And then I want to reach outside of my stream, call the storage service to save those items in local storage. Now, there are a lot of legitimate use cases for taps and side effects like this. So definitely, feel free to use that, but also be aware that it can be abused. And you sort of can use this as a sort of shortcut or hack to essentially to start coding imperatively rather than reactively. So you don't really want to be, say, reaching outside of your stream to toggle is loading values and things like that, which might seem really tempting if you're not super familiar with the sort of reactive style of coding. So again, there's some more advanced concepts here, just something to be aware of. Tap, great for debugging, great for running side effects, but also be aware that you can abuse side effects, and where possible, you should keep them to a minimum. Okay, so now we get to switch map, which is the big sort of popular one, I think, with RxJS operators. If you've seen other talks on RxJS and reactive coding, you will probably have heard of switch map and also its friends, concat map and merge map. And so these are all very similar operators. They do very similar things, but there are very small differences and very important differences that sort of distinguish them. And so I think this is one of the sort of big and intimidating concepts with RxJS. But the good news is that I think for our basic toolkit, the basic tools we need to do a lot of our reactive coding, I don't think you really need to understand the sort of intricacies of switch map, concat map, and merge map. I think at a basic level, we can just think of switch map as a way of switching from one observable stream to another observable stream and taking a value from that original stream as well. So I have this example here. Again, we're trying to create an item matching ID stream. And we want to return that from this method in the item service, get item by ID. And that's going to return us a stream of the item that matches the ID we supply. Now, in the previous examples, I've just been using a static ID value, like 3 or a 4. But in this case, I want to use a dynamic value. I want to get the ID from the route and use that instead. So I'm injecting activated route. So this is this.route, and I'm using the param map, which is an observable stream of the values in the URL. So that's going to allow us to access the ID. But that is inside of an observable stream. And as I've mentioned, observable streams kind of trap values in there. We can't get at them. So what we could do is subscribe to that param map, pull out the ID value, and then set up our item matching ID stream. But again, that involves creating that manual subscription, and it's not really a sort of reactive way of coding. So instead, what we can do is use switch map. So I need the ID value from the param map in order to call this getItemById method. So what I can do instead is I can start with that param map. That's sort of what we set our stream to initially. And then I'm going to pipe on the switch map operator. So I'm saying I don't really want to for item matching ID to be the param map stream. I want to switch to this getItemById stream. But since I started with the param map stream, I now have access to that param map value, and I can pass that through to my method and get the stream of the value I need. And this is very useful in a lot of cases, but one very common example is doing exactly this on Angular pages, where you want to go to some page, pull in some ID value, return some stream of some data based on that ID. Very useful, but also doesn't require understanding the sort of intricacies of how switch map works. Okay, so another very useful operator is combine latest, and this one is actually a little bit different because most of the operators we've been looking at so far have been piped operators, where we start with some stream, we call pipe, and then we pass in some operators. But with combine latest, it will actually create an entirely new observable stream for us, so we don't need to pipe it. And specifically what it will do is it allows us basically to combine multiple input observables and emit values from all of them, all of their latest values. So for this example, what I'm trying to do now is create an items for page stream. So I want to have a stream of the items for a specific page in my application. You can imagine, some paginated data. You want to go page 3, page 4, page 5. You need to know, what data is on each page. So when I want to create some values that is based on data from multiple streams, I like to sort of think of it as like cooking up a stream, like a big soup, for example. So I want to mix all the data I need to calculate items per page into a pot, and I can use combine latest to sort of be my pot that I'm mixing everything together with. So what do I need to know to get the current page, to get the items for a specific page? I need, excuse me. I need to know the current page, and I need to know how many items per page that I want to display. So I have streams for both of those. I use combine latest to sort of mix those up in a pot, and it is going to emit values from both of those streams for me. And now that I have that data that I need to calculate the values for that page, I can use my switch map. My switch map is going to allow me to take the values that were just emitted, the per page and current page values, and now I can return a stream from my get items for page method. So the combine latest is also going to handle whenever either of these states, let's say if we go from page 4 to page 5, for example, it's going to cause combine latest to, again, emit a new emission with both of the latest values from current page and per page, and we're going to be able to get our updated page data. So one sort of final operator I want to cover here is catch error. And error handling is something that is, I think, a bit more advanced with RxJS and reactive coding. There's different ways you can go about doing it. But I think it is important to understand sort of the basics of what is happening when a stream errors. And the key idea basically is that if a stream errors, it is finished. It's not going to emit any more values. It's just broken completely. So this causes a problem for us because you can imagine in this previous example where we've got the items for a specific page and we're sort of paging through data. We go to page 3, page 4, page 5, everything is fine. Then we get to page 6 and assume we are making a call to some server to pull in the data for the items for a specific page. Maybe that call fails for whatever reason. Maybe the server's down, maybe page 6 doesn't exist. For whatever reason, we trigger an error. Now, The problem is that since this stream is erroring, it's just going to break everything. If we try to go to page 7 now, or page 8, or whatever, this stream is not going to emit any new values. It's just completely done. Now, this isn't ideal, obviously. So what we can do instead is we can use catch error to provide some kind of error handling strategy. And there's different ways you can go about this. But what we're looking at here is basically a little sort of trick or shortcut to ignore errors, which can be useful in some cases. So basically, we pipe on the catch error operator. If there's an error, this is going to be triggered. And what we are doing basically is supplying a replacement stream. So we take the stream that's errored, saying, well, we don't want this. This is going to break everything. We don't want that. Instead, we are going to return this empty stream, which is a special RxJS stream, which basically emits no values and then completes. So the important thing is that it doesn't cause an error. So we won't get our data for page 6 still, but we also won't trigger an error. And that means that when we go to page 7, page 8, this is still going to work. Now, this is a very naive way to handle errors, because obviously in this situation, you don't want to just pretend page 6 never happened. Page 6 definitely still happened. So you might want to display an error to the user. You might want to automatically retry fetching that data from the server again. So there's different approaches you can take to error handling. This is just a very basic way that you can just ignore an error. And again, also, it's just important to know what happens to an observable stream when it errors. So that gives us our basic tool set of RxJS operators. For most of my work, those operators that we looked at probably account for maybe like 80% of what I do. There's a few other operators I commonly use, but the ones we looked at today are the most common. And as you sort of continue coding with RxJS and Angular, you're going to run into situations where you need something else. The tools you have aren't suitable for the job. And that's when you can start reaching for some new tools, some more interesting tools. And having that knowledge of just a basic set of operators, if you can get those down, adding in new operators is much easier because you have a general understanding of how these sort of small set of operators work. Adding in just one more at a time isn't such a big deal. And it's kind of what you do in the real world with power tools, for example. When you get a job that requires a new tool, you sort of research it, learn it, buy it at that time, and then you can add it to your toolkit and use it more easily in the future. So I just have a very quick example here of a more advanced RxJS stream. This is from an image carousel component I created for one of my videos. The basic idea is it loops through some photos. You can manually go to previous and next photos, control the speed, control whether this loops or not. So I do want to point out that this is a very atypical stream. This is pretty advanced. This is not at all what most of your applications will look like, but RxJS operators are very powerful. And when you do start learning more operators, you can do very powerful things with it. And so you can see here, I'm using some of the operators that we just talked about, like combine latest and switch map. But I'm also using some more interesting ones like this conditional if operator. We've got concat map. I'm using of, expand, delay when. So all in all, I probably maybe use a total of about 15 RxJS operators, including the ones we see on screen now. And I can do, I feel, a lot of very cool and powerful things with reactive coding with those. So that's it from me. As we mentioned at the start, I have a course called Ionic Start, which you can check out to sort of learn this sort of modern reactive style of Angular development by building mobile applications with Ionic and Angular. And I have a ton of these videos on YouTube. I release new ones every week. So you can find me there at Joshua Moroni on Twitter as well, if you're interested in learning more about this stuff. So thank you so much for listening to my talk.
No, man, thank you so much for giving this talk. And from a personal point of view and experience, I have been enjoying RxJS. I mean, sometimes whenever I'm stuck in RxJS, I'm just going to Josh YouTube channel and say, did he cover it yet? I mean, honestly, that's what I do. And that's of course, people like Shah, who's going to be speaking a little later, Shotran, NAR have been very helpful in like giving you those, because you don't really like, my general question to you is, when you've been exploring it, do you start with just like the simple stream, if we can put it that way, then you build up as you go, and then like you just showed us, you just like went to a point where you felt like you were just coming back to this ones? Or what was your learning approach? I mean, was it just trial by error or following examples?
I think RxJS has a cool sort of learning mechanism built in, I think, with the reactive coding, because you may have heard people say, if you subscribe manually, if you call .subscribe, you're not coding reactively, which may or may not be fair to say.
Yeah.
But it provides a great learning opportunity, because you're like, okay, I feel like I have to subscribe manually here to do what I need to do, or like I'm used to doing that. So I'm like, well, how do I not subscribe here? I have this stream. How can I do what I need to do without subscribing? And then so you just search, how do I deal with this particular use case? That one with the getting the item by the ID was a good example. That's a very common one in Angular. So you run into that situation where maybe you use the router, you get the snapshot instead of using the stream. And then you might think, well, how can I do this with a stream? How can I do this without manually subscribing? And that provides a sort of all these little learning challenges along the way. And eventually you start to get into the flow of it. And I think RxJS, it's kind of annoying because it's like so confusing initially, and it's conceptually very different and difficult. But when you get it, when it starts clicking, you sort of get over that hill. It is so much fun. It's so much, well, at least I find it so much more fun to code that way. And yeah, it just makes coding very satisfying, I think. So it's worth pushing through, I think, those confusing concepts.
Yeah, definitely. One last question before parting ways. Is that combined laters, that when you use combined laters, do you think of it in your mental model as one stream of streams, or do you think of it as like individuals? Because the only reason why I'm asking it that way, if I understand it right, if one of them fails, basically it will not resolve, if we can put it that way. Is that the correct assumption, to like just look at it as a combination of multiple streams, but that's going to be like at the end of the day one stream that is combining multiples? Or can we look at it from a different mental model point of view?
No, I think that's pretty much how I think of it. Just like, combining multiple streams into one stream, you're getting all the values from all the streams. And yeah, as you sort of alluded to there, if you're going to have failing streams, you're having errors and things like that, that's going to be something you're going to need to handle as well. It does make it a bit more complex. But yeah, combine latest, basically give me the values from all of these streams and do something with it, which is kind of why I like the sort of cooking pot analogy. It's sort of mixing everything up all into one big thing, and then you sort of get the and the operators are kind of like the cooking instructions, how we putting all these values together. But
yeah, I mean, I like the cooking pot analogy. If you put too much salt in it, man, it doesn't matter what else like the other ingredients are doing.
You're in trouble.
Yeah, you're in trouble. So Josh, just for the audience, this is kind of the beauty of doing Angular TinyConf this way. You are based in Australia. What time is it there right now?
It is 1:10 p.m. and I'm super keen to have a coffee with my lunch right now, I think.
There you go. And
Definitely
me, I'm just getting ready for bed because it is like over like 9:40 p.m.
Nice.
in Atlanta right now. So yeah, so this was pre-recorded. Josh is not going to be with us on the actual day, but he wanted to be. I mean, he was the first one to say yes to this conference. So big round of applause for him, virtual ones, for giving us the courage to move forward with this. And so please follow him at Joshua Moroney. Follow his YouTube channel, and then I can promise you that you're not going to regret it. Josh, we're not going to keep you any further. Go get that coffee. You have earned it 1,000 times. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Cool. I'm just going to throw you in, man. I'm not even going to give you I
was like, all right, here we go.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I cannot wait anymore. I'm just going to throw him in, man. I'll let you in good hands with Jason, man.
Yeah. Welcome, Jordan. It's good to see you here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What an honor. I was thinking that this is probably the largest tiny conference I've ever been a part of. So.
Oh man, I don't even know how he got all of you guys together. This is amazing. Like Joshua Maroney into Jordan Powell. Wow. And we're going to hear about component testing in Cypress.
Yeah, I'm super excited about it.
All right. I can't wait. I love component testing. So let's get going.
Awesome.
I just love Pi, so go for
it. Me too. So yeah, so today I'm gonna keep it a little light. It's for me, it's a Friday afternoon, about ready to call it the end of a work week. So I thought this was like gonna be a appropriate kind of fun talk for you guys. But the talk is going to be titled "Testing Your Angular Components is as Simple as Pi." And for those of you who don't know me, I'm Jordan Powell. I am a developer experience engineer at Cypress. And you can follow me on Twitter at JordanPowell88. You could also follow me on LinkedIn and all the other socials as well if you prefer. But would love to connect with you online and see if there's any things we could chat about, or if maybe you have some Cypress questions or something like that I can answer. But today's agenda is super simple. We're going to bake a pie, and we're going to do it using Cypress. So let's get started. So first of all, let's talk about what is a pie? Because I think it's important to start with the what. If we sit back and really take introspectively, what is a pie? And if we look at a pie, we know that there's a couple things. There's different types of pies. So, we could have a cherry pie, we could have an apple pie, maybe a pumpkin pie, or a lemon pie. Now, these pictures alone don't really give you the same sort of appetizing, sort of salivating in your mouth feeling that the picture of the pie did, because these things by themselves aren't nearly as delicious as a baked pie. But you get the point that there are different types of pies. And so there are also different types of temperatures of pie. So some people like their pie hot, some people like their pie cold. And we also know that when we get a pie, we cut our pie into different number of slices, right? Some people like to cut their pies in slices of 8. Some people maybe 6, maybe 4. If you're really crazy, you're dividing it in half. And if you're like me, you just eat the whole entire piece of pie. Just kidding. But anyway, so you get the idea that we're gonna have to bake a pie. So the one thing we talked about is there are different flavors of pie. So we're going to need to create a type that delineates between the different types of pies we can build or bake. So we're going to export a new type, and we're going to call it flavor, and it's either going to be of type cherry, apple, pumpkin, or lemon. Obviously, there are many, many more types of pies other than that, but for the sake of this talk, that's definitely an exhaustive enough list. We also said that pies can be hot, hot or cold. So we're going to create a hot Boolean flag that'll just be true if it's hot, or false, then we can assume that it's cold. And we know that pies can be cut into different number of slices. So it's going to be a number, and it could be 8 or 6 or 4 or 2 or 1 based upon what we talked about. So let's go ahead and create a pie component, which we will use to basically be the high level component used to bake our pie. And we're going to take those exact 3 things that describe pies and use those as input properties in our pie component. So we're going to have an input type for flavor, for hot, and for pieces. And our template's going to be very simple as well. And it's for now just very simple. There's nothing really we're doing to it. But we also know that pies, even now that we describe
the types of pies and the way you can serve a pie and so forth. Like if we look at a pie more detailed, we'll learn a few more things. So pie is comprised of crust. Like the first thing you need to build when you bake a pie is you need to build a crust. And the purpose of a pie crust is that it holds everything together, right? And this is important because if we have cracks in our crust or the crust is too thick or too thin, then basically it won't hold our filling and the rest of the pie together, and ultimately it will affect the outcome of the whole entire pie. So we need a way to be able to test this, that the pie crust will hold everything together. So we'll come back to this later. We also have filling, and we obviously filling is important because it gives our pie flavor. A pie without filling would be basically like a piece of toast or something. Like it wouldn't have any flavor. That's the reason why we eat it, right? And we need a way to validate that the pie filling we're making is good. Like we don't want to bake a pie and then we take a bite of the filling and it's disgusting. Like that's not what we want. So we need a way to test this, and we'll get to this as well. Pies also oftentimes come with some level of pie topping. And the purpose of the pie topping is just a way to like top off the pie, sort of like the cherry on top of a cake. The idea is just a final, like subtle way to give added flavor, texture and look to the pie, right? And we're going to want to test this as well. So if we look back at our HTML, so we have this pie, and we're going to use content projection to basically give our pie a crust. And from there, inside of our crust, we're going to create a pie filling component, which we will use to, fill our crust with pie filling. And on top of the filling, we're going to give that we're going to create a pie topping component. So, but we also talked about that we have different types of pies that we can create, right? And so we need a way to pass those types down to our topping and our filling, because the type of pie we make has a drastic impact on the type of filling we make, the type of topping we make. So like, for example, if I ordered an apple pie and I was given a pumpkin pie, though I like both types, I'd be like, this is not what I ordered. So we need the type to basically describe to the component what type of filling we need to make. And the same thing with topping. The type of pie dictates the type of filling that we want to put on top of the pie. So let's go ahead and create the topping. So we're going to create another type called topping. And for the 4 types of pie that we're creating, we're going to create a topping of crumble, of meringue, and whipped cream. And we're going to create a pie topping component. And we're going to, like we mentioned earlier, we're going to pass the type of pie as an input property. And this component is going to basically run on changes. So anytime a new type is passed, it's going to call this.build toppings, which is with that type. And that is a method in this component. And it's going to take that type, and it's going to call this private method called getToppingType. It's going to set the topping property in this class from the response from this private method called getToppingType, that when we pass it the topping that comes from the parent component, it then determines, for example, if we pass the type of cherry or apple, we're going to need to make a crumble topping. If it's type pumpkin, we're going to use whipped cream as the topping. And in the case of like a lemon pie, we're going to need to create a meringue that goes on top of it. And the same thing with creating our filling. So we're going to create a pie filling component. We're going to use that same type input, and we're going to call mix ingredients. on changes, and mix ingredients is going to set the ingredients list, which is a string array of strings, which is basically the list of ingredients that we need to either buy from the store or get from our pantry that we need to essentially, create our pie filling from. And those ingredients get set from this private method called gather ingredients, which is similar to the toppings, where we pass in the flavor as a type, and based upon the type of pie we're making, we basically return a different list of ingredients. So like cherry, we return cherry, sugar and butter. Apple, it's similar. We're doing apples, brown sugar and butter, and so forth and so forth. And I must preface, I'm no bake. I don't think I've ever baked a pie in my life, but you get the idea, right? So this is not certainly an exhaustive list of ingredients, but you get the idea for what we're trying to do here. But now what? So now we need to actually cook our pie, right? Because a pie that's not cooked is not going to taste very good. But in order to bake our pie, we need to create a set of instructions for baking. And so we're going to create a new type called baking instructions, and we're going to assign it to an object that is going to have a property that is the temperature as a number, and basically the number of minutes we need to cook it in as a number as well. And if we go back to our pie component we created from the beginning, we need to create a bake method. So that way we can, once we get the type of pie we're making, we can call bake with that type. And we can then create a set of oven instructions, and we can call this private get oven instructions method with that type. And based upon the type, like the filling and the topping, it's going to give us our set of baking instructions. So for if it's like a cherry and apple, we're going to bake it at 375 degrees for 60 minutes. If it's pumpkin, we're going to cook a little hotter, 400 minutes, for a little less, for 45, and so forth. So basically, once we use the type that gets passed into the bake method to get our instructions for how to bake the pie, and then we're going to pass those instructions to our oven because we're going to need those when we actually go to bake it. And now it's time to sit around and wait. So finally, now that our pie is baked, we now get to do the fun part, or at least the funnest part for me, which is eating the pie. Which effectively in our case is going to be taste testing. And we need to do two things with this. Is we need to ensure the entire pie tastes good. So after we've baked it, we need to ensure that the pie tastes good. And we need to ensure that each part looks and tastes good as well. So even though the pie may look good and taste good, we want to make sure like the crust like I said, didn't have cracks, and the filling isn't like seeping down, or all those different types of things. So we want to make sure the whole thing tastes good and that the individual parts look and taste good. And so we can basically equate this to like an end-to-end test. So the way we would ensure that the entire pie tastes good is we would do like an end-to-end test, and we're going to write that in a second. And historically, we would use unit testing to basically unit test the various parts of our component to ensure that they work as effective. So let's start with end-to-end testing our pie. So the first thing we're going to want to do is in Cypress, we're going to create a describe new file, and we're going to create a describe block, and we're going to call it bake a pie. We're then going to create an it statement, and we're going to, in our case, we're going to make a hot apple pie. Next, we need to create a before each hook, because before every pie that we bake, there's a certain set of things we're going to need to do. So first thing is we're going to visit, let's just say our pie store can be found at mypiebakery.com. And once we get to the bakery, we need to get the menu, and we need to select the type of pie we want. In this case, we want a hot apple pie, so we're going to select apple. And then from there, we will get the apple pie recipe, and then we're going to get all the items that found in the recipe. We're going to then loop through each one of those using a map operator, and then we're going to basically go to the grocery and select each of those items from the grocery, purchase it, because we're going to need all those things at home so that way we can bake the pie. Next, we need to, inside of our actual test, now that we have our before each hook set up, we need to make the crust that we mentioned. That's the first thing we need to do. So we're going to get the ingredients that we bought. So we're going to need flour and water and like a roller to roll it out on the pan, or roll it out on our countertop, and so on and so forth. We're going to then, get our filling. So we need to grab our apples, our brown sugar, and our butter. Then we got to make our topping, and so we need to grab butter and brown sugar and whatever else is needed. Then we're going to have to prepare it. So we're going to have to get a bowl. We're going to have to get a spoon and a pie pan. We're going to mix it all together. And finally, we need to bake it. And so in this case, we need to get the oven. We need to turn it on, select bake. We then need to get the oven temperature and select 375. We're then going to get the timer and select 60 minutes and so forth. And the hard part is we now need to wait for 3,600,000 milliseconds. I know that's a lot. And don't do this. We don't do waits in Cypress, but it goes along. You get it. Okay, so now that we have waited for 60 minutes for our pie to bake, we need to now remove it from our oven. So we need to get our oven mitts. We need to then get open the oven door, and we finally need to grab our pie from the oven. And an important step is we want to create an after each hook, so that after every single test, we need to make sure we grab the oven and turn it off, because we don't want to keep the oven on. That's going to be dangerous and going to basically be a waste of resources. So we want to, after every test, make sure we turn off our oven. And repeat. And so we would do this multiple times for every single different delineation of pie we make, and all the variations of hot and cold, and the number of pieces we cut it into. And you could see that this type of end-to-end test is very accurate way of testing whether a pie tastes good, but it would be very, very time consuming, because not only do we have to go shop and get the ingredients, we have to prepare the ingredients, put it together, but then we have to put it in the oven and then wait for a really long time for it to bake. And in the instance of, if you wanted your pie to be cold, you would then have to take it out and let the pie chill for several hours until it was cool as well. So though our end-to-end tests in a real life application are not this expensive in terms of time, you get the idea of though it's a very accurate form of testing, and we still want to do end-to-end testing because this is a valuable test, we don't really want to use it to test all the various we probably don't want to use it to test all the various different variations of pies we're going to bake. So another way we could go about testing this is to unit test our pie. And this is kind of the way we've historically done component testing. And so let's go ahead and show how we would have approached this normally. So like we mentioned, the pie consists of 3 parts, which being our crust. And like we mentioned before, the crust holds everything together. And so we need a way to validate that the crust doesn't have cracks or holes, and that it's strong, and that it's going to hold everything together. So this would be like an example of what like a unit test could look like, where we are making sure our crust has no cracks, and we are basically newing up a crust component. We then, let's say that crust component has a method that checks for cracks and it returns true or false. And then we basically run expect that there are no cracks in the crust, right? So this is like a pretty trivial example of how we would unit test a method in our component. it's a good use case for an effective unit test. But let's go to something a little bit more complex, like filling. Filling gives flavor, right? And we need to validate that. But how can we test that our pie filling tastes good? Well, the way we would go about it today is we would basically do something like this, where we would write a test to make sure that we use the correct ingredients and that the correct measurements for an apple pie. Make sure we didn't try to use the pumpkin pie ingredients for an apple pie, or the wrong measurements for those ingredients. And so we would basically like new up a new pie filling component. We would then assign the type on the filling, the type property on the filling component to Apple. And then we would basically set a variable for expected, which is the list of ingredients that we would expect our mixed ingredients method to equal. So when we call mixed ingredients with type Apple, we would expect it to equal apples, brown sugar, and butter. And we can go ahead and run this test, and this would pass, right? And this effectively tests our ingredients logic works, but it does not test if it actually tastes good or not, which is the thing we were trying to do. Same thing with our filling. Filling is the like core part of a pie, and it gives flavor. So how do we know that our filling has flavor? Well, we won't until we end-to-end test it. The same thing with our topping. Like we said, topping tops off our pie, and we need to know if it tastes good, looks good, and actually does the thing it's supposed to do. So we do the same sort of thing where we make sure we have the correct ingredients and measurements, and then we would new up a pie and set the type, and we would basically say that when we called build toppings with type Apple, that we would expect it to return crumble. And again, how do we know our topping has flavor? And again, this effectively tests our ingredients logic, but not if it actually tastes good. But don't worry, we have a better solution now. So to the thing that we've all been waiting for, which is component testing our pie. So with component testing, this becomes really, really easy. So we could basically mount our pie component crust in one line of code using side.mount and passing in the pie crust component. And effectively now we get a mounted real life implementation of what a pie crust looks like. Now, though this seems a little extreme, but this gives you the example of this is not a virtualized version of a crust. This is the actual crust that we're going to be using in our pie, which is what makes component testing great, because it runs in an actual browser. You're not using a virtual DOM or something like that. Instead of this, where you use something like Jest, and basically you just get hey, this passed, but you'd have no visual reference for anything, any part of the crust. Same thing with our pie filling component. We can mount the pie filling component and use the second argument of this function and give it a component properties object of type cherry. And now this pie filling component can now knows that it can mount a cherry pie filling component to our DOM. So now we get an actual implementation of cherry pie filling. Again, much different than a green line in our terminal output. And finally, the same thing with our pie topping components, which where we pass a type, in case pumpkin or something, and we're gonna actually get whipped cream in the browser, right? Instead of this terminal output. But it gets better. And here's one of the really cool things: is we could actually not only mount the crust, the topping, and the pie filling, we could actually mount the pie itself. So we could mount the pie component and give it those same three properties we talked about, being cherry, or giving it a type, whether it's hot or not, and the number of pieces. And we now get the entire pie in our browser without having to go and bake it every single time. The way we do with an end-to-end test, where we have to go to visit a browser, download all the resources, do all the logic of going in and baking, everything so that we can get the pie. Where this, we just take the pie component and we mount it directly to in the DOM via Cypress, and you get an actual pie directly in the browser. And you could, and the cool thing is it gets even more valuable when you do something like pieces, where we want to take one piece from this cherry pie, and now you get just one piece of a fully baked pie. So now we don't have to go and bake an entire pie just to eat one piece of that pie. We can now just use component testing to mount a component with the property of a pie with divided in 8 pieces, and you get just that in the browser. So as you can see, let's summarize. End-to-end tests when we're baking a pie are very reliable, but they're way too slow if we want to have a quick feedback loop. Unit testing our pies are very fast, but they're not effectively reliable at testing the things that we really, really care about. And component tests are very fast and both reliable because they are the actual implementations of the things that will run in production. They're fast and reliable. And hopefully all this talking of cooking, I hopefully one day will be able to turn into Mr. JS Cutlery, my friend Jonas, and be considered a chef with all this cooking and JavaScript talk. But anyways, that's the talk. Thank you guys for hanging in there and baking this pie with me, and looking forward to hearing the rest of the talks.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
I was really hoping for that Oprah moment, Jordan.
And you get a pie, and you get a
pie. Well, we'll do that like as soon as we are like in a physical event. Like in the meantime, let's enjoy the digital pie and let's like soak in the knowledge, man. Thank you so much for putting this together, man. And I'm so glad that all these guys in the community who are kind of moving up in knowledge and everything like that, but at the same time are trying to find all these mental models for us to keep up. I mean, this is very, very important, man. I never thought that I was gonna like hear like Angular and Pi, but this was so well put together, man. And like all the best to you and Cypress. You are doing an amazing like service to the community. I have like Wayne who's like saying yes because I did not like end-to-end testing before Cypress. Just to be, before Cypress I did not, and now I can even talk about it and think about it as Pi. So why not? Anybody has a comment for like Jordan before we let him go?
Awesome talk.
There you go, man. Cool, man. So Jordan, you know that like you're part of the family. Stay as long as you can. There's gonna be some other talks today. Thank you so much. As soon as I said, hey Jordan, we have a conference, it's like I'm in, and I think he was the first CFP. Jordan is just like a star, man. So like love what you're doing for the community. Thank you so much. Thank you, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. So, and now, next, we have the one and only Angular GDE in Africa.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wayne Jotam Gakuo.
Wow.
That's how my people do it, man.
Really? That's awesome.
That's how my people do it. And of course, Senegal won, and he wanted Senegal to win. So, we're rolling, man. How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing very good, man. Very good. So happy to have you here, man. How's the you are in the Dev Fest right now in Mombasa?
In Eldoret.
Eldoret. Okay, there you go.
I'm in Eldoret, yes.
Oh my God, man. We started with Sweden this morning. We stopped in Zurich. We were in Australia. We went to India. We're now in Kenya. I mean, come on, man. This is Tiny Conf, man. There you have it.
It's not
there
that
you
tiny.
have it.
It's not that tiny.
Well, tiny in some aspects, pun intended. Yeah. So, and I don't think there's anybody better suited to tell us about internationalization, which people don't understand. That's just one of the libraries or the APIs of Angular, because Angular is not a framework. Angular is a platform, and I18 is this other beast out there. And please take your time, get your coffee, come in, get your popcorn or whatever, and let's just let Wayne tell us more about this beautiful library that we have, and that will allow you to have that internationalized app. So Wayne, we're gonna get out of the way. Just share your screen, and we out of here.
All right. I just wanted to check if you guys can be able to see this.
It's loading. Yeah, we can see it.
Awesome.
Go for it.
So, all right. Hi, everyone. Wherever you're watching from, whether in Africa, in Europe, in the Americas, even in Antarctica, if you are there, welcome to this talk. My name is Wenkaku, as you've heard. I'm an Angular GDE, and I'm from Kenya, Mombasa, Kenya, specifically. Currently, I'm in Eldoret. We're here for DevFest Eldoret, or DevFest Rift Valley, and probably you already have seen what DevFest is all about. And I'm here to spread the gospel about Angular and just to interact with other developers in this ecosystem. If you do have some time, definitely pass by Kenya. I've invited Adi, and I'm sure that someday he'll definitely be in Kenya. And for anyone who's interested to come and either one day work at the beach, if you're working remotely, or just taking a tour around the city, and then maybe bump into someone who wants to take you to the national park, Kenya is the right place for you. So yeah, thank you very much. So those are just my contacts in case you want to reach out to me, maybe via GitHub or Twitter. Those are my handles. Yeah, so today's talk is going to be on internationalization in Angular. I'm going to try as much as possible not to be too in-depth into it. I just want to probably provide you with some sort of an introductory on this. And I hope that you'll get to learn a thing or two from this. So yeah, let's get to it. So first of all, just to get this out of the way, I just want to give you a brief definition about what internationalization is all about. And internationalization, which is abbreviated as I18N, and this is because between I and N, there are 18 characters. That's why you have I18N, which represents internationalization, is basically the process of designing and preparing a project for use in different languages. Is pretty much self-explanatory. So for example, you have an enterprise app or a small application which you want to make sure that it's available in French, in Spanish, in English, in Swahili, or if any other language that is there. Internationalization is what it's all about. And some of the few processes for internationalization includes actions such as separating content for translation, and updating your app to support bidirectional text. So this could include for the likes of maybe the Arabic language, whereby people might be able to read to either left to right or right to left, depending on which language you want to translate it from. Internationalization process has that part of where you need to make sure that your app supports bidirectional text. And we have one thing that is called localization. Sometimes they might be, confused between the two. What is internationalization? Is it the same as localization? But I would say internationalization is like this huge umbrella, and localization is under this umbrella. So localization is now the process of building these versions of your app into different locales. So for example, you have English of the US, you also have English for the British, you have French for example, in Canada, or if I give it in a more local context, especially here in Kenya. In Kenya, we have different versions of Swahilis, right? So if you go to Swahili in East Africa, it's probably different from the Swahili you might hear, for example, in DRC, for example, right? In Swahili, the Swahili that is spoken in DRC, we call it Kingwana, which has a bit of mutations of a bit of a mix of French with Swahilis, But then when you go to the East Africa, which is like the coastline of East Africa, we go to places like Mombasa, Lamu, Dar es Salaam. They have different Swahilis they usually speak. From Lamu, you'll hear this word of Kiamu. In Mombasa, you'll hear something like Kimvita, right? So we have that different locales, and things with localization, it allows you to be able to do this for these different locales that you want to reach out to. And some of the processes that include when it comes to localization, one is just extracting the text for translation into the different languages, and then also format that data for a very specific locale. And what a locale means, it's a region where people can speak a language or language variant, right? As I give an example of how Swahili is, right, in different regions, that is how a locale could be identified as. And some of the regions may include countries and geographical regions. And a locale includes formatting for things like time, currency, and also translation of names, right? As I mentioned, like people might have different way of translating. It could be one language, for example, but then it has different locales for it. So this is just what localization is all about. So I'm just going to go right straight into it. So when it comes to internalization in Angular, there are very many ways of wanting to translate your application. We have a lot of third-party applications out there, but in this case, or in this session, we're just going to focus on Angular Localize, which is something that one already has support from the Google team. Those who are working on the Angular framework, they are always maintaining this, making sure that we have the most up-to-date features. So I'm just going to focus on this. And this package will allow us to use the localization features provided by Angular. And how do you do it? Just do ng add and then Angular localize. And so after, for example, you're done, installing your Angular localized package, the next is that you want to mark your text for translation, right? Because one thing is for sure is that whenever you have text, for example, whether it's static or dynamic, you want to make sure that whenever I want to translate this app, it has a mark, right, that tells the Angular application like, hey, look, I want you, whenever you are booting up for example, localization, right, I want you to be able to translate this particular text. For some text, maybe you don't want to change it, but whenever you have this attribute called I18N, that means that you're marking that element, for example, HTML element for translation. And so whatever is inside that particular element will going to be translated depending on the rules that you give it to whichever language that you are interested in. So Angular out of the box provides us with the I18 attribute, I18N attribute, which can be used to now mark the HTML elements that you want to be. And then we also have the I18 attribute. So for example, you have things like placeholders, which you also want to translate, right? Like when it comes to inputs, don't worry about this. I'm going to show you a very short demo about it. So if you want to, for example, to translate your placeholder, for example, which is an HTML attribute, we also have the I18N attribute, which is I18 dash and then the name of the attribute, whereby in this attribute name is the name of the HTML attribute we should translate. So as you can see in this code snippet, we have I18 placeholder, which means now the attribute, and then the placeholder, and then whatever is supposed to be inside the placeholder. And that is how you mark your attributes for translation. So yeah, enough of some of this talking that I'm doing right now. Let me show you some code. So I hope that you can be able to see this. I'm gonna try and zoom in so that people can be able to see this.
Yeah, we have a new formula now, thanks to Lars Brink. He said, when you're presenting, get 25 lines of code. So like make it zoom in until you have only up to 25 lines of code in there.
Okay.
So that's the new formula now, man. So
okay. Let me do that then.
All right. So you are in WebStorm, I guess?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's why Brandon was like, okay, like in the other one, you just do. Anyways, don't worry about Brandon. That's perfect, man. That's perfect. If you want, you can even go a little down if you want to show more.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, this is perfect. I can see it.
Awesome, awesome.
Nice.
So basically, what I did, I just prepared a very small template, which has, I'm just putting some bit of buttons over here just to make sure that I want to show you guys the different language that we have. And also we have some bit of text, and how this looks like is, this is how it looks like. So we have very simple texts, English, Espanol, and Francais. I hope I've pronounced that right. And with that, I just have some very small text that says like, this is a code demo for internationalization in Angular, and then the name, and then, for example, what is the level of expertise? And then we have just a drop down that says a beginner, intermediate, or expert, right? So that is basically what we have in this particular code. So if you look at this particular code that I have right now, I'm going to take, for example, this text, right? In this text, I have a p tag, right? And has a paragraph that says, hello there, this is a code demo for internationalization in Angular. And I've added the I18N attribute that's going to mark the elements for translation, right? As you can see, when you hover over it, it says that use the I18 attribute to mark element text for translation. So I think that's one thing that I usually love about Angular. It provides you with some bit of more information on some of these things that you hover over, right? And then I'm going to also show the I18 attribute name. It's over here. By the way, I'm also using Tailwind CSS. I enjoy working with Tailwind CSS. So if you see some long lines of CSS, that is basically just Tailwind. Okay, and for the I18 attribute name, this is it. I have I18 placeholder, and I'm just saying that the placeholder name should also be translated to whatever language, which I will show you in the next in this particular session. So don't worry about that. Just want to show you guys how this element or this template looks like. So that's basically it. So whatever I want to, for example, be translated, I just make sure that I add the I18 attribute, and then when I do the localization, or when I serve it, I'll be able to be provided with that particular language that I have chosen. Okay, so let's go back to our talk. So okay, so now you've marked all your files for translation. So what next, right? So after preparing the template file for translation, that is, putting those attributes, the next step is always extracting the text marked for translation to a translation source file. So this is because you want to make sure that you have something like a base file whereby it has all your translations, but then at the same time you also have other files for a particular language of your choice. So it's usually recommended that have someone who is an expert at language translation, because if you go for direct translation all the way from Google Translate, maybe sometimes context might be lost, right? It's something that we usually do with some of the communities here in Kenya, crowdsource, is that we try and improve the Swahili translations, because whenever you look at translations that are being translated for some simple words in Swahili, context always matters. I think that is the same for also other languages. So we try as much as possible to help Google crowdsource to be able to provide even better translation. So it's always good to have someone who's really good at that. So how we'll be able to create a translation file, we do a command called ngextract -i18n. So for versions that are even before this, I think it was version 12, if I'm not wrong, before 11, we had x-i18n, but now it's ngextract -i18n. And then we have the output path flag. And then what we're going to tell it is that just go into the source, go into the folder called src, and then create a folder called locale. Right, so this is what basically it means. So this command creates a folder called locale inside our src and creates a message file called messages.xlf file. And then again, the output flag is used to set the output path for the generated translation file. So basically, it's just instructing Angular to like go into my SRC folder and create a folder called local, and that is where you're going to dump this file that you're going to generate, which is the messages.xlf. If we go back to the code, I've already done this already, so I'm just going to show you. We have messages.xlf, right? So let me show you the code, right? So whenever we go to the messages.xlf that has just been generated, so remember, it's in our SRC folder. It has created another folder called local, and inside local, we have messages.xlf. Kindly ignore these other three. I want you, first of all, to just put your eyes and focus on this, right? So we have this XLF file that is generated whenever you run that particular command. And what you'll find, or what you'll notice, is that we have something called transunit. Transunit means a translation unit. And what this does behind the scenes, like it's just Angular saying that, hey, inside this transunit, I'm going to give it a random, a dynamic ID. And this ID, by the way, it's tied to the text that you provided into the template. And the first one, which is the source, is hello there. This is a code demo for internationalization in Angular. So source, as it is self-explanatory, is like, this is where I want you to be translating from, for example. And I'm going to show you in the next file what happens after that. And after the source, you see something called context group. This basically just tells you like where exactly can you find this particular source. Inside here, it tells you that it's inside the folder components, item page, and input page.component.html, which is what we have over here. And we also have other translation units that have been marked. So remember, the translation units are based on the elements that you've tagged or you've marked for translation. So we also have name. If we look at the components that we had the hello there, and also we have the name, which is over here. Right, so when we go back to XLF, we have different translation units for the different parts. And then we also have, I think that's basically it. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. So we also do have, for drop downs. So for drop downs, this is how it looks like. I'm just going to try and bring this down so that you can be able to see it well. So we have X, and then you have the beginner drop down, you have the intermediate. Because if you look at our components, right, we put the I18 tag or the I18 attribute on that particular select drop down. So you can see over here, we have I18N. So what this means is that whatever is inside this particular select translates. And then I18 placeholder is for whatever placeholder name I have over here. Also, I want you to translate it. So if you look at the message XLF, that is also being considered, right? It's considering expertise, as you can see over here, the translation unit for expertise. And another translation unit is for the options inside our dropdown. We have beginner, we have intermediate, and we have expert, right? So that's pretty much what we have over here. And of course, it tells you where exactly you can find that and the line number. So here it tells you from line 17 to line 19 in your HTML file or the source file. Okay. So before we move on to this, so I want to show you something. So if, for example, now I want to translate my applications into the different languages, what you would do is you copy the message.xlf file. So like just copy and then paste over here and then create it with a different name. So it's going to be messages.en, like for example, messages.sw, for example, for Swahili.xlf. Right, just as an example, right? And for example, here we're going to take the French one, right? So what I've done with the French one is that I've just copied whatever is in the message.xlf and then put them inside here. Of course, it's just going to be copied together with the file that I've just copied. So copy that and then create just a different name, add like .fr or .spanish or .english, depending on which translation you want to look at. And so whenever we're done with that, we usually have to add something called a target, right? So remember when we say that for the source, this is where you want to target your, this is where you want to mark, this is the element that you want to mark for translation. And we create a target, which now means, or tells Angular, is that, okay, for this particular source, I want you to target, or I want you to translate it to this element, I mean, this text that is inside this target element, right? So now we have, like, for example, hello there, this is the code demo for internationalization in Angular. I have the translation. I've just done this from Google Translate. I'm not really that conversant with French, but I know probably some bit of contextualization can be lost. But bonjour, s'agit est une démonstration de code. I don't want to butcher the language, but you can understand from here. Okay. I also do the same for other sources. We have name, and the target is norm. I go to what's your level of expertise. I also have that. I also have a target for it. So any place where I have source, for example, I have to change it to target, right? So this is supposed to be target. Has to be target. So what this means, or what Angular does, is that it makes sure that for each and every source, it has a target translation, right? So source is the original, target is what you intend it to be. So we have done that for another source. For example, this is for the dropdown, and I've just created the target version of it and put in the translations, right? And so I do that for each and every translation that I want. We have the Spanish one, we also have the English one. So whichever languages that you want. So the most important thing is to always have a target element so that Angular can know what exactly to replace the source with. So now you've done this, you've created your translation files, you've already put in all the text that you need to be translated, you've marked it. So you want to now make sure that whenever you serve a particular locale, you're being given the locale that you need. So for example here, serving your application in the multiple languages, what we have to do is first of all, go into your angular.json file, and you define the locales in the build configuration, setting the localized build configuration option, and then also configuring your application for the build. Again, I'm going to show you the code. If you go to angular.json, inside the name of your project, we create the I18 property. Right? Inside this, we're going to have different things like locales. And this locales, basically what it means that, okay, so I want, for example, when I select a particular locale, I want you to load the translation from this particular file. So as I said, if I state that it's going to be English, I want you to go and fetch the translation from the English file. If it's the Spanish or Espanol, I want you to go and fetch from the Espanol file. If it's for French, going to the French file. And then down here, we set the localized build configuration option. And what this will do is it will instruct the ahead of time compiler that comes with Angular to use the translation configuration. So what I'm just stating is the EN to be localized in English, Espanol has to be in Spanish, and then for the French, it's FR. So this is very necessary for you to be able to have those options when you want to serve, for example, locally your application. And then when it comes to now your build configurations, you need to have those options, right? So by default, you're going to have this production, browser target, blah, 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 production, right? But now we also want it to be able to serve the different languages, or to build for the different languages that we have. So here we have English, we have the Spanish, and then we have the French. Right, so this will allow us that whenever we want to build, for example, which is ng build -- localize, which I will show you in a few minutes, is that you want just to tell Angular that for each and every language, I want you to create a copy of this application, but it has to be a translation of it. So not just the original English, but these versions are, and all this is being tied to these three edits that you've done inside your angular.json file. right? So now you're done with your, you're done with creating your translation files, you've marked your text for translation. So now you want to, for example, see the fruits of your labor, right? So you want to check on the local environment, for example, to see if everything works as well. So instead of just having the ngserve, you can now add the flag configuration that equals to the translation that you want or the locale. So for example, here we want to serve it in the French style, right? So I'm just gonna go back to our code. I'm gonna kill this, whatever is here. I'm gonna say ngserve -- configuration equals, let's take Spanish. Oh, let's just take French. Doesn't hurt. So press enter, wait for it to serve your application locally. And what this is going to do is that, remember, through the commands that you've provided it with inside your Angular.json, Angular is going to know behind the scenes, like, look, I need to provide the translations for the French. And where do I get the French? I go into the messages.fr.xlf, I look for the sources, and I replace them with the target that I've been provided with. So if we go to our local host and I refresh, as you can see, it has been translated to French. If now I want it to be Spanish, again, for the local, just kill it, and I change it to ESP, the Spanish. And don't worry about this warning, it's going to still work. Don't worry about that. So when that is done, you'd be able to see your translation in the Spanish language, the Spanish locale. Sometimes builds take a bit of time. This is where we need to put in some music or something as we wait for our builds, but we don't have music here today. So yeah, so as you can see, now our Spanish version has been put up on our application. So as you can see, the placeholder has been translated, the text has been translated, and also our drop-downs have also been translated to the Spanish language, right? So don't worry about these two buttons. These buttons are mostly just to help you with, like, shifting between translations and all. But you can still do that, for example, whenever you put it on production. I'll show you this on production. You can just put in / the name, or, for example, the name of the translation, that is EN or ESP, and then you'll be provided with that particular translation after you do some few things that I will show you. So yeah, so now we've seen that we can now serve the different locales in our local server. So let's go back to our talk. Show you the code, and now you're now ready, right? You're ready to now host your application somewhere, build it, and then host it. So after you're done checking your app locally, for example, to make sure that you've crossed all the T's and dots and dotted all the I's, it's now to build. It's time to build it and now deploy it on the hosting site of your choice, right? I prefer Firebase because I enjoy working with Firebase, so I'm just going to host mine on Firebase. So the first command is ngbuild -- localize. So what this is doing is that it builds all of our locales that we have in our app. What it does, it always checks the Angular.json to make sure that it builds the locales that we specified. And remember, in the configuration section in the Angular.json, we said that it needs to build for English, Spanish, and French. It could be as many as you want, right? And then after you're done with building, you can just deploy it, for example, to Firebase. And I'm just going to show you the live version of it. This is our live version. Just going to zoom in this again. So by default, right, if you do your hosting, I'm going to show you how this looks like. In the dist folder, you're going to have the name of your application as usual. And it's going to provide you with the different locales that you've just generated based on the commands that you had in the Angular.json configuration section. So you have for the English, you have for the ENUS, which is the default that Angular comes with. And then you also have for the Spanish and for the French, right? So after you're done hosting and all that, so now you have your translation. I mean, you have your application now up and running, and you can specify, for example, which default one you want. And in this case, mine was English. So for example, now I want to shift to French. For example, I can just type in FR, and I'm given the French version. If I want the Spanish version, it's ESP, like that. Hola, estios. For example, I really love Spanish, by the way. For some reason, I just find it's really nice, and I would just love to learn it at some point. Just I haven't gotten time to, but I'd love to learn it. But yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to now building your app and then hosting it on the site. So this is the app. So the app is live. So if you want, I'm just going to give you like 10 seconds if you want to scan the QR code, or just 5 seconds before we move on to the final part. So you can just check it out, play around with it, and then see it. And then that's it. Yeah, so before we even close this session, I just wanted to put this out of the way to make sure that you also understand, for example, why does Angular handle this that is, built for the different locales. So there are a few things that you need to understand, right, when it comes to Angular, is that where the translation step is done as part of the post-build process. So that means that your build times aren't really impacted by the localization step, because remember that you're working to look at performances and all that. So having such kind of arrangement makes it much easier to make sure that you don't compromise on performance. And then the other part, which is of course in tandem with the first part, is that when it comes to performance costs, to change the language without really reloading the page, each translation will create new bindings. And whenever you create new bindings, that is an extra instruction that adds to your app's bundle. Right? So the reason why it has to reload the page is to make sure that, hey, I'm now moving towards English, going to Spanish, and I want to, it's like, leave this ball here and then go pick the other ball, because you don't want to be juggling all at the same time, because again, that can really be very problematic when it comes to performance optimization and all that. And then another thing is that the translation files are not tree-checkable. That is, it's going to be super, super hard for you to know which language has been used and which one hasn't. And when you say you want to apply all these translation runtimes, it means loading all the translation strings at once, even those which are not used, for example, for a particular time. For example, maybe you just want to use English, and then when you load everything at runtime, you're really going to have a bit of an issue, because, for example, if you have a huge app and all that, and then sometimes Angular's build time, and all this is because Angular's build time only includes strings that are used within the application. So that is to make sure that you don't have what you don't use, right, in your application. So you getting to have this at the back of your head, right? And for example, and sorry, not for example, but this means that you always have trade-offs, right? If you want to go the Angular localized way, or you want to do packages way, or you want to do your localization maybe at runtime instead of compilation time, they always have the trade-offs. But when it comes to compilation time, performance is always being put first, so that you can make sure that you don't load what you don't use. And that is the whole idea about having the Angular localized package in use instead of the others. And of course, you have many others out there. You can do, you can use cloud translation, for example, if you want to. Of course, you have to attach billing to it and all that, or you can also do the compilation time. It's really up to you when it comes to choices. What I'm here to tell you is just to give you some of these tips on how to make this much more easy for you, and making sure that you don't compromise on something that is super, super important, which is your app performance. And without that, I think I've come to the end of my session. Thank you once again, and feel free to reach out to me whenever you want to. I'm on Twitter, I'm on LinkedIn, Facebook, I left long time ago. But yeah, find me on GitHub as well. Thank you.
How many languages do you speak, Wayne?
I only speak English and Swahili.
You say only. I know English people. I mean, I know English people who don't speak English, so don't just say only. Oh man,
I agree with you, Wayne. I did French for like a semester, but that was just pretty much it.
Spanish is a beautiful language, Wayne.
Yeah,
well worth learning.
Yeah,
it sounds like a song. Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, like when I hear it, I mean that's funny. Whenever I watch like the show on Netflix, some of the show on Netflix, I try to listen to them in their native language, and I just do the subtitles. And that's mind blowing. I'm always fascinated by the different languages that we have all over the place. So cool, man, cool. So I think on your closing remarks, you did like address a lot of like the questions in there. There were a few comments, so let's share that. Marcus was really excited about this talk, and you know, what is translocal? I never use translocal anyways. So, but I think now, you know, he has an argument to go native. I mean, to stay within Angular, hopefully. And Jordan was saying that he loves that the fact that Angular gives such a rich I18 functionality. Oh, why is Martin? Martin, why are you hanging out by yourself right there?
I don't know.
Right here. Come on, man. No.
Welcome, Martin.
That's not on me. That's on Jason. No, that's on me.
Shots fired.
But like Marcus had a question. I think you kind of responded to it, but let's just like double check. Do you usually use IDs to your I18 tags? If you do, are there some exceptions when you don't assign an ID?
So you can definitely use IDs. You can customize the IDs that you want, but if you don't put it, Angular usually does it for you out of the box, and it provides for you dynamically. What's the most important is that, for example, you mark a particular text for translation, and maybe for some reason you change it or add a comma or something. You have to make sure that you create the build or you extract the source files again, because Angular looks at your text and then provides you for the ID automatically. So you don't necessarily have to put the ID, but if so, you can also do it.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. And then our own Jason is saying like, man, we need you to read some book on tape, man. I could hear you like talk all day.
Absolutely. He's like sitting there saying, we need some music while this compiles. I'm like, just keep talking, man.
Thank you.
And of course, Marcus giving you the props, you know. And I think like Nesvat had a quick comment. They prefer this way because of case. I mean, you deploy a non-serial platform with more than 10 different language support. Yeah, I think you touched on that too. So yeah, perfect, man. So thank you so much. And you have a lot of cool talks. I'm gonna have to find a way to extract, like you said, extract all of those from you, and then like, you know, put it like into all this platform right there. They just need knowledge. We're never gonna get tired of it, and you are a perfect vehicle for it. Thank you so much for all the hard work you're doing and the community work you're doing, you know, back there like in the motherland right now. I appreciate you, and you know that I mean it. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the
Take
opportunity
care.
as well.
Of course. And like Lars said, if you're leaving, just click on Leave Studio. Don't close your tab.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, man. See you later. And Martin, okay, Martin, my first question is, did you read all of these books, or are you just fronting? Are you just trying to make us like feel like, you know?
No, I
did you read all of the books?
The ones you can
did?
see, yes. Yep. The ones that are to read are stacked up by my nightstand. So, yep.
Okay, Jason, you talk to her. I'm out of here.
we actually talked about her books.
On the flip side, like if you try to do any movie reference whatsoever, I'm useless. So there's a give and take. There's a give and take.
Books versus movies. Yeah, I'm a sucker for movies. So yeah, okay.
One day you may have to ask her about her book collection. She collects old books and has fun using old books.
No, actually, I'm going to pick her brains because I want to start an actual library for my girls here. I like physical library where they can just hold on to the books. I know who to talk to now.
Yeah.
There we go.
and she's an author. She just finished up her tiny CSS book this week.
I know.
Where do you guys find the time?
How do you do it? Forgo sleep. It's overrated, right? That's what this is for. Man. It's sleep in a cup.
Oh my God, man! You do workshops. You run your own company. You are an international speaker. Now you're telling me that you're an author too and everything else. I mean, yeah, next thing is like she's on Mars. She's the first human to like make it there or something.
Nice.
I would love to go to space. I won't lie. I would absolutely love to go to space.
Oh man. Okay, man. Just as long as you take me with you, I'll go, man. No problem. Cool. So today, for some reason, testing has been one of the central team that we had. And what I really like about it is each of them gave us an angle to look at it and then to be very excited about it. And I'm going to say it again. Alex did not test his Wi-Fi, and that has nothing to do with my pizza snack. So, oh no, he's gonna hear from me on this one. I have something on him. That's gonna be a long one. So, anyways, Martin is gonna come and take us home again around testing. But I'll just let her introduce herself. And then, just give us this great talk. I can already feel it in my bones. That's going to be a great one. So we're just going to take a step back. The stage is yours. Let me add this to the stream. Take us home.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. We're going to talk about, I know you at this conference has had a lot about testing already. We're going to very specifically focus on reactive forms and specifically testing our forms today. My name is Martine Dowden. I am like Eddie said, I'm an author, international speaker, GDE MVP, and I just finished writing the last chapter for my next book, Tiny CSS Project. Check it out. It's through Manning. It's out on Meep, the early release version. So do go ahead and check that out. So about testing. So the thing with testing forms is that forms are something that we have everywhere, absolutely everywhere. Whether it's in our apps, even our websites, like generally speaking, we end up with the contact form. So there's something that's never going away. And let's face it, how many CRUD apps as developers have we written, right? Everybody at some point ends up writing that app that is nothing but forms. And the thing about forms is that they're incredibly intricate. They have a lot of things going on with them. We've got validation, we've got accessibility, so there's a lot going on, error handling as well. There's so many ways in which a form can go bad. And so they're a very good candidate for, if we're not sure where to start in our unit testing journey, for writing unit tests against them. The reason I picked reactive forms specifically is because it makes for, since it has all of the information related to the form in one place, it makes them a little bit easier to test, in my opinion. Other people might have differencing opinions with that, but I find that having that centralized validation makes it a little bit easier. So that's what we're going to focus on today. Since forms can take up a lot of different ways in which they may or may not be presented, what fields are there, I went with the basic contact form for this talk, simply because that's something that we see in most applications and most websites. Like at some point or another, as developers, we're going to end up writing a contact form. So that's why I went with this as our example. when we're thinking about unit testing, and whether I'm mentoring other developers or even in my own projects, sometimes I'll be looking at my code and I'm like, okay, what should I test? What are good candidates for testing? What is going to be a high value test versus what's just not worth doing, right? Because I mean, time and deadlines are always a thing, and so we sometimes have to compromise what gets what, right? And so when I'm not sure when to test, I find that one of the great places to go look at is what are my requirements, because the requirements give us the where and what the form needs to do. What is the business logic that needs to be there? What are some of the validation aspects that need to be there? Usually our requirements give you that. Now, I don't know about you, but I have been on projects where the requirements were just something along the lines of write a contact form. And so there's not maybe detailed requirements to allow me to go down that road. And so that's a great time to talk to your QA person and see, hey, if you're not sure, what are some things that are maybe common errors? If you've had a bug on the form before, that's a great place to go look at as well. So all of those things kind of give us an idea of where we're going to start. In our case, our contact form is going to have a name field, an email address field, a phone number, and a message text area. And so those each have their own, maximum length they can be, whether they're required, and then it's going to have off the two buttons, send and reset. Basically, in a UI standpoint, this is kind of what it looks like. Pretty standard, pretty usual in terms of our form. Our actual reactive form in that, when we go and create it, we have of course, the name, email, phone, we have the validation, and we have a very nasty regex for our email. And so that's where, for this talk, since I only have 20 minutes, I'm going to hyper focus on that email, because if we look at all of our inputs, right, that's the most difficult one in the bunch. It's required, it's got a max length, and it's got regex. And I don't know about you all, but regex is one of those places where we can really easily get errors. So I figure it's a really good one to start. If I only have a limited amount of time to write my test, that's the one I'm going to pick at, because that's the most likely to have some kind of issue going on with it. So we look at we kind of looking at it, we know that we go ahead and put in our validators, we know it's required, it can't be any longer than 25 characters, and our pattern, obviously, a really fancy regex. So when we go to write our tests, generally speaking, are going to have the which is whatever describing what it's going to be. What I like to do with that is if I have if I have requirements, I'll go ahead and put that kind of if it can match to a requirement, I'll go ahead and put that as use the acceptance criteria for that requirement as my descriptor for that test. That also allows me to know, okay, what pieces have been covered versus not of what was required about that test. Then we kind of set up our scenario. Depending on what we're doing, we may or may not need to detect changes, and then we can go ahead and see and go ahead and check what the expected value is and make sure that it is actually what we expect it to be. So in this case, I'm finding my form through component.form to get my email control. I'm going to patch it null. Basically, I'm checking, hey, does it throw an invalid? So it's not valid, right? I'm expected valid to be false when I pass in a null value. It shouldn't be correct since it's required. It should definitely not be considered valid. I can also take the exact same test and go ahead and check an invalid email address. So if I just type in user, that shouldn't be a valid email address, right? It should have an @ and a dot and all that fun stuff. So that should also be false. And so we can do that with each of our pieces and start passing in values. But at this point, what happens is we end up copying and pasting essentially the same test over and over and over again, right? We have our criteria, our setup, and then what do we expect it to have? So there's a couple ways we can kind of reduce that amount of work that we're doing of just copying the same test over and over and over again, because then maintainability gets a little funky. And because we all know copying and pasting code over and over again long term, what are ways that we can make that a little bit easier to maintain, and so that we don't have to write that much code, right? So what we can do is we can actually take them and go ahead and shove them in the exact same test. So I can actually have more than one expect in the same test, and that way I can start looping through my values and say, okay, I patch, I check, I patch, I check, I patch, I check, I patch, I check, which works out. and can start giving us so that we can kind of combine multiple values within the same test. The downside to this technique is that if any of the values inside the test fail, obviously the test is going to fail, but then I have to dig through the logs and the errors to kind of find out, okay, which line failed, to figure out which expect failed, which it works. It means that we don't have to reset up the test every time, but it also means that which means that the test suite can run a little bit faster. The downside is that obviously it runs a little bit, like in terms of figuring out which test succeeded and failed, it can be a little shaky. So let's look at some other options for this. What we can do actually as part of debugging, quick trick, if we put an F in front of our describe or in front of our it, so if we, at the beginning of our test here, we have the it should describe. If we want to run just that one test, if we're trying to figure out what's going on with the singular test, we can put an F in front of it. And so every time, if you have a test suite, especially a particularly large test suite, those tests can take a while to run. And so in order to kind of speed up, and especially if you have randomizing in there as well, because we can randomize the order in which our tests are run, then if you have multiple failures, you can hyper focus on one test to figure out what's going on, for example. And so by using that fit or that fdescribe, you're going to go ahead and be able to hyper focus on that one test, because the test suite will only run what is in the fdescribe or the fit. The thing with that is don't forget to take them out. Otherwise, if you have some kind of CI/CD where your tests are being run as part of your pipeline, if you do keep those, that fdescribe or an fit inside of your test suite, and you commit that, then that test suite will only run the tests that have the fit in front or the fdescribe, and you're only going to be running a subset of your test suite. So that's not exactly ideal. So what I always do is recommend people put some linting rules regarding that, so that if that should happen, you can get warned, hey, not all your tests are going to be run in some way. So what we can do is, if we look at our structure, we're essentially, when we're testing that our validation is correct, we're finding the control, we're patching a value. We may or may not detect the changes. For reactive form, we don't need to necessarily, and then we check the validity. So since we have a pattern and we've established that's our pattern, what we can end up doing then is building an array. And so, because essentially if we look at our spec file, right, it's a normal TypeScript file like anything else. So we have the ability to do JavaScript-y or TypeScript-y things inside of our test. So why not build an array of our values and what the expected output should be, so that we can write the test once and just start feeding it some values and go ahead and get the output. So in this particular example, still focusing on that email validation, right? I have my value, and I'm going to give it, null, undefined, all of those things that should fail. I'm going to give it some invalid values for my email and go ahead and give it some valid values for my email, because we do want to check that, valid values do work eventually. And then I'm going to say whether I expect the validity to be true or false. And then inside the test, then I can just go and do give it my it, and describe what the test is going to be, go ahead and find the control, patch to the control, and go ahead and check that validity. Now here you'll notice that inside of the it, I've gone ahead and put in what the test value is. And that's because you're essentially running the test 10 times or however many times you have inside of your array, which means that if one out of the entire set fails, if we don't put some parameters to distinguish each of the tests being run, now we're going to have an issue where you don't know which one in the array went ahead and failed. So we go ahead and put some kind. So in this case, I just put the value because the values are distinct. That's easy to map back to the test. Another option is to go ahead and inside of that object, inside of your array, you can go ahead and put a test name for it. Whatever works for you. There's no right or wrong answer here. It's what's going to work for you and your team to figure out what's what, right? But this allows us to very easily take a particular control, go ahead and patch it a slew of things, and to go ahead and test, which especially in an email field where we have this regex, right, that we had mentioned earlier, where regex can be quite difficult to test and quite difficult to write, we want to come and start throwing some values at it, right, so that we can make sure that it's correctly flagging what's true and what's false. So let's play a little game about what email values are actually legitimate and not. So these are based on the actual specification on what should be considered legitimate on the internet about what an email address should look like. So let's look at the first one. If we take this email address that has a slash in it, do we think that should be a valid email address? Yes or no, according to the specification? Well, surprisingly, the answer is yes. Actually, slash characters are perfectly fine in an email address. If we look at this one where we not only have the slash like before, we have upper and lowercase, and we have a space. So do we think that white space is actually legit in an email address? Well, according to the specification, that's legit too. What about special characters? This one has a percent, has some exclamation marks. Yeah, well, that's legit too. Quotes, why not? We can give it a try. It's a special character. It's a special character, but it's a special character. Those are valid too. And having an equal signs in there is just as valid. So where I'm getting with that is if we go by the actual specification, which is RFC 3696, there's the link. If you're ever interested on looking at what are actual technically legal email addresses, that's where that is where you will find where I found these examples. The thing is, that's where you have to start looking at, okay, per the specification set for the internet, yes, email addresses are valid, but that brings in the question of, does that mean our system actually allows that? And not obviously not every email provider will go ahead and allow those and those sorts of things. So that brings up a whole new rabbit hole of, and that's why I'm picking on email addresses, because they're so, they are particularly difficult to go ahead and write a good regex against. So once we've established what is it that we're going to consider okay and figured out our actual expressions, we need to get some data to shove in there, right? There are lists out there that are available for sample email addresses, but obviously we also have other fields that we want to test eventually, right? So one of the places that I really like getting my mock data out of is Mockaroo. I'm not affiliated with them in any way, it's just the one I happen to use. And I really like them because I can specify a number of fields, give it what type it's going to be, and it'll spit out. And I can also determine whether or not like it can throw null values in there or empty values in there. So I can also test for an absence of data because in there's a number of products I've worked with where you start looking at the bug logs to kind of figure out, okay, what are our patterns? Is there some training that we need to be had, or is there like some, or just something we need to be aware of our pattern that as a team we're following that is causing bugs? And one of those that I found recently in one of my teams is the fact that all of our bugs revolved around an absence of data. When data wasn't there, that's where we started seeing bug, or the data wasn't exactly what we expected. And when we're dealing with user entered data, that's something that can happen quite a bit, right? You're getting data that can sometimes not be as clean as we would like it to be. So Mockaroo is a great place to do that, and it'll export. They have a CSV export and they have a JSON export, which is nice. I usually do that, get the JSON export, and now I have a data set that I can start feeding to my tests for various things, including email addresses. And this is a little small, but you can see some of them that they build out are have multiplayer, have, multiple dots and stuff. So you can get pretty fancy with it. If there's a specific value that you feel that you should be checking for, definitely add those manually as well. So with that, we've kind of looked at, because we start building that array, we can also kind of start hitting our requirements, right? We have this array of values, and we know that we've tested null and undefined. That's cool. You've seen that you have the validity. We can start checking, and obviously for reasons of space on the slide, you would want to check different values. One of the email addresses that are problematic often is there's a pattern in the United States that's for all of our school systems. That's essentially the school / where they're at school.edu / so there's a bunch of dots in there, and 9 times out of 10 those email addresses systems won't allow those email addresses for whatever reason. The other thing to remember with those is like at the end, a number of systems will still want three characters at the end. So instead of dot, like if you do a dot, instead of .com, it's like .us or like a country code. There's a lot of those now. So you got to be careful about those as well. Anyway, moving on. So once we've built that array, we can also start looking at our character length, right? We know we need a max of 25 characters. So if I do a really, really long email address, right, which is past our 25 characters, we can go ahead and do that. Now, technically speaking, email addresses per the spec can be a lot longer than that. I just don't have the room to put that on the slide. So do go ahead and check what that's going to be for you specifically. And so now we can run that test over and over again. The thing is, we can also kind of extrapolate that one step further. We can even do that for each of our controls, right? So if we have controls that are very similar, so maybe we have, if we have a form that goes ahead and checks for old email, you're changing your email address, right? You have your old email address and now you're putting in a new email address, so maybe I had 2 email fields, then you could definitely loop that inside of Control A and Control B, right? So now you can start building that mechanism of kind of auto-generating your test based on what your requirements are, what you know you're going to need in your data sets. A thing to keep in mind though, and I ran into this early on, I was like, this is super cool. I can start really creating these awesome self-generating tests based on a couple of data bits and a couple of requirement bits, and I can self-generate all of that. And I basically ended up accidentally writing a secondary application in my test suite because now I have all of this logic to generate my tests. So make sure that you have a nice balance to where you're not spending hours trying to maintain the fact that you have the super fancy system to auto-generate your tests, right? And doesn't accidentally become brittle, because otherwise you're going to end up needing a test suite to test your test suite, and we don't want to get into that game. So kind of balance that out, but know that you've got options in terms of not having to just copy paste, because so much of the unit testing becomes very, very repetitive when it comes to forms, because we're always kind of looking for the same thing. Is the field there? Is it valid? Does it have the proper validation? Does the validation pass? And is it what we expect? So what did we look at in this very, very fast toss? Is one, if you don't know where to start, look at your requirements. And if you don't have requirements, talk to your QA or talk to the person that is, your business person. What does this form need to do? And what are some for sure things this form needs to respect? Are there bits of data that we need later? Absolutely, that should definitely be required, right? What are the pieces? And then look at places where there's likely to be bugs, and regex are a great place to start looking at that. Dates, especially when you consider JavaScript dates, are also a great place to look. Then after that, it's just a matter of building the test, right? All of the tests are going to have an expect. You can get to your component pieces so I can get to my form by doing component.form. I had named it form in the JavaScript, but it can be anything else. Fixture detects changes in reactive form isn't quite as necessary. We're getting that. But as soon as you start testing, for example, what we could also do now that once you have all of your validation, you could be checking, hey, is it throwing an error, and showing the user some kind of human readable error on, hey, this field is required or something like that. If you started doing some of that UI work where you're checking for elements inside of the UI being displayed, then you would need to detect changes to get the UI to refresh. And then you can loop over your tests, right? You can write arrays to loop those tests to go ahead and start generating some stuff so that you don't have to copy paste over again. So the code that I presented in the specific tests and the form are actually available on GitHub in my repo. So I'll leave this up for a couple seconds so y'all can see the URL and get that if you're interested. Feel free to do PR it. There's a handful of other things related to testing in that repository. Feel free to, because what I was trying to build with that is kind of a library of some sample tests and sample ideas to start building on what are ways that we can test various things. So feel free to put pull requests against that if you have ideas or see concepts that you think are missing. And then I also have a blog post that covers what we talked about today. So feel free to check that out as well. It's at AndromedaGalactic.com blog testing reactive forms. So if you want to kind of see the written version of what I just spewed during this talk, it is right there and available for you. And with that, thank you very much for having me. Much appreciate everybody, and best of luck and on your testing journey.
Yeah, we are in luck, man. We are already in luck because we had like 4 masters today. You know, that gave us so much. So. I mean, what's your impression, Jason? I mean, we are spoiled, man.
We are. When I saw your lineup, I was. How did you do it at first, right? But then I'm sitting here in the chat.
Candy. That's the secret.
You
I
give
give
them candy?
everybody some candy. Yeah, that's it.
Man, I want my candy. No, I'm sitting here looking at the chat, right? And the chat has as big names as you've got here on stage, Adi.
Oh,
this
man.
has been an amazing day.
That's what I love about the Angular community. It's very giving. And Martin, you know, I don't know what else to tell you right now. I mean, thank you. Why did they just like end up at thank you? Like in languages, can we find something bigger than thank you? I appreciate you. You are
candy,
precious.
Chocolate,
candy,
chocolate, coffee.
We'll do that. And you know what? I'm gonna tell you something, Jason. I was the only one logistically talking, like doing the website, reaching out and everything. And I'm like, but man, I need some swag for my speakers. I need to give them something. I never got to that part yet. I'm gonna have something for them, but they never asked for it. Everybody was just like, hey man, I'll come and I'll do it. And that was it, really. How much more can you ask from them?
I just love that you have an event that's open to everybody and that anybody can just watch, right? Like it's such a nice, I mean, I appreciate those events a lot because it reaches a community that I don't think gets reached by some of the more major conferences that are behind, closed doors. So I really much appreciate these events personally.
Yeah, just in case, guys, I have some onions around here, so.
Oh, you got ninjas cutting onions in the background again.
Something right there, But let's go back to the thing. So I think, Jason, I'll let you talk about this one.
Well, that's the crazy thing, right? Is I've read a lot of stuff about validating emails with regexes, and the last one I saw was over 500 characters, and still was only 90-something% accurate.
Yeah, and I think part of that is I end up using the when I don't know, like the W3 has published, if you do a dumb HTML email field, right, it has regex validation built in, and the W3 has that regex published, and that's usually my go-to because nice. I figure you have some very smart people that have really thought this through. And so instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, that's generally what I go for, because otherwise, I mean, it's so hard. We need to open source an email.
Jordan's comment, yeah, that's very cool. But let's just go get the W3 one. Or like, yeah, I'll copy the W3 one and open source it. There you go. That's what we're going to do.
But I love picking on email when I give testing talks because one, we all know how much most people love regex, right? And then two, email is such a finicky one anyway, because I don't even know, like, it'd be a fun experiment. We could test like with that spec, right, which allows to do some things that I never thought were legal in email technically, like the spaces and the quotes and stuff. It'd be fun to hit up something like the major email address providers, like your Googles, your Microsofts, and see if it even takes them, because my bet is it doesn't. And so it's interesting to know what's technically considered legal versus what's actually practical in terms of providers actually allow you to do that.
Yeah. Well, and then phone numbers with area codes too. That one too.
Oh God, phone numbers are the worst.
Even if your provider allows it, is somebody down the line going to allow it too? Somebody that you send an email to, right?
Well, I ran into that because my personal email address is a .us, and the number of systems that want a three-letter code after the dot is stupid.
Yeah.
So.
Well, Alisa Duncan has a very cool and effective way about testing. She says, I feel very proud of the days I copy paste. I mean, thoughtfully write unit tests.
And there's nothing wrong with copy pasting, honestly. I mean, if we didn't, like, how many developers keyboards have exactly 3 very worn out key, the control, the C, and the V, right? I mean, that's the reality. But
yeah, of
Or you,
course.
or you can
Yeah,
get
go ahead, go ahead.
Or you can get the keyboard from Stack Overflow, right?
yeah, yep.
Yeah, and then a comment from Wayne who said that initially he never liked tests, but after taking a shot at it, it's really great seeing green check marks on your test. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep. It's almost like a mini video game. Like you sit there and you're going for the little green boxes. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, we should have like video game soundtracks on tests. If they fail, they go like you know what was those like the Sega games like you know Ninja Gaiden, Mortal Kombat, or like that, you know.
Or you could also go for the sad trombone. Wah wah wah.
Wah, wah, wah. Or if you fail 3 or 5 in a row, they just say finish him, something like that. I'm telling you, man. And of course, Alisa is agreeing with that, you know. And of course, Martin, I cannot say it enough. You know, great talk. And yeah, well, Alisa, you busted, but no worries. No, we got you. We got you. We got you. So thank you so much, Martin. It's always a pleasure. I mean, I happened to on the speaker dinner at ngConf, I was so nervous, very nervous, you know. But I happened to sit down at the same table with Martin and her husband, and then on top of it, like there was Frosty there. And they made me so relaxed. They just was like, you know, okay, go through the motion and everything like that. And they were there cheering for me. So I really, really appreciate that. You know, you made me feel welcome. So yeah, thank you so much.
Anytime. Bad advice is always free.
I just love her, man. I swear to God.
I've got to give her one last plug. You guys need to watch her on Twitch.
Yeah.
Martine's Twitch streams are so much fun. Go check her out.
All right. Okay. We'll make sure like do we have that somewhere here in the resources? We'll have to add it somewhere. But yeah, most definitely.
I'll send it to you.
All right. Just send it to me. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for putting this together. And until we meet each other again pretty soon, I hope. All right. Have a good one. So the next talk that we have, it was very interesting, and it's going to be by David Ostrovsky. I hope I'm saying his name right.
Daniel,
not David. He's going to kill me. And why did I say Daniel? I'm like, okay, anyways, it's been a long day for me. So
you've been doing this for 10.5 hours.
Yes, straight. And I've been like, you know, standing the whole
high
time.
High energy,
almost.
10.5 hours.
I'm just going to collapse after the conf. That's what I'm gonna do. But Daniel Ostrovsky, man, and then at ngConf he was right after me. And then when I got the conference out, he sent me 3 talks, and all the talks were great talks. And I'm like, man, I don't want to be at a Walmart. I don't want to see like 500 like toothpaste. Just give me one good talk, man. Anyways, but high energy person. But due to time zone difference, we had to pre-record his talk. So it's going to be about 30 minutes, and he's going to talk about meta-programming. It's a very fun talk. Take a time, take a listen, you know, and like, let's just go for it. So I don't know how we're doing on time. So I think we got back on track.
Yeah, we're exactly on. Wow.
Yeah.
Exactly on time.
Snipers, man. That's what I told you, man. So no problem. Like, just like kick back. You know, we're gonna put like this talk from Daniel about meta programming, and I can like assure you're gonna enjoy it. So let me put the video together. TinyConf, pre-recorded. There you go. So hello, folks, and once again, you are at Angular TinyConf 2022. I'm your host and moderator, Adi, and I have the pleasure to have, I would say, we had the same experience because we were both first-time speakers at ngConf, and we were both very nervous. But people told us that we did very well. So I have the pleasure to welcome Daniel Ostrowski, who is a web dev lead at GeoEdge, and he does a web development full cycle, and he's a team manager with over 20 years of experience in the industry. You might have recognized him if you are familiar with NG Heroes. He's one of the meetup organizer. He does volunteer at Tech Career nonprofit organization, which targets to attend and advance professional careers in Israel high tech for Ethiopian and Israeli young adults. So very commendable right there. And Daniel is very passionate about his family, and he said that his wife is gorgeous. Thank you. And then you better say that out loud, Ben. And he has some adorable kids. And in his free time, he's the best developer in the world based on his wife's ranking. So, Daniel, welcome to Angular TinyConf, man. We are so happy to have you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for accepting me. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel Ostrowski, and today we will talk about a TypeScript Meta-Programming. Before we actually start, I want to show you a little example of some component, some snippet code. As you can see, it's an Angular component. Okay, I believe everyone have seen it. It looks like an Angular component, at least. It works like an Angular component. It have a decorator component. It's even have provide service dependency injection, similar to how the Angular components works. The only one little difference is there is no Angular on this page currently. Okay, so what you can see here, it's a plain TypeScript without any usage of any framework. No Angular, no React, or anything like this. Okay, so what we can see here, it's component decorator. Okay, we'll talk about this about later, but basically this is the whole magic. Okay. This component, this function that returns another function. So this decorator actually is taking the all information that we need, that we're providing, the all configuration, the template, snippet, the style URL, selector on the HTML pages have to be filled with the component. It even does the dependency injection of the service inside, and all this is generates simple component. Okay, there's no big magic. Yeah, there's a lot of functionality, not here. Okay, it's just a simple example to show how we can use decorators to generate components. Okay, be honest, if you will find this project and you will see the implementation of this decorator, you're not gonna like it. Okay, so please don't do it, because it's like a set of bad practices of how not to do. Okay, what you should not do with the DOM manipulation. But as example, it's good. It's a good start. Okay, so let's talk about before we actually will jump into the meta-programming itself. Let's talk about what the meta-programming is, and a little bit about myself too. So my name is Daniel Ostrowski, and I work at GeoEdge. And you can see here my Twitter. You can scan this barcode and to see my website, or just go to danduh.me. There's links to my videos and also links to my articles, also articles about the TypeScript meta-programming. You can find me in Medium. If you have any questions, just feel free to ask me. I will be more than glad and happy to answer any questions. Okay, so I'm a developer with more than 20 years. I'm full cycle developer, meaning everything from design, development, testing, delivery, monitoring, and everything. It's all I believe developers should know, engineers should know. I'm a public speaker and writer on multiple languages: English, Hebrew, Russian, and Ukrainian. I'm an open source contributor. I'm a volunteer mentor at some organization, and also a meetup owner and runner, NG Heroes. So this is all about me. And the pictures, by the way, it's my hobbies. Okay, diving, rope running, and yachting. Yeah, but there's only one picture here, a real one. Try to guess which one. So TypeScript Meta-Programming from 0 to 100 out of millions. Okay, so let's be honest, the meta-programming is something huge, it's something big. We will just touch a little bit, okay, we'll go a little bit deeper, okay, as an example, and I hope the usage and use case that I will show will actually explain how things works behind the scene and what you can do using the meta-programming. But again, it's a very huge topic. So meta-programming definition is a programming technique in which computer programs have the ability to treat other programs. And okay, this is, let's be honest, a little bit boring, right? So if you want, you can go to the Wikipedia and find by yourself and read it. Let's not waste time on it. Let's simplify. One of the most important thing when we start with a new technology is to understand what we should not do, okay, while we are using this technology. For example, this is kind of examples of how we should not use irons, because sometimes wrong usage of the technology might be a little bit dangerous, okay, for our life, or a little bit weird. So the rule of thumb of meta-programming, on my opinion, okay, I couldn't find some kind of community opinion about the best practices or bad practices about the meta-programming, but the one of the most important things that I believe we have a consensus here is meta-programming should not change the business logic of our code. Usually, in the most cases, the meta-programming is the code that's used by somebody else. Okay, so if you write decorators or you write some functionality that have to be used by someone else, so please avoid changing the business logic. Can we do it? Yes, definitely. In some cases, for example, in security field, okay, the business logic actually is changed by meta-programming. It's very common use. But in day-to-day usage, like if you're developing some framework or developing some library and people want to use it, the other people will use it, other developers will use it. We really don't want to change any business logic. We want to add to the code ability to analyze, okay, for example, debugging or data collection or stuff like this, additional flexibility for the code, dependency injection, of course, is one of the use cases, and runtime validation and assertion is also one of the usages, great use cases for using meta-programming. So let's take a look how we build our applications. Let's first of all answer the question. Are we really building our applications, or we just building the blocks, functions, classes, models, components, but we're not actually building the application, okay? It's, we can say the Angular builds the application for us, interpretator, node interpretator builds the application for us, but we kind of, let's be honest, as the developers, the Angular developers, most of us, okay, we don't care about how things work behind the scene. We just build in the component, we applying some references in different places, some kind of setting the configuration between different modules, components, services and stuff, and we hope that when we will serve the application, it will up and running, right? And if it's in a mismatch, we'll get the error notifications. So we're not building the application. We're building blocks. We're building functions, classes, modules, components, services, microservices, whatever. But actual the application is not built by us. Okay, it's similar. We'll talk about the houses. So we can build block, panels, windows, doors, I don't know, buy some furniture, stuff like this. But actual work of the building and combining all together will do constructor on the construction field. Okay, we'll just ship it over there and someone will actually build all things together. So meta-programming is kind of a blueprint or manual, okay, that helps us to combine different parts into the one, into the finalized and human readable product. Okay, that's how it usually works for me. For example, all IKEA manuals. But it's a little bit more complicated. Okay, it's like meta-programming. Sometimes it's pretty simple. Okay, let's say to get some kind of loggers or to get some kind of type assertions. But when we're talking about a little bit more complicated things, like dependency injections and stuff, it's become a little bit more complicated. Okay, it requires some abstractions, thinking and stuff. So that's how if we want picture to describe how the meta-programming looks like, I believe that this picture would be the perfect fit for it. So let's code. So as soon as we are on the Angular Tiny conference, and our main target and main topic is Angular, I believe it will be very nature to talk about decorators, okay? And in general, most of the TypeScript meta-programming is all about the decorators. So let's take a look on this example. Here's a simple class, okay? My class, the method that that calculates a number of primes, and there is a simple decorator. Now, what this decorator is? Decorator is a function. It's a simple function, okay? It's nothing complicated. It just.
Hello, folks. So what we're gonna do? We're going to take a quick break here. I do have to apologize to everybody who's watching live because I put on like the wrong, the format that I have, the video is like the smaller format. Daniel has done like a great job. I just have to make sure that we get the right format, right full screen for it. And we will publish it like, when we're going to have it, everything, when we're going to get it on YouTube. So, but at the same time, people are telling me it's been a long day. So how about we go and get like a full 30-minute, let's say, when is our next talk? Is that 5:15? Yeah, so at 5:15, we have Lara Newsom, who's going to come and talk to us about not micromanaging our state. So we'll go ahead and have a 30-minute break. We can like hang out for a little bit, myself and Jason. So if you have any questions, anything that you want to know about Angular in general, we might have the answer. We probably might not have it. So we'll make it up. But let's just take a quick break, a quick 30-minute break here. And then we will be back. We'll hang out for a little bit, but at some point we will just like turn it off and we'll be back at 5:15 p.m. EST. So far, Jason, how have you been? Of the talks, the different topics,
they're incredible. And this talk was amazing too. Meta programming is kind of, I don't even know what to think about it because it's a topic that's difficult for me to grasp. And so to have somebody that understands metaprogramming come and talk to us.
Yeah, that's one of the talks that I'm like was most excited about, and I totally butchered it here with the video files. you know, and Daniel like was like, did you double? I thought that I double checked, but this one is on me. So we'll get the better quality video, and then I can promise you that's going to be one of the first videos we're going to publish pretty soon. And then we're going to publish all of the videos, all of the conference talks. You're going to see them before Christmas. So that's going to be your little Angular present right there. So Daniel, man, I am so sorry, man. Yeah. Yes. And yeah, go ahead.
I mean, mistakes happen, right? And especially after 11 hours of nonstop. I mean, you put together an amazing conference, and it is rough. And I made horrible mistakes. Like the very first time I met Martine, I was supposed to introduce her at the meetup. And I was reading the wrong bio for Martine, and she stops me halfway through. She's like, "That's not my bio. I don't know where that bio came from." I'm so embarrassed. I just want to run and hide under a rock, right? I mean, mistakes happen, especially when it's live.
Yeah, well, live is hard, man. But yeah, I mean, I can promise that we'll make it up. That's for sure. Yeah. So we looked at meta programming. We looked at like so many ways of testing. But man, we had like live coding too. We had like Kyler who did like, you know, refactoring on the fly.
Yeah.
I mean, it was nuts. I was like, whoa, what? I mean, that was crazy. That was a crazy moment for me right there.
And anybody who doesn't know how difficult live coding is, just go try and make a YouTube video. Right? Just sit down and try to record a YouTube video while you're coding and talking at the same time. You'll see how amazing Kyler was while he was talking.
Oh no, that was amazing. That was amazing. That was one of the highlights. And even Shao, who came and who talked about like, you know, his beautiful like port of Angular 3, and he was like, man, he was getting pissed at himself. It's not working. I'm like, that's the beauty of it. Not working is part of working, because this is how it works in real life.
Absolutely.
So that was beautiful too, man.
It was totally beautiful. And the thing I love about Chow, and you'll see this when you watch him, is when he makes mistakes that he's mad at himself, he'll laugh at himself. So, when you watch the replay, so cool. Watch all the times when Chow's laughing at himself.
Man,
you'll see.
I'll put some emojis in the editing room, man. Like whenever he does, I'll make sure that I put something in there special. And now I think we have like a new emoji for like, you know, pizza. I mean, I know like now ngConf like has started the pizza thing when we have like, you know, a frozen moment. But the first person who sends me an icon of a frozen pizza, you know, I got something for you, man. So that's going to be like now the one. Yes. Just show me a frozen pizza, an official icon for something that goes wrong in a live event. And then we're going to pick a winner, and then I'll have something very special for you. Some coupons that are going to come your way, man.
That's awesome. I've got a fridge full of frozen pizzas because I've got 2 teenage daughters.
I just need an icon, man. Don't send me any real pizza or anything like that. Give me the best frozen pizza icon you can find, and probably I'll put Alex's name under it or something like that.
So wait, did I hear you right? You want people to send you fake pizza orders to your house?
No, that's not what I said. I just said give me a frozen pizza icon. That's gonna be like the symbol. That's gonna be the symbol of like, you know, a live event that just like, you know, that just went crazy. So that's gonna be our official icon for us.
This event has gone really, really well though. I mean, I'm very impressed with StreamYard.
Oh yeah, so like big up. I mean, and on top of StreamYard, we kind of went without like a sponsor, but I really have to give a big shout out to the team at Sessionize. Sessionize is the one that allowed us to kind of put the speakers together, have the CFPs, have people like send the CFPs, do the selection there. But on top of it, after I did the website, you know, and I wanted to do something with Astro. But after I did the website, I realized that they had an app capability. and they could build a PWA based on your session. And I was like, what? And they had APIs and everything. And then they was like, okay, this is the paid version, but if it is free, we're not going to charge you anything. And I'm like, I have the intention of keeping this free. So they were like, man, we're going to be your first sponsor. We're not going to charge you anything. So they did all of that. You know, it's amazing. And I cannot thank them enough for doing that. You know, so yeah, so that was huge. And then StreamYard that you are talking about, that is like handling this like a boss right now. And they have so many cool features for like content creators. We have no affiliation with them, you know, and they're, you know, so that's just like coming pure from the heart. I highly recommend it if you're doing anything live, anything. And even they have a new package called like StreamYard Air. That's going to be for people who want to do, what is it called? Webinars and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
I cannot recommend it enough. It makes it very simple, very plug and play. You know, I've been very happy with them, you know, and I cannot say it enough. Yeah.
Yeah, and they've been streaming to multiple platforms for you. And
yes,
I mean,
like without
amazing.
a problem.
Yeah.
And I found out too that LinkedIn only take like 4 hours maximum per session. So next time I'll probably just only stream to like, and I think for YouTube it's 12 hours. Anything
so we're gonna hit right
hours,
at the end.
Yeah. But the thing is, at least it's gonna be recorded on StreamYard. YouTube will keep your recording for 12 hours max. Anything beyond 12 hours, they will not record it.
Yeah.
So unless you have a new stream. But yeah, so all those little things, yeah. So if you have any questions around content creation, around Angular, around life, don't ask me. Ask Jason about life. Don't ask me. Anything else, let me know. But Jason, tell us about your Twitch stream. You've been doing that pretty constantly lately.
Oh, yeah. I've been doing, so I kept threatening to stream on Twitch for a long time, for years. And then in August, I just decided, you know what, I'm gonna do what I keep saying that I was gonna do. So in August, I started streaming. And the first thing I decided to do, because you know when you're doing Angular, the first thing you think of is Sudoku.
Yeah.
right. So,
exactly.
So I decided, you know what, we'll build a Sudoku game using Angular. And so yeah, that was my first streaming experience, was building a Sudoku game. And I've been able to meet some amazing people like Markus. Markus is one of my first followers, and just an amazing person. And I got the chance to meet him at ngConf. Just a really amazing guy. And that's the thing I like about streaming, is it's the friendships and just the people that are there. And there's just something special about sharing code with people and being able to interact with people. It's a lot of fun.
All right, man. Oh, and we got some people coming in with like that frozen pizza.
Pizza.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Hey, Alex, we're talking about the frozen pizza, not the guy who was frozen by the pizza. We're getting there, man. We're getting there. Come on, man. This is going to get serious, man. Get me your best frozen pizza icon. Find it somewhere. Oh, ice cream. Why not?
Pizza flavored ice cream. Ooh, Alex, what are you thinking, man?
I'm telling you, man. I don't know about it, man. So, yeah. I mean, I would say like happy runner-up, but no, not that one yet. And of course, it's all like in good fun. So,
absolutely. Well,
yeah,
we don't know, right? Those Canadians, they thought up poutine. So
we don't know, man. Yeah,
exactly.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen in Canada, man. I'm not, anything can happen. So, Jason, I'll give to you the time to take a little break. It's been, Alex has another one. I mean, Alex is on it, man. He has the competitive spirit. Where is the pizza? Where's the pizza, man? Frozen pizza. I don't see a pizza. I see the cube.
Frozen pizza equals French fries.
All right, frozen pizza equals. That's a good one, man. That's a very good one. Oh, all right. Okay. You're going to have to explain this one to me, man. Which one? I mean, come on. Okay.
Poutine?
Poutine? What's that?
It's a Canadian thing where they have French fries and then they put gravy and cheese curd and sometimes there's bacon. Poutine is an amazing food, but you can't eat it very often.
What is it that we drank at like ngConf? That soda that you guys have in Utah, man. What is it called again?
Oh, where we took you to Swig.
Swig.
Yeah,
man,
so...
that was interesting. I never seen so many choices, for us. I mean, that was interesting. I enjoyed it though.
Yeah, well, we had a lot of fun. And the thing I loved about Baba being there is he's like, I'll never understand American portions.
Yeah. The portions
like huge,
like small was like the biggest. Yeah. I mean, he was like, "This is small," and he was always like,
"Yep."
Yeah, that was funny, man. So I mean, we had a very good time at ngConf, and like Shah was saying that a little earlier, being there in person, being there in real life is something else. So whenever we get the chance, we will do that. And TinyConf will do some of it. We don't want to become like this bit, but we have a big surprise for you, for the ones that are coming down. So stay tuned. We're gonna be doing some cool stuff like down the road.
That's
no
awesome.
Problems. Yeah,
awesome. No, this has been an amazing day. And I've had a lot of fun.
All right, man.
And yeah, Marcus was there. He went to Swig with us.
Yeah.
He said that was awesome, right? Like, if you show up in Utah, that's one of the things you're going to notice is that there are there are two big things in Utah right now. There are these drink places. There's like Swig and Sodalicious and stuff where people will sit in cars. I mean, the lines will get to be like 10 or 15 cars long waiting for their soda, right? And then they're going to mix stuff into the soda. But the other thing are like these cookies. And so there are these stores that bake cookies. And cookies are such a serious thing in Utah right now that one of the first stores that started selling these cookies is suing all the other ones. Because why would you sue over cookies? It's just...
I'm telling you, man, that's my dough, man. Don't touch my dough. That's what it is.
Exactly, right? So,
yeah.
Next time you're here, we'll take you out for cookies, Adi.
No, man, no problem, man. I cannot wait to do that again. So I'm gonna give Jason and myself maybe about 15 minutes. We'll be back right here, and hopefully, Alex, this time you're gonna have a frozen pizza and not the cube ready for me. Okay? Cool, man. Hey, John, good to see you, man. Yeah. John was like there, and that was cool, man. I miss my Utah crew, man. That was so cool. So, all right, guys, we see you in a little bit. Yay, yay, yay. We're getting back into it. And that guy you just saw, I call him Frozo. I mean, we need to find an artist to go and maybe like make him a little frozen. And it will be like our mascot. Anytime we have like some live problems, we'll have Frozo up. So it's still up, guys. If you do have like a good emoji of a frozen pizza, you might be into like some luck and like win some very cool prize. So, but without further ado, I'm gonna welcome our next speaker. You know, she is one of my all-time favorite, one of the kindest person you're gonna see, like, you know, around the community. A beautiful human being. Lara, I have to welcome you to Angular Tiny Conf. And let me take Frozo out of here. Bye-bye, Frozo.
Goodbye, Frozo.
Goodbye, Frozo.
Not the time.
How are you today?
I'm good. I wasn't nervous until like just right now.
Awesome.
It happens to the best of us. Don't worry about it.
Right? It's like, oh, it'll be fun. I totally can do this. And then you're like, oh, wait. Oh, no, it's happening. Yeah, this is happening. So this is happening.
And even Eli got here just to support you. He got here early, just like, you know, to send some love.
Nice.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll let even like Jason go for this. I mean, I don't know which words to use. Lara is, you're gonna see for yourself. She's a teacher, and you're gonna see why.
She's earned her Twitter handle.
Yeah,
Lara
Nerdson. That's
She's
a cool
earned it.
one.
She's totally earned it.
Oh man, I love that
in
one.
here.
I love that one. I really love that one. So
there we go.
yeah, if
Here
you
I
want to
am.
follow her and everything, you know, so that's for sure. Lara Nerdson. I it's so creative. I love that one. So go ahead and share your screen. And myself and Jason are just gonna like sit back, relax, and of course we're gonna be enjoying this. So there you go. Let's add this to the stream.
All right.
And
oh, I forgot to turn my, let me see if I can turn my, gotta remember how to turn my closed captioning on. This is a trick I was taught by Martine. There we go. All right, so we should have some nice closed captioning going. Let's kick this off. My name is Lara Newsom. Oops, there we go, already messing it up. I'm a software engineering technical leader on the customer experience team at Cisco. We work on a very large enterprise Angular application, so I've seen some stuff. I also am a host on the Angular Plus show. So if you are in the Angular community and you are not following the podcast, I recommend that you go ahead and do that selfishly and because I think we put out a great product. We have some amazing guests that are currently airing on season 4, including our wonderful host today, Adi. And then we have amazing lineups already scheduled for season 5. So you can subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts. And again, my Twitter handle is Lara Nerdsom. My DMs are open. You're welcome to reach out to me there. The talk I have for you today is called Stop Micromanaging Your State and Start Being Reactive. Now, this is a talk that is near and dear to my heart because there's a lot of micromanaged state out there in the Angular community. And I think that it's really important to recognize this as an anti-pattern and talk about what we can do to start making our code a little better. So I do want to say we are entering a shame-free zone. I am going to show some code on the screen, and some of you might think, hey, I wrote that code, or I work on code like this every day. And it's not, I'm not here to tell you your code is bad. I'm here to point out some of the problems I've had and I've personally run into with code that looks like this and offer some solutions for how to get around it. And I have personally written code like this, right? So it's just code, nothing to be ashamed of, right? So state micromanagement, the anti-pattern. So this is when state is imperatively declared and managed inside the component. So this is kind of a sort of a dense definition. So let's sort of break that down a little bit. What does that look like? So this is when you end up with components that have brittle and difficult to understand code. So you probably would know this code because anytime you get a bug ticket on certain components, you might think, oh boy, here we go, right? Like I'm just as likely to fix it as I am to break it again. So it's also code that's not easily scalable or shareable. So these are the components when your product team says, let's add a feature, and you think, oh, I got to put another thing in that component, right? And then these components are typically extra large, not hundreds of lines of code, usually thousands of lines of code. Although some 100 lines of code could also be considered micromanagement. So why do we code imperatively in the first place, right? Because this is a pattern I see all over in Angular. Well, it's imperative programming is how a lot of us were trained to write code in the first place. And even if we look at the Angular Tour of Heroes, they sort of encourage a more imperative style of programming, right? We're subscribing to our service directly in ng on init, and then we're going to use the data that we get back from those requests to set component properties. Now, there's nothing wrong with this code. It absolutely works until it doesn't, right? So let's look a little closer at the state micromanagement and a pattern. So symptoms of the state micromanagement adding anti-pattern are redundant or unnecessary component properties. Now, if I was in a room, I'd ask you to raise your hand if you have components with hundreds of component properties or even dozens of component properties, right? They don't get smaller, they get larger and larger and larger, right? And these components typically have void methods that mutate state. So it'll be a void method, and then inside of it, it might call other void methods. It might mutate the component properties. And then we also see a lot of direct subscriptions inside the components. So let's dissect this first one, right? Imperatively declaring all state in component properties. So this tends to take has certain characteristics. So I'm going to break a few of these down. So we have the derived state properties. So this is a good example where we've got a count, right? Now, typically our count numbers are not coming directly from an API. Sometimes they are, right? Sometimes there's a valid count property. But typically it's something like this, where we've got an array and we're setting a count property to be equal to the length of the array. Now, that means that anytime the length of the array changes, you have to also adjust the count property. So derived state is disconnected from its source, which means it has to be manually managed. And I don't know about you, but I'm a human, and sometimes I forget to do stuff, right? So it's prone to bugs. Here's another flavor of the component properties: multiple arrays to track state changes, right? So here's a whole bunch: add IDs, selected IDs edit, deleted IDs, exclude IDs, all of these, right? These two are very similar. I'm not sure what all of these are for. And when I open this component, I still don't know what all of these are for. And here they are in action, right? So I've subscribed, and I'm going to set one of them equal to a copy of the response product IDs. And then I'm going to set one directly equal to the response product IDs. And then you can see we have our count property, which is the length, right? So all of these properties are going to have to be manually managed. So why is this an issue? Well, again, it's a manual process, and this quickly becomes tedious. When you've got 7 different arrays that you have to manage every time something changes, there's a really good possibility you're going to forget to do that, right? And that's how bugs get introduced to our code. So why do we track state in arrays in the first place? Well, it's usually to maintain a previous state, right? We're typically copying code so that we can mutate it. And it's an attempt to reduce data requests, right? So we want to keep track of the state that came from the API so that we know if we changed it. But in order to do that, we have to make copies of copies of copies, and it cascades from there. Then we have our redundant properties with confusing names. This is one of my favorites: is all selected and is select all. What's the difference? I still can't tell you, right? So how do we end up with so many properties? Well, we're responding to different events, right? Typically you'll find a lot of Boolean properties, like, did this happen? Is this the case? Is this true? We're trying to manually manage our state. And it also happens because of what I call property fatigue. So if I open a component and I can't tell what is select all does, I might go ahead and make another property called is all selected, right? Because I know what I need it to do, but I have no idea what these other properties are doing. So I end up making new properties so that I can follow my own thought process through the component, and I end up leaving the old ones in there because I'm not sure what they're doing, right? So this is how we end up in this situation. Now we've got problem number 2, which is the void methods that manage the state of all the many component properties. So why is this an issue? It's a manual process. and it becomes tedious. But it's also really tightly coupled to the component. So if you've got void methods that are mutating state inside your component, you can't move them out of your component, right? So why do we use void methods? Well, it's because we have stateful properties, right? We have to be able to toggle the state of those properties somehow, and we have to be able to react to events. And frankly, it's the fast and dirty way to do it. So do you ever wonder how we end up with 3,000 line components? Some of you may remember select all from my talk at ngConf 2022, right? This is one method that has 40 lines of code in it, right? All this thing is supposed to do is select all. And as you can see, we go through, I'll move my mouse around here. Here's our friend is select all, and then there's is all selected. What's the difference? I still don't know. It's going through resetting some of our array properties. It's for eaching over things. It's mutating, it's pushing, it's mapping, right? I'm not entirely clear what this is doing. And again, it's 40 lines of code. Try to test this thing. Good luck. So let's look at a method we might want to reuse in another component. So first of all, the problem we have here, we've got a regex string that is just hard-coded in here. So chances are this is a string that's going to be used in other places, but we can't share it like this. So I would pull that out into a const. This void method is it's mutating a whole bunch of component properties. So I'm not sure how I could possibly move this out of this component to share it with another component. It's calling another void method, right? So how do we share it? Well, we do copy pasta time, right? This is where we copy that component, we copy that function or that method, and then we're going to just paste it into another component, right? And this is how we end up with a code base full of duplicated code. So if you have a large enterprise app that you're working on that follows these coding patterns, chances are you're going to have the check valid name method on every single component because it's never been properly refactored out so that it can be reused. All right, problem number 3, direct subscriptions and response handling inside the component. So how does this happen? Well, it turns out when you manage all of your state and component properties, that incoming data has to be surfaced inside the component to be able to set the values for those component properties at all, right? So the risk with direct subscriptions are that we can run into memory leaks. So this is a very common problem with a subscription. We'll go into that a little more here. It's a very manual management of state. And then we also run the risk of ending up with nested subscriptions. So let's first talk about observables versus subscriptions. So observables themselves are lazy. They are not, they actually don't execute until you subscribe to them. The subscriptions are the resources that execute the observable. So what does this mean? Well, this means that subscriptions actually exist outside the context of your component. So once you subscribe inside your component, that subscription will continue to execute even after your component has destroyed. And so that means if you want to close out that subscription when your component is destroyed, you have to manually do that somehow. And so there are patterns for that. I do have a link to the slide deck I'll give you at the end, but there's a link here, right? So you can follow the take until pattern. This works. So basically, when this take until, the observable inside that take until emits a value, it will close out this subscription, right? So typically you'll put this destroyed you'll emit a value to the destroyed stream in ng on destroy, right? So that works, right? But the problem with this method specifically is that every time you invoke this method, every time you call build table, it's actually it's creating a brand new subscription. So if you use this build table often in your component, let's say you invoke it 7 times, you're going to end up with 7 subscriptions in memory. So if you've got a long-running component that has a method like this on it, even if you're properly managing those subscriptions on destroy, you're still spinning up new copies over and over and over again. So you can end up with many open subscriptions. Void methods also compound the issue by hiding nested subscriptions. So this is what I'm talking about. This is a hidden nested subscription. So we've got one method here. So get selected products for edit, and we're subscribing to that. And it manages a whole bunch of component properties. And then it calls another void method, right? So then we're going to go straight into that void method. All right. And you can see it's got a subscription block inside of it. So this is the first subscription, and then inside of that subscription, we're nesting another one. So what's so bad about that? Well, it can introduce race conditions, and these race conditions are guaranteed to only show up in production. They're going to be hard to replicate, and they're going to be hard to fix. And we also have to remember that every subscription is a new resource in memory, which means that every subscription has to be unsubscribed. Remember this guy? Right. So let's talk a little bit about this race condition. So when we have a nested subscription, so let's say that first subscription emits two values, right? So first it emits a kayak, and then it emits a raft. So the kayak is going to be used to subscribe to that next subscription. And then we're going to get another brand new subscription when the raft comes in. Well, there is nothing to guarantee that the kayak response is going to come in before the raft response comes in, right? So if something happens to that kayak response, if it gets delayed, if it errors, the raft response could come in, and then the kayak response could come in, right? So you could end up with mismatched data on your page. So let's see, now that we've talked about all the parts of the state management anti-pattern, let's see how it can devolve into code chaos. So we're going to go through one method. This is just one method. It gets invoked on init, all right? So we go in here, sets a whole bunch of component properties, and then we're going to call this get product grid data. And again, there's our nested subscription. Who likes race conditions, right? And then it invokes another void method. So I wonder what's in there. It looks pretty simple, right? It's like one line of code. Oh no, that's 65 lines of code in a single method, right? And it's all about managing the component properties, right? And if you get a bug on this page and you have to look at this and figure out exactly what's going wrong, you're going to need some coffee, right? All right, so here we have a little close-up view of that. So it's doing a lot of the data manipulation that we've talked about, that manual management. So that's just one flow through that component, right? So that component was almost 1,500 lines of code. That's a lot of code to have to get through just to figure out what's happening. So what can we actually do if we are already following this pattern? Well, we can try coding reactively. So I know it sounds simple, me saying, let's just try coding reactively. You can start to build in reactive principles and eliminate your cognitive load in your components by doing things simply like eliminating unnecessary component properties, right? If I open a 1,500 line code of 1,500 line component, the first thing I'm going to do is go hunting for dead code, right? Because usually those components have a lot of dead code in them. So you can start reducing your properties. You can try to write your methods so that they're no longer void methods that just mutate state. You can make them methods that actually take in state and return state, right? So those are some steps you can start to take. But let's see what happens if we try to code reactively just through one process. So the first step, and the most vitally important step, is to understand what the component actually does and what the component needs. When you've got a 3,000 line component or a 1,500 line component, it's really hard to tell what the original requirements for that component even were, right? And so really, if you can distill down what the component is supposed to be actually doing and actually what it needs, it makes your process a lot easier. So we're going to look at this component. It's a fairly simple one. It's got a table that displays a list of products, and we can filter those products by type. Okay, so what are the data needs? Well, we need products, right? And we need filter values, and we didn't know how to select a filter. But like, this is where you should hear that like screechy brake sound, right? Do we really need products, or does our component actually only care about filtered products? Because even unfiltered products are still technically filtered products. All right, so what's the difference, you might be asking? Well, products, the second that we take products into our component becomes obligated to manage the state of that product array. Whereas if all we ever bring into our component are the already filtered products, it's no longer the responsibility of that component. Same thing with filters. Do we need filters, or do we actually only care about the filter selection state? And the difference there is that once we pull the filters themselves into our component becomes responsible for managing the state of those filters. All right, so what we really need here are filtered products, filtered selection state, and the ability to let the rest of the app know that, hey, my filter changed, right? Because reactive programming is really something more along the lines of stuff is happening, your component knows how to listen to it, and when it sees something it needs, it's like, hey, I need that. And then if something happens in the component goes, hey, something happened. And then the rest of the app is responsible for listening to be like, oh, hey, I care about that. I know what to do now, right? So that's what reactive programming is really about. So first thing we're going to do after we determine what our component needs is set up some streams. So why observable streams? Angular is intrinsically linked to observable streams, and that is because subscribed streams continue to execute as long as they stay open. So this means that if new values are coming into the stream, our components can then react to those new values. So how do we get data into streams? Well, there's a couple of different strategies. We can do service with a subject. So that would be using RxJS, which is already built into Angular. We could import some sort of state management library to do some global state management like NgRx, Akita, ngXS, right? There's lots of different strategies, lots of different state management libraries out there. Or we could use something more local to the component like ngRx component store. If you have the opportunity to listen to Alex Okrushko talk about ngRx component store, he's got some great patterns defined to use that with your applications. So for the remainder of this talk, however, we're going to be following the service with a subject pattern. And that is because if you are in a company and you would like to start programming more like this, you don't need to get permission to import anything new into Angular. You can do this with what's already in Angular today, which would be the RxJS library. So first off, we need to talk about subjects. So there really are three main types of subjects you're going to run into in service with a subject pattern. That's subject, plain old subject, behavior subject, and replay subject. And there are subtle differences between them. So the plain old subject, it does not have an initial value. It does not replay values, but it can have multiple subscribers. So the reason we want it to have multiple subscribers is that we want it to be able to, we want other components to also be able to get the data out of it, right? So that's how we're going to be able to share our data between components in our application. It does not replay values. So what I mean by that is if you push a value into the stream, so let's say you're using it for a token service and you get your authentication token back and you're going to store it in that subject, right? But then your component subscribes. Well, your component at that point is not going to get that token because that event has already been emitted. So that's what it means when we say it does not replay values. And it also does not have an initial value. So that means that until anything is in that stream, there is nothing in the stream. Now, behavior subjects require an initial value. So this is good. We're actually going to use this in our service with the subject, and I'll go into why in a little bit. But basically, you can set an initial value, and it would also cache the last value. So this would be if you wanted to make sure that any late subscribers will still get whatever that last emitted value was, you want to be looking at something like a behavior subject or also a replay subject. And again, like the regular subject, it can have multiple subscribers. Then we have replay subject. Now, replay subject does not have an initial value. We actually use replay subject in the take until pattern to unsubscribe because we don't want there to be a value in the stream until we want the component, until we want all the subscriptions in the component to shut down. Now, replay subject takes in one parameter, which is the number. If you do not pass a parameter into it, you will be caching every single value that comes through that stream. So that's something to think about if it's a very active stream. But what I usually do is pass in the number 1, which will then replay the last value to any subscriber. And again, it can have multiple subscribers. So we're going to set up a service. Now, I'm going to do something risky. We're going to lose our closed captioning here. But I'm going to switch over to VS Code. I actually have slides laid out for all of these, but I find it's a little bit hard to go through and actually not make it more confusing for people. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to set up 2 services. We're going to have a filter service and we're going to have a product service. Now here's our component. Here's our component HTML. Let's see. I don't know if I need to make that bigger. Let me see. We'll try one bigger. Be bigger, you. It doesn't want to listen to me. Oh, I'm using the wrong key. That's right. Okay, so first thing I want to point out with these service, and this is true of both of them, they are both provided in root. That means it's a singleton service, which means that any component that imports these services as a dependency will get the same instance of this service, which means it will also get the same behavior subject. So we're also going to create a new behavior subject. So that's happening here. So this is for our filters. You provide a type to your behavior subject. And then again, we have to provide an initial value. Now, the reason I want this to have an initial value is because I'm going to be using this with combine latest operator. And if that operator will not actually let a value come through until there's a value in each stream, right? So all the streams it's combining. So we want this to have an initial value, even if it's empty. All right, so we've got our product filters, and I want you to notice that it is private, right? The only code that should have access to this subject is the service itself. And the reason we do that, here, I've got a slide about that. There we go. Why is it private? Only the service should be able to call next on it. This will prevent accidental completion of the stream by one of the subscribers. It will also centralize our logic, right? So we can provide a public API for components to interact with this subject, but only the service really knows how to do it. So kind of think of it like getters or setters or something in Java. Okay. So we're going to have our stream. Now we need to get some data into it. So let's see, down here in our constructor, we're actually going to provide our product API service. That's where I'm getting my products from. And I'm going to actually do a little work on them, but I'm not going to explain that. And then I'm going to, once I get the value out, this is where I'm going to subscribe. And this is where I'm going to call next on my observable. All right, so this is going to provide that first value from the API to the subscription. So if this is an HTTP request in Angular, this would actually complete on its own. So it would only get one value. All right. Now, the next thing we need to do is provide this into our components, right? So we do that by using the as observable property on the subject. So I'm going to take I'm going to create a read-only observable property that's available. It's a public property, and I'm going to expose the subject using as observable. And then I'm going to actually, so I'm going to explain the rest of this code here in a second. And then I need to create a public API for my components to be able to call next to push more filters into this filter stream. So this is the public API of this service that allows you to call next on that subject. All right, so then the meat and potatoes of this thing. Boop, boop, boop. This is where I need my thing to remind me where I'm at. But okay, so if we want to create a map of filters. So this one is actually when we pass in a selected filter. So when we call next down here, sorry, I'm flipping around a lot. So we're going to call next on our selected filter. All right, so what's subscribing to selected filters? So this is our selected filter. So when next comes in, it's going to hit the scan operator. So what the scan operator does, it's kind of like mini state management. It works like the JavaScript reduce array or the JavaScript array reduce method. And basically it has an accumulator. So if there is nothing selected, if there's nothing there, it's going to return just the accelerator. If there's something that is selected, this is how we're going to toggle the selected property of our filter. And then we're going to return an array of filters here. So that's what this one is doing. I need to go back on my map here for a second. So we're going to also set up our product service. So let's get our products. We're going to do the same thing. Again, we have a singleton service. We're going to create a products subject that will hold the products. We're going to subscribe to that in our constructor. I think this is where I was supposed to start. So I got a little off the rails. I knew I would do that. So this is where we're going to push our products into our products subject, our products stream. And then this is how we are exposing them to the API or to the component. So we've got our filtered products observable. We've exposed that with the observable property. This is where we're using combined latest with. That is why I actually want there to be an initial value for this selected filters observable. Because if there was nothing here, this wouldn't emit a value. So since there's nothing, it's like, okay, is there anything in the selected array? If there's not, just return all the products. And if there's anything in there, we're going to filter out and only return the products that have the same product type. Okay. And then over here is where we combine them. So we've got our, this is where we're providing our filtered products. This is where we get our product filters from. Okay. I do have this code online. I will give you a link to that so you can kind of poke around at it yourself. So I know it's a little confusing. But then our component now looks like this. We have a products property, and it's an observable property that's set to the observable property on our product service, right? Our filtered products. So we've pulled in a dependency for that service. Same thing for our product type filters. And then we have a method that knows the public API method on our product type filters to be able to change our filters. So it's got the streams of what it needs to display, and it's got its way of saying, hey, my filter changed, right? So now let's look at the component HTML to see what that looks like. All right, so up in here, we've got our subscription somewhere. Here we go. Here's our products. So we're going to subscribe to them using the async pipe. Now, the reason we're using the async pipe is because when we pull this products observable in, this is an observable. Remember, observables are lazy, so they don't actually get executed until we subscribe to them. The async pipe handles subscribing to your observables for you, and it will also handle unsubscribing when the component destroys. As bonus points, it also will prepare your component for on-push change detection. It does not turn on-push change detection on, but what it does is that anytime a new value comes into the stream, it will mark your component for check, which will trigger change detection to run on your component. So if you do turn on-push change detection on your component, it'll have that already hooked up for you, so you don't have to remember to manage your asynchronous returns in your on-push change detection. And then up here for our filters, we've done the same thing. We've also used the async pipe, again, that subscribes and unsubscribes for us. And then it also prepares our component should we choose to turn on-push change detection. Now you can see here, when we click on one of the checkboxes, it's going to send the element that was selected to this change filter selection method. So that's going to go over here. That's going to invoke this method here on the product filter service. Then that's going to emit the next value into the selected filter stream up here, which means that that's going to run, it's going to run the scan operator again. It's going to return a new array of selected filters, right? So this thing is only collecting the value of the selected filter. So it'll just be an array of strings. And then when this thing emits a new value, it's going to push a value into this stream here. So it's going to take the products, the product type filters here, and the selected filters, and it's going to go through the filters that we got from the API. That's what's in this observable here. And it's going to then set the isSelected property. All right, so when the isSelected property changes, so when we get a new value in here, this isSelected property changes, which means a new value is emitted from this stream here. So we go back to our component at this point. So we've got this is listening. So then over here in our template where we asynchronously subscribe to that, so that subscription is still left open, which means this template's going to get marked for check. When change detection runs again, we're going to get an update, and we'll get the checkbox will display as checked. Now, when we get a new filter in, we go over to our products service. I'm just going to close this one for now. So this is we're using the combine latest with here. So we'll get a new filter. We'll get that new, that string array of filters. So we'll have our products from the API. We'll get a new value for the filter. So this time it's going to come in and the selected is not going to be empty. So it's going to go through this logic and it's going to return a new list of products. So it will automatically, we've got it connected to the stream here. It will automatically update this and it'll automatically add and remove products from our table. So let's see this in action. This is the exciting part. Oh yeah, it totally works, right? So, so this is what we want. So I'm going to go back to my slides at this point. Let's see, hopefully it'll pick up where we left off. And all right, hold on, I'm getting there. So these are all, if I've lost you, I do have these in my slides. And we're getting there. I swear. There it is. Woo! We check that in the browser, right? So our final component is less than 30 lines of code. It knows how to get the data that it wants. It's not pulling in data it doesn't need. It's not pulling in data it has to manage. And it knows how to say, hey, my filter was selected, right? And then we have two services. These services can be shared in other components. So all this code is reusable in other components. So any component that needs products or the ability to filter those products can do that. And these services are a lot easier to test and refactor than that 1,500 line code component. So there's a lot more to learn about reactive programming and state management, and you're in the right place. In fact, hopefully you caught some of the earlier episodes of the podcast or of the conference. I'm stuck in episode brain, but we had those. So look for those. If you missed those this morning, those recordings will be out at some point because Adia is amazing and will provide those for us. And then I also have some additional links for you here. And since you're like, Laura, I can't click on any of these links, I will also give you a link to my slide deck, which I will also put in the chat. So that is all I have for you today. I hope I didn't go too fast. I do want to point out in my link, there is a link to the GitHub repo that has this silly little app in it for you. So
we're not worthy. We're not worthy. Wow.
This was awesome. That was like, I mean, that's a concept that I'm still trying to get a grasp of, and always like imperative code versus declarative. When do I do this? I mean, all those kind of things. And I think like having something packed this way and taking my time with it, this is gonna be awesome. And yeah, I'm gonna get them all for myself first, and then I'll release it to the general public. That's how nice
he's got his talks all hoarded.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Right. I don't know, Adi. I don't know how you like. I don't know. Like just after with everything else that goes on in this world, it's like, oh my gosh, how do you have time? So thank you so much for putting this together, and everyone should go tell the world how amazing Adi is. So.
Oh come on. Okay, Jason, I'm out again.
I agree. Adi is amazing. Laura, you were amazing. I don't know what you were nervous about. Wow.
Yeah.
It's because I had a robot. I have nervous energy going.
Yeah. You should see some of your comments, Laura.
Oh yeah, I have to do that.
Go for it. Take it, Jason. Show it to her.
So first up, Markus called out Martine for being the true, accessibility master.
A very important topic.
We had Elisa Duncan. I can't talk, and I haven't been doing this as long as Adi. Just said she was catching up on the talk she missed, and Markus, your talk is so good.
Yeah,
and she loves the
and related to what you were doing. Yeah, same topic. So pretty cool. Yeah.
Finally, there's a little bit of humor. All the IDs as you were showing.
Oh my gosh!
The array of IDs.
Ridiculous, right? And like I'd like to take credit for finding like the worst of the worst, but that is like very common, right?
Well, yeah, but why'd you have to use my code?
I know, right? Everyone's like, wait, is that my code? I'm like, I swear it's not. I swear.
Yeah, ngServe.io says this is how you get 500-line components that are hard to manage, and
so hard.
She improved it even bigger. Marcus again. There's so many. Oh my God, this is me moments here.
I'll say that a lot myself.
I like the do not remove. Yes, exactly.
Yes, the missing do not remove comment from Elisa.
I swear this works.
Lars,
don't ask me why. Sorry for the trash.
Let's see. Lars says Lara and Alex must be quite a duo at Cisco, and I can imagine that's got to be a fun place to work.
Yeah,
we have a great team. I do have to put in a plug for our team. It's an amazing team. So
cool.
And then this one made me laugh so hard. Boss level.
How is he still up, man? I mean, Marcus and Lars have been here since like the very beginning too, man.
Yeah.
Kudos to you guys. And they are like, Sweden and Denmark. I'm like, man, you guys are like troopers, man.
They've had like 5 boba teas by now.
Oh man.
One last one I had to point out was that Marcus says he always feels 10% smarter after a Lara talk. So we need to keep you talking. That way we can double our intelligence.
Like, keep it coming, keep it coming. Either that or I start dumbing it down because I start talking about cats. So.
Oh man. And very important, like Eli got here very early, all ready to go, but at the same time to support you. So man, always good to see Eli, man. So glad to have you here, man. You got some serious. I mean, is that like your gym out there or stuff like that? I gotta get my game up, man.
Yeah.
Eli, what's that?
I don't see a skeleton though, so
my office
I don't know.
is a combination of my office and the workout room. So
nice. I'm trying to do something like that, but I'm not there yet. It's just getting there.
Mine is where my husband keeps his hoarder stash of records.
Oh man,
vinyl, all that vinyl.
I have a record player here. I have a vinyl player here. So
Nice.
yeah, if you want me to lighten the load, just let me know. I'll come grab some.
I will.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Lara. That was always.